Welcome, friends. Welcome. And as always, thanks to our many dignified patrons. Thank you very much. Your names are being overlaid over the arcane symbolism that me and 3D artist Chetan Biswas pretty much grabbed at random off the internet. Some of you have asked. There's no meaning there. We just went for cool alchemical symbols. We did use the Sri Yantra that I use for my logo, but it's pretty much just stuff that looked cool that has to do with alchemy, and that's about it. No secret code there, but welcome today, and again, thank you. If you want to see your name scrolling by, you can join the Patreon, the $10 level or above, and $5 and above gets access to our gallery of commissioned and donated artwork, which I have just filled with artwork, and those are in high res and they're downloadable. Balerion and Dany's the Dreamer from Urtach Altanaz in like 6,000 pixels, so definitely make a cool screensaver out of that. But yeah, welcome and thank you. And if you do want to check out the Patreon, it's linked below in the description below. It does help me to do the kind of in-depth content that you guys like. And we are offering more stuff now. We are revamping and putting more gusto into it. We're giving away some t-shirts. Gave away a couple last week. Those are to the $15 and $20 levels and above. Rhoynar, Kingdom of Sarnor, etc., etc. We'll do 2 t-shirts a month for right now. And yeah, with that said, thanks to everyone who has signed up. And we're here to talk about Rhaena Targaryen, who is I would say my favorite historical Targaryen. There's a lot of good ones. Alysanne is hard not to like. Alysanne and Jiharis, whom we're going to talk about quite a bit today, because of course they are Rhaena's younger brother and sister. So Rhaena Targaryen, there's a few. This is not the one from House of the Dragon. This is the first rider of Dreamfyre. So before Helena is the first person to ride Dreamfyre. Rhaena Targaryen is the one who started the custom of putting the dragon's eggs in the cradles of the young Targaryens, which is a very important thing. And she was the wife and queen of Aegon the Uncrowned, son of Aenys. Aegon the Uncrowned, of course, killed by Maegor over the God's Eye. She was one of Maegor's. We'll talk about all of this today, by the way. This is just at a glance, if you will. Rhaena was one of Maegor's 3 black brides, along with Eleanor Costaigne and Jane Westerling. She famously stole, or snatched, you might say, Blackfyre from under Maegor's nose as his reign was crumbling, and then helped Jiharis and Alysanne overthrow Maegor. So that was fun. Rhaegar Baratheon and Elissa Farman also involved in that, which we'll talk about. Rhaena was named both Queen in the West and Queen in the East. So for someone who was never a ruling queen of Westeros, sort of, kinda, again, Aegon the Uncrowned was sort of king, but not one who sat on the Iron Throne, if you will. And of course, Rhaena, bit of a gay icon, have to say. And her girlfriend, Elissa Farman, stole 3 dragon's eggs. It's that story. The 3 eggs that became Dany's, building Sunchaser. We're gonna do that story today as well, because that involves Rhaena. Rhaena was the mother of Aerea, who stole Balerion, and her twin sister, who actually stole Balerion under the name of Aerea. It seems like they switched parts. We'll do that story today. And then lastly, Rhaena Targaryen retired at Harrenhal because Dragonstone was too haunted for her, so she went to Harrenhal. Yeah, so a lot of stuff that she did. 50 years she lived, and it was a very active 50 years. She is a fierce character, but also someone who was sort of like not necessarily seeking out power. It's a bit of an outsider in the family, very independent-minded, and this is one of the reasons why I relate to her so much. So yeah, there's a lot to talk about here. A very, very strong character. And she's basically the firstborn of the 3rd generation of the dynastic Targaryens. So you have Aegon and his sisters, and then Aenys marrying Elissa Farman, and then Rhaenys was their firstborn. And Rhaenys was born in 9 AC. Well, so I guess we'll do the timeline first. So here's the quick timeline, all right? Hang on here. And just real quickly, I'm realizing I did forget to put tags, YouTube tags in the stream. So to help this stream get seen by everyone who might be browsing on the internet right now, looking for something to watch, please click that thumbs up button. And that will just tell YouTube that this is a good stream, that it should show to people, which it should. And it is. Hopefully, it will be. With your help. And the help of this caffeine. All right, so the Rhaena timeline. 1 AC, of course, Aegon was crowned. 7 AC, Aenys was born, and also his future wife, Elissa Farman. Then in 12 AC, Maegor is born. Finally, Visenya cooked up a little sorcery and potentially conceived Maegor without any of Aegon's input. But that's a theory for another day. Then in 22 AC, when Aenys and Elissa were both about 15 or 16, they wed. And of course, they started making babies right away. So 23 AC, Rhaena. Who's that? That's a new Targaryen. It doesn't exist. Rhaena was born. And this is, again, Aegon's first grandchild. We're going to read about all this, but he was very excited. On 37, Aegon dies and Aenys is crowned. And a few years later, Rhaena, who's 18, marries Aegon. That's her younger brother, who's 15. Then a year later, Dad dies. Aenys dies. Maegor usurps the throne, as we know. So Rhaena is 19 at this point. And then, of course, Aegon and Rhaena, they have Aerea and Rhaena Jr. twins. But, of course, Aegon dies. I forgot to put that on here. This would be a couple years later. Aegon is killed at the God's Eye by Maegor. So now Rhaena is a widow with 2 twins. And then Maegor finally dies and Jiharis is crowned. Like I said, Rhaena has a bit to do with that. And then it's 6 years later that Elissa Farman and the egg stealing incident and also the Andro Farman murder spree also happens, which we're going to talk about. And then in 54, Aerea disappears and she reappears in 56 on Balerion with the worms. By the way, I've got a updated Dracomorph video coming in 2 weeks. So we will talk about worms a lot. Lots of worm jokes coming. Just a preview of them today. And then in 73 AC, the death of Rhaena. But she retired to Harrenhal after the Aerea incident. She wanted nothing to do with Dragonstone after that. So, oil up? Is that a hair thing? Are we dabbing some hash oil? What's going on? Yes. Yes and yes. Thank you. No, heart. I want to heart it. There it is. All right. By the way, Grey Waste Tim, under the weather. The storm god is over top of him, whooping up on him. It is mildly sexual, but unfortunately, he is under the weather. So everybody send some well-wishing to Tim. And also, some of my other guests have family members. I don't want to dox everyone's public info, but send out the well-wishing to the people that are dealing with illness and things, including Tim. Keep it sexy. He will. Yeah, he just needs a little... The pipes are unsexy right now. He left me... He treated me like a lousy employee. He sent me a voicemail. Instead of messaging me and saying, I'm sick, he sends me a voicemail so I can hear how sick he is. I can't make it into work today, Dave. Oh, there he is. There you are. Hey, Tim, what's going on? He's on antibiotics. Good. Yeah, so he was actually sick. Had to go to the doctor sick. But is on the mend. Hopefully he'll still be with us and not in the gray waste of the spirit realm. Tim, you're going to pull through, right? Yeah, he's all right. He's going to be all right. Okay, so that's Rhaena at a glance. And then there's a couple other things I would like to sketch out before we read. Because basically Rhaena, to talk about Rhaena, what we're going to have to do is read Fire and Blood. It's most of Sons of the Dragon, but we're sort of going to skim through the non-Rhaena-centric parts. But she's woven all through Sons of the Dragon She's a big player in it. And that is because, again, she is the eldest daughter of Aenys and Elissa. She is Maegor's niece. Some consider her a potential heir to the throne at various times. So here's the family, okay? Rhaena in 23 is born, then Aegon in 26. And again, they were betrothed when Aegon was 15 and Rhaena 18, betrothed and then married. Viserys is third born, 29 AC. That's the Viserys who was killed by Maegor in the Red Keep when he was only 15, as a sort of provocation, which we'll talk about. And then we have Jiharis and Rhaena in 34 and 36, and then Vaela, who died in the cradle in 39. So that's the family. Basically 5 people: Rhaena, Aegon, Viserys, Jiharis, and Rhaena at the time that the war with Maegor breaks out. She is named after her grandmother Rhaenys the Conqueror, who died in 9 AC before she was born. And Rhaena is, this is really important, Rhaena is the 4th of 5 major early Targ women who very much shape the Targ dynasty. I'm not dead, I'm happy, Tim says. He's going to go for a walk any minute now. He doesn't want to go on the cart, folks. Nobody wants to go on the cart. You shouldn't go. Don't get on the cart. Never get on the cart. Okay. So again, the 4th of 5 major early Targ women. The first 2 would be Visenya and Rhaenys, obviously. Visenya, rider of Vhagar. Not only did Visenya and Rhaenys help conquer the 7 kingdoms, they individually did things to shape the Targaryen version of the 7 kingdoms, which is the 7 kingdoms. It's the only time it's really been unified that we know of. So Visenya created the Kingsguard, of course. That's a huge institution. She put down the Faith Rebellion along with Maegor. It's a story for itself. We'll talk about some of that at the very end of it, really. But yeah, she did do that. She solidified the Targaryen exceptionalism. And she made Maegor with magic. Her own self. At least I think so. And Rhaenys, who rider of Meraxes, she really did a lot to govern. It says that Aegon left the governance of the kingdom to his wives for long periods of time. Sister wives. And Rhaenys in particular, she did a lot of stuff. She instituted the rule of 6, which is basically a limit to how much a man can beat his wife, and only for certain reasons. But before it, somebody was beaten to death, and then the girl's brothers came and killed him, and it started a whole thing. So Rhaenys contained that with some sort of rule of 6. You can look it up, but yeah, it's a thing. She also outlawed Ironborn woman stealing, the taking of salt wives from the Greenlanders. They didn't have a law against that, so she made a law against that. And then she also made a lot of arranged marriages. This was probably the main thing she did. All the marriages that she arranged helped to knit together various alliances which solidified the Targaryen rule. So that was a big deal, because after you conquer, you've got to heal and bind together. So Rhaenys was the binder together. Then we have, there weren't many laws because it wasn't a unified kingdom, so they had to start fresh. But some of these laws are like common law, I guess, like the rule of 6 thing or various other stuff. So then we have Elissa Velaryon. She's the only one who's not a dragon rider out of these 5. However, she is an incredible character. She was the wife of Aenys, so the mother of all those people we just listed, Rhaena and Jiharis and Rhaena. She helped overthrow Maegor, and she sort of stole Jiharis and Rhaena out from under him, which was important because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to garner support for those 2 and launch basically an alternative, a rebellion, a counter to Maegor. So Elissa helped make that happen. She's the one who did that. She also swiped Dark Sister from Visenya's chambers right after Visenya died. And that's when she made off with her 2 kids. Made off, if you will. So then she served as the regent for Jiharis when Jiharis was named king, because he was only 14, I think. And then eventually Elissa Velaryon, she remarried to Rhaegar Baratheon. And their kid was Jocelyn, one of them, Jocelyn Baratheon, who then married Aemon Targaryen, who was the son of Jiharis and Rhaena, and their child was Rhaenys from Hot Dragon. And that is how Rhaenys from Hot Dragon has the Baratheon connection. So that is through Elissa Farman remarrying Rhaegar later in life. So, yeah, it's a punishment for infidelity, the rule of 6. 6 blows for each of the 7, save for the stranger. So, don't hit people out there, kids. Don't hit women. Don't hit each other. Don't cheat on each other. Yeah. PSA over. Okay, so that's Rhaenys Targaryen. That's where she comes from. Then we have Rhaena, the subject of this video, writer of Dreamfyre, and Alysanne, her younger sister, of course, writer of Silverwing. She co-ruled with Jiharis, and so all of those accomplishments pretty much go to her and him, the King's Road, things like that. She ended prima nocta. Famously, she went north and heard about the Lord's Right the first night. Very nasty thing. She held a women's council. She met with the women at Molestown. And like Rhaenys, like Queen Rhaenys, she connected to the small folk and used that information to reform the laws of the land. And not only ending prima nocta, she actually worked with Septon Barth and a couple other important people, Grand Maester and somebody else, to reform all the laws. So basically, they reviewed all the laws and reformed a bunch of them. So this was all based on, giving rights and protections to the small folk against the high lords who were kind of exploitative. And we see this occasionally with certain reform-minded Targaryens like King Aegon the Fifth, who tries to rein in the power of the high lords to protect the common folk and causes a lot of consternation and conflict because of that. So Alysanne sort of got that started, and she is following up on the precedent of Rhaenys in the terms of, connecting with the small folk. And that's very important for solidifying the Targaryen dynasty. So all 5 of these women, as you can see, played a heavy role in this realm. And I think this is something that George focused on in Fire and Blood a little more as he expanded the story of the Targaryen dynasty. He's given us some different characters. Rhaena is chief among them, not just because she's gay, but because she is just a more interesting and subtle character. And she shapes so much history, and she's a bit of a nonconformist in a lot of ways. So that's pretty much what I have to say about her as a prelude. And with that said, let's get over to Fire and Blood. Yeah. I don't know. I guess we could call her bi. She did have 2 kids with her husband, but that may have been more of a do your duty kind of thing. From childhood, we will see. She has favorites who are always women. So seems like she has a preference for sure. So, King Aegon the Targaryen took both of his sisters to wife, as we know. Rhaenys and Visenya were dragon riders, and they were beautiful Targaryens. And I'm going to be skimming through some of this stuff here. So the point is, though, that this whole story begins with the Targaryen marriage stuff. So they talk about how the queens were unlike each other, save in the respect that they both gave the king a son. And Aenys was born in 7 AC. He was small at birth and sickly. He cried all the time. It was said that his limbs were spindly, his eyes pretty tough, the body shaming the baby. But anyway, his eyes were small and watery, and the king's maesters feared for his survival. He'd spit out the nipples of his wet nurse and give suck only at his mother's breast, so he was very picky. And rumors claimed that he screamed for a fortnight when he was weaned. So unlike King Aegon was he that even a few dared suggest that his grace was not the boy's true sire. Couldn't be, just not manly enough. That he was a bastard born of one of Queen Rhaenys' many handsome favorites, the son of a singer or mummer or mime. That could be actually true. We really have no way of knowing. But the idea that the physical size didn't resemble Aegon, I don't know. I mean, it could be a clue. It's definitely not determinative, but hard to say. Hard to say. Some people do think that Aegon had no official children, that he was shooting blanks. And in that situation, what you would do is that Rhaenys would have a surrogate and everyone would claim it was Aegon. So maybe that happened. We don't really know. And the prince was slow to grow as well, not until he was given the young dragon Quicksilver, a hatchling born that same year on Dragonstone, did Aenys begin to thrive. And this is one of the many examples of Targaryens getting stronger and more confident in things when they bond with the dragon. So he was 3 when his mother Rhaenys and her dragon were slain in Dorne. Her death left the boy prince inconsolable. He stopped eating and even began to crawl as he once had when he was 1. Excuse me, hang on a second. As if he had forgotten how to walk. His father despaired of him, and rumors flew about the court that King Aegon might take another wife, as Rhaenys was dead, and Visenya childless and perhaps barren. Although, again, see, this is one of the clues about Aegon shooting blanks. I guess we might as well talk about this. Visenya couldn't have kids. So, and it took Rhaenys several years to have one. So it's like, why is it so difficult? Maybe it's because Aegon couldn't have kids. That could be just a random thing, or it could be that it's a Black Dragon thing. All the riders of the Black Dragons, there's a little bit of a thread there. So Maegor rode Balerion. Maegor was obviously all messed up. Aerea rode Balerion, and she came back with the worms. And some of this could just be a rider thing, Curse of the Black Dragon or whatever. Dany might not be able to have kids. And then Viserys only rode Balerion once, and he did have kids. But who knows why? Who knows why? It didn't get it's like the greasy black stone. It's radioactive dragon poisoning or something. But whatever the cause, the more important and credible idea is just that for whatever reason, he was not able to have kids. And the women kind of get blamed for it, right? And we see this with Maegor as well. So Visenya didn't have a kid for 12 years. Not until 12 AC did she conceive Maegor. And she was definitely a sorceress in the Valyrian tradition. So the theory here is, and shout out to Minty Maelstrom, because this is partly her theory, but there are some reptiles, such as geckos and Komodo dragons, who can reproduce themselves. It's like abiogenesis, or not abiogenesis. What is it? I'm sorry. I haven't looked it up in a couple years. Abiogenesis is, that's a creationist theory that's like evolution isn't true, I think. I'm sorry, that's the wrong word. What is the word for what I'm talking about when reptiles can reproduce on their own? Parthenogenesis. Thank you. And I believe that it is Komodo dragons and geckos and a few other things. There are some variations on it, but the point is, it could be the thing that George is doing because the Targaryens are lizard people, because they're blood of the dragon. Athena enters the chat. Because they are lizard people, maybe Visenya found a way to use sorcery to basically clone herself. She was 40 when she was pregnant with Maegor also. So maybe that has... The thing is that they were trying for a long time and they couldn't. So... Right, because the dragons... Also, we're given that thing about, the dragons can change sexes, which, as you remember from Jurassic Park, Dino DNA is a thing we see in the reptile kingdom under incredible stress. We can see that. So, it could be that Visenya cloned herself like a gecko, and that is why Maegor cannot... he has matching chromosomes. You know, it's a chromosome thing. So, Dano DNA. That's the answer. In any case, she did have Maegor. However it happened. And Rhaenys had Aenys. However that happened. So, in 11 AC, Visenya suddenly announced she was carrying the king's child. A son, she proclaimed confidently. And so he proved to be. The prince came squalling into the world in 12 AC. No newborn was ever more robust than Maegor Targaryen. Maesters and midwives agreed. His weight at birth was almost twice that of his elder brother. We're talking about like a 12-pound baby or something like that. Yeah, just knew it was going to be a son. So, the half-brothers were never close. Aenys was the heir apparent, and King Aegon kept him close by his side. As the king moved about the realm from castle to castle, so did the prince. Prince Maegor remained with his mother, sitting by her side when she held court. Queen Visenya and King Aegon were oft apart in those years. When he was not on a progress, Aegon would return to King's Landing and the Aegon fort, while Visenya remained on Dragonstone. For this reason, the commons alike began to refer to Maegor as the Prince of Dragonstone. And this is where the tradition comes from. It wasn't an official title at this point. So Visenya put a sword in her son's hand when he was 3. Aenys had his mother die when he was 3. So some of this is nature and some of it is nurture, the differences in the kids. So supposedly the first thing he did with the blade was butcher one of the castle cats, men said. Although this is maybe a calumny. And then they go into... but he did take the sword play. That's the main point. Maegor is very good. And he has Gawain, he has a Corbray as his master at arms, and all the Corbrays are badasses. We know that. Prince Aenys was so often his sire's company that his own instruction in the chivalric arts came largely from the Knights of Aegon's Kingsguard. Sometimes the king himself. So this is where we see that tradition coming from, the Kingsguard training the princes of the Red Keep. The boy was diligent, his instructors agreed, and did not want for courage, but he lacked his sire's size and strength, and was never more than adequate as a fighter, even when the king pressed Blackfyre into his hands, as he did from time to time. Aenys would not disgrace himself, his tutors told one another, but no songs would ever be sung about his prowess. So notice that it says he did not want for courage. So you can't really fault Aenys here. He tries. He's not afraid. He's just not martial. He just isn't. Such gifts as this prince possessed lay elsewhere. He was a fine singer, as it happened, with a strong, sweet voice. He was courteous and charming, clever, without being bookish. He made friends easily, and young girls seemed to dote on him, be they high-born or low. Aenys loved to ride as well. His father gave him coursers, palfreys, and destriers, but his favorite mount was his dragon, Quicksilver. So, he's... the whole, some of that sounds, I don't know, frivolous. But you have to remember, politics is built on making friends and influencing people and being charming and stuff. So that's a very important gift that he has. Maegor, famously, a little bit short on some of that stuff. And he loves to ride, and he loves to ride his dragon. So there you go. That's Aenys. Really did turn out to be a weak king, but that's the more serious thing. So Maegor rode as well, showed no great love for horses, dogs, or any other animal. And then there's a story about how a palfrey kicked him, and so he stabbed the horse to death and slashed half the face off the stable boy who came running. So he might have some rage issues there. He had companions, but no true friends. He's quarrelsome, angry, slow to forgive, but skill with weapons was unmatched. We kind of know this. We've studied Maegor. We did a whole Maegor stream. So the point is the marriage thing here. The tradition among the Targaryens had always been to marry kin to kin. Visenya gives Maegor Dark Sister. And then later Aegon gives him Blackfyre. So he has both swords. Or no, Aenys gives him Blackfyre. That's right. Anyways, the tradition among the Targaryens had always been to marry kin to kin. Wedding brother to sister was thought to be ideal, and failing that, uncle, cousin, or nephew. This went back to old Valyria, where it was common amongst many of the ancient families, particularly those who bred and rode dragons. And this is a big clue that the reason why the Targaryens practice the familial incest is to keep control of the dragon bloodlines. Dragon bloodlines being a theory that I think is true. And you can check out that in The Cannibal and Dreams Come from Dragons and a couple other videos. But yeah, this is a big clue about that. It's the dragon riding families who like to marry brother to sister or cousin to aunt and niece. This is all keeping the dragons in the families. This is bloodline monopolization of the dragons. So in any case, the blood of the dragon must remain pure, the wisdom went. But see, that's the deception. It's not purity, because there's no reason to practice familial incest in Valyria. Everybody has Valyrian blood. That's not about blood purity. That applies to the Targaryens in Westeros, sure. That's why they marry Velaryons and sometimes Danes and stuff like that. However, back in Valyria, no, this wouldn't have been about keeping the bloodlines pure. This is purely about monopolizing the dragons within the family because the dragons are connected to family bloodlines. So, some of the sorcerer princes also took more than one wife when it pleased them, though this was less common than incestuous marriage. In Valyria before the Doom, wise men wrote, 1,000 gods were honored, but none were feared. So few dared to speak against these customs. Taking more than one wife could also be about dragon monopolization, because if there's not an even number of men and women in the generation that are marriageable, you'd have one potential dragon rider of the family marrying outside of the family, which is what we don't want. And so sometimes maybe they double up, or maybe they're just freaky, But this was not true in Westeros, where the power of the faith went unquestioned. The old gods were still worshipped in the north, and the drowned god in the Iron Islands, but in the rest of the realm there was a single god with 7 faces, and his voice upon this earth was the High Septon. So that's the closest thing to national laws, is the sort of common law and the rule of the faith, which is pretty strong everywhere but the South and the Iron Islands, as it says. So, in the doctrines of the faith handed down through centuries from Andalos, their faith condemned the Valyrian marriage customs. Incest was denounced as a vile sin, whether between father or daughter, or brother or sister, or any such arrangements. The fruits of such unions were considered abomination in the sight of gods and men. So, with hindsight, it can be seen that conflict between the faith and House Targaryen was inevitable. Indeed, many of the most devout had expected the High Septon to speak out against Aegon and his sisters, and were most displeased when the father of the Lord Faithful instead counseled Lord Hightower against opposing the dragon, and even blessed and anointed him at his second coronation. Well, guess what, guys? The option might have been Dragonfyre, so you don't have to marry your sister. You just have to, let the Targaryens do that. So, familiarity is the father of acceptance, it is said. The High Septon, who had crowned Aegon, remained the shepherd of the faithful until 11 AC, by which time the realm had grown accustomed to the notion of a king with 2 queens who were both wives and sisters. King Aegon always took care to honor the faith, confirming its traditional rights and privileges, exempting its wealth and property from taxation, and affirming the septons and other things like that. The Accord, that was actually a big detail at the end. Servants of the 7 accused of wrongdoing could only be tried by the faith's own courts. Yeah. That's a big one. So the accord between the faith and the Iron Throne continued all through the reign of Aegon. From 11 AC to 37 AC, 6 High Septons wore the Crystal Crown. Aegon was on good terms with all of them, calling it the Starry Sept each time he came through. Yet the question of incestuous marriage remained simmering below the courtesies like poison. So they never spoke out against Aegon, but they didn't declare it to be lawful, and some of the humbler members of the faith would speak out against it. So Aegon fathered no daughters, and that way it wasn't really an issue. Sons of the dragon had no sisters to marry. So Aenys was the first to marry in 22 AC. He wed Elissa Velaryon, the maiden daughter of the Lord of the Tides, Aethan Velaryon, King Aegon's Lord Admirable. He was an admirable admiral and master of ships. She was 15, the same age as the prince, and shared the same silvery hair and purple eyes, for the Velaryons with ancient family descended from Valyrian stock, etc. King Aegon's own mother had been a Velaryon, so the marriage was reckoned one of cousin to cousin, although they might not have, it's kind of distant cousins, but sure. The main thing is that as long as the Targaryen man can shave his face clean and basically look identical to his wife, that's what they're going for. Same look. Exactly the same look. Very important. Everyone the same. Like I said, the dating apps in old Valyria would be very, very boring. Just silver hair, purple eyes, into fire, into incest, to dragon worship, like all of them. Anyway, recycling the jokes. Okay, let's keep it moving. So it was written that King Aegon himself wept. I just skipped over Rhaena's birth. Sorry. It soon proved to be both happy and fruitful. So the following year, Elissa Velaryon gave birth to a daughter. Prince Aenys named her Rhaena in honor of his mother. Like her father, the girl was small at birth, but unlike him, she proved to be a happy, healthy child with lively lilac eyes and hair that shone like beaten silver. Again, very unique. It was written that King Aegon himself wept the first time his granddaughter was placed in his arms, the big softy, and thereafter doted upon the child, mayhaps in some part because she reminded him of his lost queen, Rhaenys, in whose memory she had been named. They're really leaning into that, aren't they? But sure, that's cool. And by the way, how's the chat? How we doing, chat? How are y'all doing? Let's see if I missed any super chats. Of course. Rhaena is great, interesting character like George does them, but illustrates that too much power and privilege can make you a horrible human being. Who's a horrible human being? I hope you're not talking about Rhaena. We'll see. She does do some debatable things, and we'll get to that, I guess. But let's see. As the glad tidings of Rhaena's birth spread across the land, and there was much rejoicing, the realm rejoiced, save perhaps for Queen Visenya. Prince Aenys was the unquestioned heir to the Iron Throne, all agreed, but now an issue arose as to whether Maegor remained second in line of succession or should be considered to have fallen to third, behind the newborn princess. Queen Visenya proposed to settle the matter by betrothing the infant Rhaena to Maegor. Oh, look, this sounds a lot like House of the Dragon and Rhaenyra and Aegon, only the ages are flipped. So here's the beginning of all that controversy. So Maegor is 11, and Rhaena is a newborn. So they're saying let's betroth them. And if you remember, Rhaenyra was like 14, and how old was Aegon? 9 when she was 14. It was at least that much of an age gap. It might have been more. And I'm talking about the book canon, not the show canon. But in any case. So, similar situation. Aenys and Elissa spoke against the match, however. They were like, so no. No. Not Maegor. And when word reached the Starry Sept, the High Septon sent a raven, warning the king that such a marriage would not be looked upon with favor by the faith. So that is uncle to niece. And the faith is trying to be like, nah, can't do that. And remember, the Starks do marry first cousins. So first cousin marriages, I think, would probably be not too uncommon. But uncle niece, that's not okay. So, yeah. In any case, His High Holiness proposed a different bride for Maegor. And this is where it gets interesting. His own niece, Cerys Hightower, maiden daughter to the Lord of Oldtown, Manfred Hightower, not to be confused with his grandsire of the same name. Because I know you guys were about to do that. You big on your Manfred Hightowers. So King Aegon, mindful of the advantages of closer ties with Oldtown and its ruling house, saw wisdom in the choice and agreed to the match. So, yeah, this was a... so the High Septon is a high tower, and he's like, yeah, I know who you can marry. Why not my niece? However, it does make sense, because the main thing that the Targaryens are trying to co-opt is the institution of the faith. The institution of the faith, as we just read, is by far the most powerful thing in the lives of the average Westerosi. And so if the Targaryens want their rule to be accepted, they really need the approval of the faith. So they have a lot of leverage. And so this marriage does make sense. Basically, High Septon Hightower saw that he had that leverage and used it. And Aegon was like, deal. We both gain from this. So it's a political marriage. And we kicked the can down the road on the incest thing. So thus it came to pass that in 25 AC, Maegor, Prince of Dragonstone, who would have been 13, wed Lady Cerys Hightower in the Starry Sept, with the High Septon himself perform the nuptials. Maegor was 13, the bride 10 years his senior, but the lords who bore witness to the bedding all agreed that the prince made a lusty husband, and Maegor himself boasted that he had consummated the marriage a dozen times that night. I made a son for House Targaryen last night, he proclaimed as he broke fast. So, you guys can do with that what you want as far as debating the ethics of that age gap and the power arrangement there. I don't tend to see this as exploitative on specifically like by Cerys. I would say that it's exploitative by the whole system. Okay. Like who are you going to point to? Like 13-year-old boys should obviously not be married off. But you know, so this is like, who are you going to blame here? Kind of everybody a little bit. They could have done a betrothal and waited until 16, but they don't do that. You almost get the sense that like Maegor growing up fast and just having already been knighted and being big and strong influenced people, you know? So I don't know. That doesn't really change the ethics of it, but yeah, debate that if you will. We did do, again, we did 3 Maegor streams. So we have dove into the details of this, but be it as it may, 13 and 23, and Maegor has married Cerys Hightower. So the son came the next year, but the boy, named Aegon after his grandsire, was born to Lady Elissa. Oh, plot twist. Sorry, Maegor. And fathered by Prince Aenys. So, nothing to do with Maegor at all. Once again, celebrations swept the 7 kingdoms. The little prince was robust and fierce and had a warrior's look about him, declared his grandsire, Aegon the Dragon himself. While many still debated whether Prince Maegor or his niece Rhaena should have precedence in order of succession, it seemed beyond question that Aegon would follow his father Aenys, just as Aenys would follow Aegon. So you can see here that the male primogeniture is not enshrined in law. It's mostly extrapolated from the fact that the great houses work this way, except for Dorne. So everyone is just kind of assuming the Targaryens will follow that trend. But it's not really spelled out, and this is why they have to have these great councils later about various things. All right. So, while many debate, and just real quickly, to go back to the Maegor thing, you know, the modern situation that people might compare this to would be like an adult female teacher and a high school student, okay? That's completely inappropriate, obviously, just to state the obvious. It's not any more okay if the high school student is like, you know, growing up fast or something like that. Obviously, that's completely inappropriate. Now, in this situation, it's not the same power imbalance as a teacher and a student because Maegor is a prince of the royal blood. However, I think we're still right to look at the system as being abusive. And I think this is a point that George wants to make without being overly heavy-handed. It's woven into the stories of everyone. Marjorie, Sansa, Lyanna, Bran, everybody. Robb is really the one at 15 who's asked to be a barbarian warlord, right? So yeah, all this stuff is exploitative. It's a system that does not allow children to have a teenager-ness. Like as soon as you hit puberty, you're basically like, okay, we're expecting you to be an adult here like any minute. And that's why the kids are always like, I'm nearly a man grown. It's like, you're 8. It's like, well, yeah, but when he's 13, he might have to get married, apparently. So, yeah, I don't think we really need to go over that at length, but, just to, I think that is the thing that people compare it to. And obviously, that's not okay. Again, adult teachers and high school students, very not okay. So in any case, what we've got here is 2 kids now. Elissa and Aenys have Rhaena and Aegon, who eventually will get married, but they're not betrothed yet. So in the years that followed, the other children came one after the other to House Targaryen, to the delight of King Aegon, if not necessarily that of Queen Visenya. So we see this growing rivalry. There was already a little bit of a rivalry with who could have kids first, because whoever had a son first, Visenya or Rhaenys, would potentially be the mother of the next king. And also they just needed to continue the dynasty in general. So here we see this continuing to the next generation, where Aenys and Elissa are having lots of kids, very fertile, and Maegor is not. And Visenya does not like that. So in 29 AC, Prince Aegon acquired a baby brother when Elissa gave Prince Aenys a second son, Viserys. In 34 AC, she gave birth to Jiharis, her 4th child and 3rd son, and in 36 came Alysanne. So Rhaena was 13 when her little sister was born in 36, right? Because Rhaena was born in 22. So by the time Alysanne is born, Rhaena is 13. I didn't realize that. That's a pretty big age gap. And Rhaena is 11 years older than Jiharis. 12 years. 11 or 12, hard to say. So, Grand Maester Gawain observed that the girl delighted so in the babe that one might think she was the mother herself. The eldest daughter of Aenys and Elissa was a shy, dreamy child, and now we're talking about Rhaena. Shy and dreamy. Again, many of us in the chat could probably relate to some of this stuff, who seemed to be more comfortable with animals than other children. So we can speculate, or not speculate. Those of us with various mental health, neurodivergency, is the word I'm looking for, might relate to some of this, right? So, as a little girl, she often hid behind her mother's skirt or clung to her father's leg in the presence of strangers, but she loved to feed the castle cats and always had a puppy or 2 in bed. So we're reminded of Tommen and Aerea and stuff like that. Yeah, and that is Aerea. So that is the language that I have developed. We went through a lot of discussion with Helena and autism in House of the Dragon Season 1. Famously the scene where there's a murder and she covers her ears. And a lot of people that are on the autism spectrum definitely related strongly to that. And so there was a debate, does Helena have autism? Okay, that's probably too literal of a diagnosing fictional characters, but it's definitely, obviously, part of the inspiration for how Fia Saban played the character. And so there is also a debate about the historical association between neurodivergency and psychic and spiritual abilities. And that goes all the way back to shamanic traditions and stuff. That is a whole nother debate that we had and went through. And so I think where I came down on all of it is that stories are meant to be relatable. Authors write a range of characters so that the different sorts of people who read the books can read themselves into the characters, hopefully many characters. Hopefully you can read yourself into characters that aren't your gender or age, and find attributes that you relate to and identify with, if the characters are well written. But so basically what I'm saying about something like with Helena and autism and stuff like that, or, Rhaena here, she's a little bit shy and she relates more to animals. Well, autism or ADHD or something, that's not the only reason that could explain that. However, it's very valid for anybody with those things to identify with this. Absolutely. And was the author thinking of that? Quite possibly so. I think George writing Fire and Blood in more recent times, more modern times than he did the original series in the 90s. A lot of things have changed. We've seen some evolution in his writing. So perhaps this is George making an effort to write different sorts of personalities, let's say. So, yeah. And again, I'm very open about the fact that I have raging ADHD. So I definitely relate to some of the oddball characters in the story. And Rhaena is one. I love animals. I like people too. But I do like animals. Always have. So anyway, this endears us to Rhaena. I think anybody can relate to this. I know basically everyone in the chat, they're all our pet people. So she loved to feed the cats. She has a puppy or two in the bed. She's one of those people. She sleeps with her dogs, Though her mother provided her with a succession of suitable companions, the daughters of lords great and small, Rhaena never seemed to warm to any of them, preferring the company of a book. Shout out to Rhaegar. And, her father was... They said Aenys was clever without being bookish. Well, Rhaena is straight up bookish. And by the way, I forgot to mention Alysanne, Queen Alysanne. Septon Barth said that she was so smart that she would have made an excellent maester had she been male. So there is a train of very smart Targaryens running here in these first 5 women that I was talking about. Rhaena and Alysanne chief among them. Alysanne learned to read before she was weaned, quote unquote, which just means very young. I don't think that's a technical dating system. Tim says, dogs are allowed on the bed in this house. He'll kick you off the couch before the dog. Yeah, that figures, Grey Waste, Tim. That figures. The chat would expect nothing less from you. So saith. Okay, so at the age of 9, however, Rhaena was presented with a hatchling from the pits of Dragonstone, and she and the young dragon she named Dreamfyre bonded instantly. Important detail, she named the dragon. They bonded instantly. I really think that Rhaena is a dragon dreamer. First of all, we've seen that most Targaryens are dragon dreamers. The big clue about this is Egg's generation. When we get we get a Targaryen really talking about all his brothers, sisters, and uncles. They all have dragon dreams. Everybody. Maester Aemon talks about all his brothers having dragon dreams. So it's very likely that almost all Targaryens are having some level of dragon dream potential. So Rhaena instantly bonds with the dragon, names her Dreamfyre, and then we see this change in Rhaena. So did she literally have a dragon dream before bonding with the dragon? Did she dream of the dragon the night before? And then the dragon keepers brought the dragon out and she was like, there you are. Pet her on the head and it was just love at first sight. So yeah, I bet that's probably what happened. With her dragon beside her, the princess slowly began to grow out of her shyness. At the age of 12, she took to the skies for the first time. So the dragon's 5, right? No. 9, she's given the dragon, and 12, she flies. So that's 3 years. That's very consistent. I believe that Drogon is 3 when Dany rides him. Maybe between 2 and 3. And I think this is a common age that we see with hatchlings. If someone can look up Aegon the Dragon's Bane, who rode his dragon from the sea battle. Oh my God, brain. Elder brother of Viserys rode the dragon once. What was his little dragon? Saved him, but then died. I think that dragon was only 2 or 3. So that's about how long it takes to be big enough to ride. That's the minimum. So thereafter, though she remained a quiet girl, no one dared to call her timid. Not long after, Rhaena made her first true friend in the person of her cousin, Larissa Velaryon. For a time, the two girls were inseparable, until Larissa was suddenly recalled to Driftmark to be wed to the second son of the Evenstar of Tarth. Sounds like someone got caught. That's what that sounds like. George is very skilled at writing between the lines here, and I think we should be we're correct in reading between the lines. So, the young are nothing if not resilient, however, and the princess soon found a new companion in the Hand's daughter, Samantha Stokeworth. So yeah, the two girls were inseparable, and then one of the dads figured out what was going on and separated them suddenly and married off the other girl, Larissa, to a second son. So not even like, that wasn't probably an important political marriage. It was just like, you're going to be straight now and marry a man. That's what I think that is. Poor Andrew, too naive to read the room. Are you talking about Andrew Farman? Yeah, we'll get to him. I don't know about poor Andrew. He did kill a bunch of people. So I have limited sympathy for him, to be honest. And I'm a pretty sympathetic guy. In any case, she has a new friend, and that friend is Samantha Stokeworth, the daughter of the Hand of the King. So it was Princess Rhaena, legend says, who put a dragon's egg in Princess Alysanne's cradle, just as she had for Prince Jiharis 2 years earlier. If those tales be true, so she did this when she was 11 or 12. Yes, this is so obviously Dragon Dreamer theory here. So when she's 9, she bonds with her dragon. At the age of 12, she rides the dragon. And in the same year, she has the insight to put a dragon's egg in the cradle of her baby brother. Very intuitive and very bold. Where does that boldness come from? A dragon dream, quite possibly. And then she did it again with Alysanne, and this began the tradition. If tales be true, from those eggs came the dragon's silver wing and Vermithor, whose names would be writ so large in the annals of the years to come. So she may have even chosen the right eggs to pair with the kids, for all we know. Because that's a dream intuition might do that. Like Dany, for example, she saw the dragon in her dreams. It was black. And then she bonded with Drogon. So it's pretty clear that the dragon she saw in her dragon dream was Drogon. And that Drogon was projecting himself into Dany's mind from inside of his egg. And this is why the custom works, to put the eggs in the cradle. Because then the eggs and the baby can begin psychically connecting before the egg hatches, just like Dany and Drogon did. So if Rhaena is acting on Dragon Dream Insight, she is probably pairing certain eggs with the kids. Yes, that's a very nice child egg pairing this evening. Yeah. So this kind of makes sense, doesn't it? I had forgotten she was so young. That really clinches the theory for me. Doing this at 12, that's got to be intuition. And it's interesting that the adults let her do that. Because before, it's a little dicey, right? I mean, even baby dragons could be dangerous to a little toddler. It's a lizard. Would you put a lizard in the cradle with a toddler? So, yeah. She was just allowed to walk up and grab an egg. Yeah, so it seems like, remember, it just said no one would call her shy at this point or timid. So it's like, yeah, she's turned very bold all of a sudden after getting her dragon. And I think dragon dreams really are the best explanation for that. So Princess Rhaena's love for her siblings and the realm's joy at each new Targaryen princeling was not shared by Maegor or his mother, who had frowny faces. Queen Visenya, for each new son born to Aenys, pushed Maegor further down the line of succession. Well, how many cousins were y'all planning to kill to put Maegor on the throne? And there were still those who claimed he stood behind Aenys' daughters too. Peh, daughters. And all the while, Maegor himself remained childless, which makes him a very poor candidate to be king, doesn't it? For Lady Cerys did not quicken in the years that followed their marriage. On tourney ground and battlefield, Maegor's accomplishments far exceeded those of his brother. In the great tourney, blah, 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 he knocked many people over. He was knighted on the field at 12. At 16 he was knighted and given Blackfyre. In 29 AC and again in 30, he accompanied Osmond Strong and Aethan Velaryon to the Stepstones to root out the Lysene pirate king Sargasso San, ancestor of Salador San, and fought in several bloody affrays. So he was born in 20 minus 12, so he is 17, 18 here. Showing himself fearless and deadly. In 31, now he's 19, 20. He hunted down and slew a notorious robber knight in the Riverlands, the so-called Giant of the Trident. Some Gregor-like monstrosity, no doubt. So Maegor was not a dragon rider yet, though a dozen hatchlings had been born amidst the fires of Dragonstone in the later years of Aegon's reign and were offered to the prince. He refused them all. When his young niece Rhaena, in only her 12th year, took to the sky astride Dreamfyre, Maegor's failure became the talk of King's Landing. Lady Elissa teased him about it one day in court, wondering aloud whether my good brother is afraid of dragons. Prince Maegor darkened in rage at the jape, then replied coolly that there was only one dragon worthy of him. The last 7 years of the reign of Aegon the Conqueror were peaceful ones, so he's waiting for Dad's dragon. Okay. After the frustrations of the Dornish War, the king accepted the continued independence of Dorne and flew to Sunspear on Balerion on the 10th anniversary of the peace accords to celebrate a feast of friendship with Daria Martell, the reigning princess of Dorne. Aenys came with him on Quicksilver. Maegor remained on Dragonstone, frowning. Let's see. Aegon had made the Seven Kingdoms one with fire and blood, but after celebrating his 60th name day, he turned instead to brick and mortar. So he was half of every year was given over to a royal progress, but now it was Prince Aenys and his wife, Lady Elissa, who journeyed from castle to castle, while the aging king remained at home. The fishing village where Aegon had first landed, so this is King's Landing, growing up, building the Red Keep. It was a muddy hill, the Aegon fort. They tore it down. Then he died in 37 AC of a stroke. Aegon and Viserys were with him, his grandsons. So that's Rhaena's two younger brothers. And Jiharis and Alysanne's two older brothers, Aegon and Viserys. In the chamber of the painted table, the king was showing them the details of his conquests. Dragon hair, dominant gene, dragon bond, recessive. Yeah, I'm not sure. What do you mean dragon? I don't think so. Okay, so Targaryens mostly lose their dragon hair when they marry darker haired people. It seems to be about 50-50, actually, now that I think about it. If you look at some of the marriages to people with darker hair, it's not quite as recessive. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a geneticist. I can't. Feel free to speculate in the chat, but I'm not really sure. There is a whole dragon rider genetic theory out there, which is a pretty good theory, but I'm not sure if it's right or not. Hard to say. Okay, so let's see. That's Preston Jacobs, right? The the dragon bond following the female line. I think that's Preston Jacobs. It is a good theory. And it would fit with the idea that Aegon is infertile. And it was actually, Rhaenys' offspring. So, okay. Not even going to read. I'm not sure what the chat's doing right now. So let's see here. This was on Dragonstone where Aegon died. Maegor was there. He spoke the eulogy. The king was clad in his battle armor, and Blackfyre was in the funeral pyre. Since the days of old Valyria, it had ever been the custom of House Targaryen to burn their dead. Vhagar supplied the flames to light the fire. Blackfyre was burned with the king, but retrieved by Maegor afterward, its blade darker but elsewise unharmed. No common fire can damage Valyrian steel. So that's interesting. Dragonfire is potentially how Valyrian steel would be forged in the first place, but it's also set with spells. So the spells must cure the steel, if you will, cure it and fix it into place to where it can't be remelted. However, Valyrian steel can be reforged, but only by the Cohork smiths. They are famous for using spells in their forging. So what the Cohork smiths know how to do is they've learned the Valyrian spells to unlock the steel so it can be melted down and worked again, reworked. They can't recreate new Valyrian steel, but they do know the spell part. So Dragonfire by itself will not melt down Valyrian steel, not even a little. It's slightly darker. That's it. A little smoking. It's a little smoked sword. So that's it. Yeah. So to melt it down, you have to unlock the spells. You have to uncure it. It's like a encryption key. So the dragon was survived by his sister, the dragon being Aegon. Survived by Visenya, his sons Aenys and Maegor, and 5 grandchildren. Aenys was 35, and Maegor 5 and 20. And let's see. Rhaena is gonna be 37 minus 22 is 15. So Rhaena's about 15 here. And Maegor's 25. Yeah, 10-year gap between them. Okay. So Aenys had been at Highgarden on his progress, but then Quicksilver returned him to Dragonstone for the funeral. Afterward, he donned his father's iron and ruby crown, and Grand Maester Gawain proclaimed him Aenys of House Targaryen. Titles. The lords who had come to Dragonstone had bid their king farewell, knelt, and bowed their heads. When Maegor's turn came, Aenys drew him back to his feet, kissed his cheek, and said, "Brother, you need never kneel to me again. We shall rule this realm together. You and I, since we've always been such good friends. Please don't kill me." Then the king presented his father's sword, Blackfyre, to his brother, saying, "Please don't kill me." "Oh, no, you are more fit to bear this blade than me. Wield it in my service, and I shall be content." This bequest would prove to be most unwise, as later events would demonstrate. Queen Visenya had previously gifted her own son with Dark Sister. Prince Maegor now possessed both of the ancestral Valyrian steel swords of House Targaryen, and he would proceed to shove them up Aenys' arse. Actually, it would be Aegon the Uncrowned. From this date forward, however, he would wield only Blackfyre, whilst Dark Sister hung on the walls of his chambers on Dragonstone. So he did not dual wield because that's dumb. It's not, people don't do that. Really. Somebody somewhere, but not many people. So after the funeral rites had been completed, the new king and his entourage sailed to King's Landing, where the Iron Throne still stood amidst the mounds of rubble and mud. That's cool. It's just sitting there on a muddy hill. Maybe that's how this will end. Tearing down the Red Keep, and the Iron Throne is just sitting there in the mud. That'd be cool. Okay, so the old Aegon fort had been torn down, blah, blah, blah. But this was the coronation of Aenys. So they just came and had the coronation on the muddy hill. And that's the funeral of Aegon. So. Let's see. Thereafter, His Grace, Aenys, set out for Old Town to receive the blessing of the High Septon. Though he could have made the journey in a few short days on Quicksilver, he preferred to travel by land, accompanied by 300 mounted knights and their retinues. Queen Elissa rode beside him, together with their 3 eldest children. Princess Rhaena was 14, a beautiful young girl who stole the heart of every knight who saw her. She's not that into you, bro. Prince Aegon was 11, Prince Viserys 8. Their younger siblings, Jiharis and Alysanne, were too young for such an arduous journey and remained on Dragonstone. They were toddlers. After setting out from King's Landing, the King's party made its way to Storm's End, Dornish Marches, Old Town, Highgarden, Lannisport, River Run. All along the route, the small folk appeared by the hundreds and thousands to hail their new king and queen and cheer the young princes and princesses. And princess, just Rhaena. But while Aegon and Viserys relished in the cheers of the crowd and the feasts and frolics put on at every castle to entertain the new monarch and his family, Princess Rhaena reverted to her former shyness. At Storm's End, Orys Baratheon's maester went so far as to write, "The princess did not seem to want to be there, nor did she approve of anything she saw or heard." So again, I strongly relate to this. I often do not want to be there. Especially this sort of formal, everything is for show, everything is stiff, nobody's really talking about anything, it's a bunch of dinners, and she's not into it. She scarce seemed to eat, would not hunt or hawk, and when pressed to sing, for she is said to have a lovely voice just like her dad, just like Aenys, she refused rudely and returned to her chambers. She's like, "I'm not a parrot. I don't sing on command." Slam. The princess had been most loath to be parted from her dragon Dreamfyre, and her latest favorite, Melanie Piper, a red-haired maiden from the Riverlands. It was only when her mother, Queen Elissa, who sort of knows how things work, sent for Lady Melanie to join them on the progress that Rhaena finally put aside her sullenness to join the celebrations. Okay, so that's what it was about. Young love. Yeah, so we got Melanie back on tour, and everything is good. The show is now going on. She probably had a little discussion with Aenys, and she's like, "Look, if you want her to smile at your feasts and stuff, then this is what we got to do." So at the Starry Sept, the High Septon anointed Aenys Targaryen, as his predecessor had once anointed his father, presented him with a crown of yellow gold with the faces of the 7 inlaid in jade and pearl. Yet even as Aenys was receiving the blessing of the father of the faithful, others were casting doubt on his fitness to sit the Iron Throne. Westeros required a warrior, they whispered to one another, and Maegor was plainly the stronger of the dragon's 2 sons. Foremost amongst the whisperers was the Dowager Queen, Visenya Targaryen. "The truth is plain enough," she is reported to have said. "Even Aenys sees it. Why else would he have given Blackfyre to my son? He knows that only Maegor has the strength to rule." The new king's mettle would be tested sooner than anyone would have imagined. The wars of conquest had left scars throughout the realm. Sons now come of age, dreamed of avenging long-dead fathers. Knights remembered the days when a man with a sword and a horse and a suit of armor could slash his way to riches and glory. Make Westeros great again. Lords recalled a time when they did not need a king's leave to tax their small folk, or kill their enemies, or sleep with any of the women on their wedding night. Again, that was a thing still. "The chains the dragon forged can yet be broken," the discontented told one another. "We can win our freedoms back, but now is the time to strike, for the new king is weak." Rabble, rabble, rabble. The first stirrings of revolt were in the Riverlands. Oh, is it 2:20? Look, it is. I actually will take a 30-second break and be right back with you. Since we're reading... That song is just a little too short. And if I were better at using this program, I think I could get it to automatically transition back on its own so we don't have the black screen. I'll work on that. Thank you, 386 people watching the stream. If you haven't already, please do click like. Help other people see this wonderful stream full of dead air and also Rhaena Targaryen. It's got more Rhaena than dead air, to be fair to me. All right. So there is a rebellion stirring. First, in the Riverlands, amidst the colossal ruins of Harrenhal, of course. Always trouble. Always trouble. The first, so Aegon had granted the castle to Quentyn Coharies, his old master at arms. When Lord Coharies died in a fall from his horse in 9 AC, his title passed to his grandson Gargan. Oh, this guy. That's right. So me and Greywaste Tim, by the way, have a Harrenhal stream. I did a produced Harrenhal video, and then Tim and I did a follow-up stream. So if you want the full story of every horrific Harrenhal, well, all the Harrenhal stories, check out those two videos. But this is one of them. Gargan the Guest. A fat and foolish man with an unseemly appetite for young girls who became known as Gargan the Guest. Lord Gargan soon became infamous for turning up at every wedding celebrated within his domains so that he might enjoy the Lord's right of the first night. A more unwelcome wedding guest can scarce be imagined. He also made free with the wives and daughters of his own servants. So, not even really about the whole custom. It's just straight up a bad dude. So, I just said this. We were talking about, the lords recalled a time when they did not need a king's leave to tax their small folk or kill their enemies. Well, or abuse their small folk. So, King Aenys was still on his progress, guesting with Lord Tully of Riverrun, on his way back to King's Landing, when the father of a maid, whom Lord Coharies had honored, opened a postern gate at Harrenhal to an outlaw, who styled himself Harren the Red, and claimed to be the grandson of Harren the Black. The brigands pulled his lordship from his bed and dragged him to the Castle Godswood, where Harren sliced off his genitals and fed them to a dog. He was probably warged by Bloodraven, who's not born yet, but somehow, yes. There is some sort of thing going on here. There's a reason why they dragged him to the Godswood and then bled him out. What I think here is that Harren the Red, who would obviously be Ironborn, is attempting to... What he's doing is he's placating the common folk of the Riverlands, who still honor the old gods. Some of them, they must. Either that or it just seemed like a good place to go and sacrifice somebody. But it turns into a weirwood sacrifice pretty quick, like a really nasty one. So, some sort of divine justice is being enacted by the people here. And it says a few leal men-at-arms were killed, and the rest agreed to join Harren, who declared himself Lord of Harrenhal and King of the Rivers. Not being Ironborn, he did not claim the islands. Oh, so he wasn't Ironborn. He just used the name. Interesting. Okay, so that makes even more sense that they sacrificed him in the Godswood. So a local. Because remember, this guy Gargan, he's abusing everyone. His his vassals and the servants and everybody. So it was easy to recruit for the rebellion. When word reached Riverrun, Lord Tully urged the king to mount Quicksilver and descend on Harrenhal as his father had, because he's declaring himself king. He didn't just overthrow Gargan the Guest and say, I'm Lord of Harrenhal. He said, I'm king of the rivers. So he had too much ambition. And so, Lord Tully urged the king to mount his dragon, descend on Harrenhal as his father had, burn it a little bit more. But his grace, perhaps mindful of his mother's death in Dorne, instead commanded Tully to summon his banners and lingered at Riverrun as they gathered. Only when 1,000 men were assembled did Aenys march. But when his men reached Harrenhal, they found it empty, but for corpses. Heir and the Red had put Lord Gargan's servants to the sword and taken his band into the woods. Oh, that's lame. So the same servants that had been abused by Gargan, that Heir and the Red recruited, he then turned on, killed, and fled. So that's cool. What a coward. By the time Aenys returned to King's Landing, the news had grown even worse. In the Vale, Ronald Arryn's younger brother, Jonos, had deposed and imprisoned his loyal sibling and declared himself king of Mountain and Vale. In the Iron Islands, another priest king had walked out of the sea, announcing himself to be Lodos the twice drowned. I love this guy. Son of the drowned god, returned at last from visiting his father. You know what we say about him might be a squisher. A place like this. And high in the red mountains of Dorne, a pretender called the Vulture King appeared and called on all true Dornishmen to avenge the evils visited on Dorne by the Targaryens. Though Princess Aerea denounced him, swearing that she and all little Dornishmen wanted only peace, thousands flocked to his banners, swarming down from the hills and out of the sands, through goat tracks in the mountains and into the Reach. So this was a case of, oh no, right on Ned's lawn, don't stop the music. So that's, oh yeah, the Vulture King, very bad guy. I'm not going to punish anyone for joining him though, you know, and he's that way, by the way. And here's some water for the journey. This Vulture King is half mad and his followers are a rabble, undisciplined and unwashed, Lord Harmon Dondarrion wrote to the king. We can smell them coming 50 leagues away. Not long after, that selfsame rabble stormed and seized his castle of Blackhaven. The Vulture King personally sliced off Dondarrion's nose before putting Blackhaven to the torch and marching away. Well, George loves that little insult, poetic justice back and forth. So there you go. King Aenys knew these rebels had to be put down, but seemed unable to decide where to begin. And I'll just point out, being afraid of going to Harrenhal because of Dorne doesn't make sense. The Dornish aren't just randos. Like, they knew how to fire a crossbow bolt and hit a dragon in midair because their ancestors did it, the Rhoynar. They shot down 2 dragons at one battle against the Valyrians. So it's not really reasonable to think that the Tullys are going to, like, be able to pull that off too. In any case, he didn't know where to start. Grand Maester Gawain wrote that the king could not comprehend why this was happening. The small folk loved him, did they not? Jonos Arryn, this new Lodos, the Vulture King, had he wronged them? If they had grievances, why did they not bring them to him? I would have heard them out. His Grace spoke of sending messengers to the rebels to learn the reasons for their actions. Fearing that King's Landing might not be safe with Heir and the Red alive and near, he sent Queen Elissa and their younger children to Dragonstone. So he's retreating. He commanded his hand, Lord Alan Stokeworth, to take a fleet and army to the Vale to put down Jonos Arryn and restore his brother Ronald to lordship. But when the ships were about to sail, he countermanded the order, fearing that Stokeworth's departure would leave King's Landing undefended. Instead, he sent the hand with but a few hundred men to hunt down Heir and the Red, and decided he would summon a great council to discuss how best to put down the other rebels. So we probably need to skip through some of this, but essentially, Aenys is prevaricating, and these rebellions are proceeding. And Ronald Arryn gets thrown out the moon door. And so we've got Jonos now. He's ensconced. And they did not fly to the Eyrie. Let's see. Oh, no. Maegor appeared. That's what happened. This is important. So King Jonos and his diehard followers spat down defiance, and then Maegor appeared astride Balerion. He had claimed a dragon at last, none other than the Black Dread. Oh, so nobody knew he even had the Black Dread. Okay, so he just claimed him. And this was enough to get the Erie's garrison to seize the Pretender and deliver him to Lord Royce, opening the moon door once again and serving Jonos the Kinslayer as he had served his brother. So, Maegor shows, all you need to do is literally show up with the dragon, and you can change hands, okay? Maegor was cruel, though. After taking possession of the Eyrie, Maegor executed them to a man. Even the highest born amongst them were denied the honor of dying by sword. They all deserved only a rope, Maegor decreed. So the captured knights were hanged naked from the walls of the Eyrie. Let's see. Hubert Arryn, a cousin to the dead brothers, was installed as Lord of the Vale. He had already sired 6 sons by his lady wife, Royce of Runestone, so the Arryn's succession was seen to be secure. And on the Iron Islands, Lodos was overthrown, and a Greyjoy beat him, and Aenys offered him any gift that he would desire, and so Goran Greyjoy asked for the king to expel all the Septons from the Iron Islands, so then he had to do that. So now he's weakened with the faith, and the Vulture King is the worst rebellion. Many suspected Aerea Martell was playing a double game, as I said, for she did not take the field against the rebels and was rumored to be sending them men, money, and supplies. So, his host became very large, and he divided his strength. He marched west against Nightsong on Horn Hill with half of his power, and the other half went to Stonehelm, seat of House Swan, and both hosts met with disaster. Orys Baratheon was involved. And at Nightsong, it was Dondarrion and Karen and Tarly, Savage Sam Tarly with the Valyrian steel sword Heartsbane. So then we had the Vulture Hunt. Savage Sam hunted him down. And Hair in the Red was finally brought to bay in a village near the God's Eye by the King's Hand, Alan Stokeworth. No, he was cut down, but his squire, Benar Brune, cut him down in turn. So then Aenys knighted Brune, rewarded Davos Baratheon, Samwell Tarly, No-Nose Dondarrion, Ellen Karen, Allard Royce, and Goran Greyjoy with gold offices and honors. The greatest plaudits he bestowed on his own brother. On his return to King's Landing, Maegor was hailed as a hero. King Aenys embraced him before a cheering throng and named him Hand of the King. When the 2 young dragons hatched amidst the fire pits of Dragonstone at the end of the year, it was taken for a sign. So, the amity between the dragon sons did not long endure. It says the conflict was inevitable because they were so different. Aenys is dabbling in alchemy, astronomy, and astrology, and he likes music and dancing, and he likes silks and velvets, and he likes maesters and septons and fools. Maegor, I think we get the idea that they really hit it hard here, but they're very different. So then they're ruling together for 2 years. In 39 AC, Elissa gave King Aenys yet another heir, Vaela, who died in the cradle. But it was this continued proof of the queen's fertility that drove Maegor to do what he did. Whatever the reason, he shocked the realm and the king both when he suddenly announced that Lady Cerys was barren, and he had therefore taken a second wife, Alice Haraway, daughter of the new lord of Harrenhal. The wedding was performed on Dragonstone under the aegis of Dowager Queen Visenya, as the castle septon refused to officiate. So Maegor and his new bride were joined in a Valyrian rite wed by blood and fire. So think of something like Daemon and Rhaenyra on Dragonstone in House of the Dragon. This marriage took place without leave, knowledge, or presence of King Aenys. So that is quite the move. That's very controversial. So when it became known, the 2 half-brothers quarreled bitterly. Nor was his grace alone in his wrath. Manfred Hightower, father of Lady Cerys, made protest to the king, demanding that Lady Alice be put aside. And, of course, In the Starry Septed Old Town, the High Septon, who was a High Tower, denounced Maegor's marriage as a sin and a fornication, abomination, and calling the prince's new bride this whore of Haraway. Such language for the High Septon. No true son or daughter of the Seven would ever bow to such, he thundered. Maegor remains defiant. His father had taken both of his sisters, so the strictures of the faith might rule lesser men, but not the blood of the dragon. No words of Aenys could heal the wound. His brother's words thus opened, and many pious lords throughout the Seven Kingdoms condemned the marriage and began to speak openly of Maegor's whore. That's just not polite. So vexed and angry, Aenys gave his brother a choice: put Alice Haraway aside and return to Lady Cerys, or suffer 5 years of exile. It's kind of putting your foot down. He should have just told him to put her aside, straight up. I mean, he could have done that, but he did not. So Maegor chose exile. In 40 AC, he departed for Pentos, taking Lady Alice, Balerion, Blackfyre, the sword. It is said that Aenys requested his brother return Blackfyre, to which Maegor replied, "Your grace is welcome to try and take her from me." So at that point, Aenys should have declared him traitor. And the fact that he did not just shows like how weak he is. It's hella weak. He requested the sword back, and then he's like, "Over my dead body," and he's like, "All right," and he said no. Like, that's really weak. Sorry, just had to get a good cough. Trying to get this frog out here. So, and next, we got what happened next. So, to replace his brother's hand, King Aenys turned to Septon Myrmison, a pious cleric said to be able to heal the sick by laying on of hands. So, we've got a Septon hand who's good with his hands. The king had him lay his hands on Lady Cerys' belly every night in hopes that his brother might repent his folly if his lawful wife could be made fertile. But the lady soon grew weary of the nightly ritual and departed King's Landing for Old Town, where she rejoined her father in the High Tower. No doubt his grace, the king, hoped the choice would appease the faith. If so, he was wrong. Septon Myrmison could no more heal the realm than he could make Cerys High Tower fecund. The High Septon continued to thunder, and all through the realm the lords in their halls spoke of the king's weakness. How can he rule the Seven Kingdoms when he cannot even rule his brother? So there you go. The king remained oblivious to the discontent in the realm. Peace had returned. His troublesome brother was across the narrow sea, and a great new castle had begun to rise. So basically, if it's not burning, he's happy to ignore it. And that carries on. In 41 AC, Aenys made the disastrous blunder and announced his intention to give the hand of his daughter Rhaena in marriage to her brother Aegon, heir to the Iron Throne. So, Rhaena was 18, Aegon 15. They had been close since childhood, playmates when young. Though Aegon had never claimed a dragon of his own, he had ascended into the skies more than once with his sister on Dreamfyre. Lean and handsome and growing taller every year, Aegon was said by many to be the very image of his grandsire at the same age. 3 years of service as a squire had sharpened his prowess with sword and axe, and he was widely regarded as the best young lance in all the realm. Of late, many a young maiden had cast her eye upon the prince, and Aegon was not indifferent to their charms. "If the prince is not wed," the Grand Maester Gawain wrote the Citadel, "his grace may soon have a bastard grandchild to deal with." So, Princess Rhaena had many a suitor as well, but unlike her brother, she gave encouragement to none of them. Again, not that into you, bro. She preferred to spend her days with her siblings, her dogs and cats, and her newest favorite, Elaine Royce, daughter to the Lord of Runestone, a plump and homely girl, but so cherished that Rhaena sometimes took her flying on the back of Dreamfyre, just as she did her brother Aegon. More often, though, Rhaena took to the skies by herself. After her 16th name day, the princess declared herself a woman grown, free to fly where I will. Yeah, that's called thick, Maester so-and-so. Anyway, spell it with 2 C's. And fly she did. Dreamfyre was seen as far away as Harrenhal, Tarth, Runestone, Goldtown. It was whispered, though never proved, that on one of these flights, Rhaena surrendered the flower of her maidenhead to a low-born lover. A hedge knight, one story had it. Others named him a singer, a blacksmith's son, a village septon. In light of these tales, some have suggested that Aenys might have felt a need to see his daughter wed as soon as possible. Regardless of the truth of that surmise, at 18, Rhaena was certainly of an age to marry, 3 years older than her mother and father had been when they were wed. So, what do we make of these rumors? These rumors could be a beard. Rhaena could be spreading rumors just to throw people off the trail. Or this just could be the kind of rumors that spring up because she's young and pretty and she's flying around. So she must be, meeting with lovers or something. But I also think it's interesting that her personality is starting to manifest. She's very independent. She can't be told. She's going to go and fly where she will. And that's how I would be if I had a dragon. Because she likes to be by herself. So it's like, what's better than flying on the dragon? You're very by yourself, up in the sky. No one can touch you. So not hard to understand. Elissa Farman, a piece of work too. It takes some cold-blooded chutzpah to use your brother as a cover and leave him holding the bag with them eggs. Well, ships don't build themselves, Kelly Johnson. And don't pay for themselves either. So, yeah. It's stealing from the rich is, debatably, morally just fine. So, there is that. In any case, and fly she did. Dreamfyre was seen as far away as Harrenhal, Tarth, Runestone. Oh, I read that. Sorry. Given the traditions and practices of House Targaryen, a match between his 2 eldest children must have seemed the obvious course to King Aenys. The affection between Rhaena and Aegon was well known, and neither raised any objection to the marriage. Indeed, there is much to suggest that both had been anticipating just such a partnership since they had first played together in the nurseries of Dragonstone and the Aegon Fort. The storm that greeted the king's announcement took them all by surprise, though the warning signs had been plain enough for those with the wit to read them. The faith had condoned, or at the very least ignored, the marriage of the conqueror and his sisters, but it was not willing to do the same for their grandchildren. From the Starry Sept came blistering condemnation, denouncing the marriage of brother to sister as an obscenity, abomination. Any children born of such union would be abominations in the sights of gods and men, the father of the faithful proclaimed in a declaration that was read by 10,000 septons throughout the 7 kingdoms. So, just as Aenys was defied by Maegor, he is now being defied by the faith. Aenys Targaryen was infamous for his indecision, yet here, faced with the fury of the faith, he stiffened and grew stubborn. Finally, the Dowager Queen Visenya advised him that he had but 2 choices. He must abandon the marriage and find new matches for his son and daughter, or mount his dragon Quicksilver, fly to Old Town, and burn the Starry Sept down around the High Septon's head. That's the Visenya solution. She proposes this multiple times. It's kind of like the plan to invade Iraq back in the 90s. They kept waving it around for years and years and years before 9/11 gave them the excuse to do it. But, yeah, it's kind of like that. Visenya has wanted to burn Old Town forever. She keeps bringing it up. She just won't be quiet about it. So, let's see here. King Aenys did neither. Instead, he simply persisted. Still, he persisted. On the day of the wedding, the streets outside the Sept of Remembrance, built atop the hill of Rhaenys and named in honor of the dragon's fallen queen, were lined with warrior sons in gleaming silver armor, making note of each of the wedding guests as they passed by, afoot, a horse, or in litters. The wiser lords, perhaps expecting that, had stayed away. Okay, so this is like open challenge here. Those who did come to bear witness saw more than a wedding. At the feast afterward, King Aenys compounded his misjudgment by granting the title Prince of Dragonstone to his presumptive heir, Prince Aegon. A hush fell over the hall at those words, for all present knew that that title had hitherto belonged to Prince Maegor. At the high table, Queen Visenya rose and stalked from the hall without the king's leave. That night, she mounted Vhagar and returned to Dragonstone, and it is written that when her dragon passed before the moon, that orb turned as red as blood. So a little mythical astronomy moon cracking. Nissa Visenya, her dragon scream, turning the moon to blood. And this is at the marriage of two Targaryens. So it's a little Azor High Nissa wedding there as well. Implications. But Aenys Targaryen did not seem to comprehend the extent to which he had aroused the realm against him. This is funny. This actually mirrors Maegor at the end of his rule. He's sort of like slow to understand that he's lost support from everyone. It's the same thing. Eager to win back the favor of the small folk, he decreed that the prince and princess would make a royal progress through the realm, no doubt thinking of the cheers that had greeted him everywhere when he went on his own royal progress. Wiser, perhaps, than her father, Princess Rhaena asked his leave to bring her dragon, Dreamfyre, with them. But Aenys forbade it. So we already see, again, Princess Rhaena, independently minded and also smart. As Aegon had not yet ridden a dragon, the king feared that the lords and commons might think his son unmanly if they saw his wife on dragonback and him on a palfrey. That's fair, but why hasn't he claimed a dragon? Why didn't Aenys encourage him to claim a dragon? I'm not sure. The king had grossly misjudged the temper of the kingdom, the piety of his people, and the power of the High Septon's words. From the first day they set out, Aegon and Rhaena and their escort were jeered by crowds of the faithful wherever they went. At Maidenpool, not a single Septon could be found to pronounce a blessing at the feast Lord Mooten threw in their honor. When they reached Harrenhal, Lord Lucas Harroway refused to admit them to his castle unless they agreed to acknowledge his daughter Alice as their uncle's true and lawful wife. Alice Harroway. And Maegor, right, exactly. So they would have been undermining Aenys' decree to do that, and so they refused. That won them no love from the pious, but only a cold, wet night in tents beneath the towering walls of Black Heron's mighty castle. So they're pleasing no one. At one village in the Riverlands, several poor fellows went so far as to pelt the royal couple with clods of dirt. Prince Aegon drew his sword to chastise them and had to be restrained by his own knights, for the prince's party was greatly outnumbered. Yet that did not stop Princess Rhaena from riding up to them to say, "You are fearless when facing a girl on a horse, I see. The next time I come, I will be on a dragon. Throw dirt on me then, I pray you." So we're getting into Rhaena's real story here. And, going back to the problem of Rhaena having a dragon and Aegon not, Rhaena is also older, so maybe she should have been the ruling monarch. This is not a firmly established thing. It's sort of just been an assumption that Aegon's going to be king because he looks like his grandsire. But Rhaena was actually the stronger candidate to be the monarch here. I mean, we're talking about, he's got to be a warrior. Well, more important than the king being a warrior is the king being a dragon rider. If you're going to be a Targaryen king, and Rhaena was a dragon rider, Aegon was not. So here we see this as a problem. If these two had been dragon riders, or if Rhaena had been riding her dragon, then that would have been totally different. You wouldn't pelt them with insults and mud, it would have been a show of power. So elsewhere in the realm, matters went from bad to worse. Septon Murmuson, the king's hand, was expelled from the faith in punishment for performing the forbidden nuptials, whereupon Aenys himself took quill in hand to write a sternly worded email to the High Septon, asking that His High Holiness restore my good Murmison, and explaining the long history of brother-sister marriages in Old Valyria. The High Septon's reply was so venomous that His Grace went pale when he read it. Far from relenting, the Shepherd of the Faithful addressed Aenys as King Abomination, declaring him a pretender and a tyrant with no right to rule the 7 kingdoms. So, yeah, the faithful were listening. Less than a fortnight later, Murmison was crossing the city in his litter. A group of poor fellows came swarming from an alley and hacked him to pieces with their axes. So sad, the warrior sons began to fortify the hill of Rhaenys, turning the Sept of Remembrance into their citadel. With the Red Keep still years away from completion, the king decided his manse atop Visenya's hill was too vulnerable and made plans to remove himself to Dragonstone with Queen Elissa and their younger children. Remember, Aenys has a dragon. An older dragon. And, yeah, this is insane. But he's just retreating. That proved to be a wise precaution. 3 days before they were to sail, 2 poor fellows scaled the manse's walls and broke into the king's bedchamber. Only the timely intervention of the king's guard saved Aenys from an ignoble death. Again, use the dragon. His Grace was trading Visenya's hill for Visenya herself. On Dragonstone, the Queen Dowager famously greeted him with, "You are a fool and a weakling, nephew. Do you think any man would ever have dared speak so to your father? You have a dragon. Use him. Fly to Old Town and make the Starry Sept another Harrenhal. Or give me leave and let me roast this pious fool for you." So there you go. Not only does Aenys have a dragon, he has Visenya, who rides Vhagar, just sitting there I'd love to go burn Harrenhal. Or not Harrenhal, the Starry Sept. So, instead, he sent the Queen Dowager to her chambers in Sea Dragon Tower and ordered her to remain there, where she can't get to Vhagar. So by the end of 41, much of the realm was deep in the throes of full-fledged rebellion against House Targaryen, because, of course, we haven't done anything to tamp down anything. The 4 false kings who had arisen on the deaths of Aegon the Conqueror now seemed like so many posturing fools against the threat posed by this new rising, for these rebels believed themselves soldiers of the 7 fighting a holy war. So, this gets into the War of the Faith here. Lords are rallying to them. The warrior sons seized the gates of King's Landing, drove the workmen from the unfinished Red Keep. So they are taking over King's Landing. Princess Rhaena and Aegon are forced to abandon their progress and take shelter in the Craighall Castle in the Riverlands. An envoy from the Iron Bank of Bravos sent to Old Town to treat with Martin Hightower, the new Lord of the Hightower and voice of Old Town, wrote home to say that the High Septon was the true king of Westeros in all but name. So there you go. The coming of the new year found Aenys still on Dragonstone, sick with fear and indecision. His Grace was but 35, and it said that he looked like a man of 60. And Grand Maester Gawyn reported that he often took to his bed with loose bowels and stomach cramps. None of the Grand Maester's cures proved efficacious, and the Dowager Queen took charge of the king's care, and Aenys seemed to improve for a time, only to suffer a sudden collapse when word reached him that thousands of poor fellows had surrounded Craighall, where his son and daughter were reluctant guests. 3 days later, the king was dead. So look, I am pretty harsh on Visenya. Visenya enabled Maegor. However, I don't think she killed Aenys. I don't think she poisoned him. And in fact, what we see is that he improves for a time, and his collapse, it's not random. It comes when he receives a shocking news and he collapses. He's prematurely aged. He either has a mysterious disease, or he is just literally so bad at managing stress, that he has prematurely aged himself. And so it seems that he does have a weak heart, this whole collapsing thing, right? But anyways, he's dead now. And so he was given over to the flames. His funeral was attended by his sons Viserys and Jiharis, 12 and 7. His daughter Alysanne, 5. I don't know where Rhaena is. Hopefully they'll tell us. Queen Elissa sang a dirge for him, which is interesting. And his own beloved Quicksilver set his pyre alight, though it was recorded that the dragons Vermithor and Silverwing added their own fires to hers. Queen Visenya was not present. Within an hour of the king's death, she had mounted Vhagar and flown east across the narrow sea. When she returned, Prince Maegor was with her on Balerion. And it's just important to remember how much bigger Balerion and Vhagar are than all of these other dragons. So Maegor descended on Dragonstone only long enough to claim the crown, not the ornate golden crown Aenys had favored with its images of the seven, but the iron crown of their father, set with its blood-red rubies. His mother placed it on his head, and the lords and knights gathered there and knelt as he proclaimed himself Maegor of House Targaryen, first of his name, titles. That's the voice he used. Only Grand Maester Gawain dared object. By all the laws of inheritance, laws that the conqueror himself had affirmed after the conquest, the Iron Throne should pass to King Aenys' son Aegon, the aged master said. The Iron Throne will go to the this is Maegor. The Iron Throne will go to the man who has the strength to seize it, Maegor replied. Whereupon he declared the immediate execution of the Grand Maester, taking off Gawain's old grey head himself with a single swing of Blackfyre. Queen Elissa and her children were not on hand to witness King Maegor's coronation. She had taken them from Dragonstone within hours of her husband's funeral, crossing to her Lord Father's castle on nearby Driftmark. Oh, I just said, where's Rhaena? Rhaena is with Aegon. They're imprisoned at Craighall. That's where they are. Duh, sorry. So, Elissa Velaryon takes her kids and goes to Driftmark. So, when told, Maegor gave a shrug, then retired to the chamber of the painted table with a maester to dictate letters to the lords great and small throughout the realm. So it's like, finally, I can, run this thing the right way. So he sends a bunch of ravens. Then he mounts Balerion, crossed Blackwater Bay to King's Landing, accompanied by the Dowager Queen Visenya on Vhagar. The return of the dragon set off riots in the city as hundreds tried to flee, only to find the gates closed and barred. The warriors' sons held the city walls, the pits and the piles of what would be the Red Keep, and the hill of Rhaenys, where they had made the Sept of Remembrance their own fortress. The Targaryens raised their standards atop Visenya's hill and called for leal men to gather to them. Thousands did. Visenya Targaryen proclaimed that her son Maegor had come to be their king. A true king, the blood of Aegon the Conqueror, who was my brother, my husband, and my love. If any man questions my son's right to the Iron Throne, let him prove his claim with his body. The warrior sons were not slow to accept her challenge. Down from the hill of Rhaenys they rode 700 knights in silvered steel, led by their grand captain Sir Daemon Morgan, called Daemon the Devout. I'm not sure why he's got that name, the Morgan. Let us not bandy words, Maegor told him. Swords will decide this matter. Sir Daemon agreed the gods would grant victory to the man whose cause was just, he said. Let each side have 7 champions, as it was done in Andalos of old. Okay, so, again, we read this all in the Maegor's stream. So they do the trial by 7. Everyone dies except for Maegor. Maegor is, however, left unconscious for 30 days. Until Tyenna of the Tower comes to wake him up. So 27 days. It's 27 days, then Tyenna appears. Or they send for her. Let's see here. Elissa proclaimed her own son Aegon the true king, but few heeded her call, because he is imprisoned at Crackhall, basically. He's trapped. He's surrounded by poor fellows and pious peasants. He's not imprisoned by the Crackhalls, but he's surrounded. Under siege, if you will. In the citadel of Old Town, the Archmaesters met in conclave to debate the succession and choose a new Grand Maester. Blah, blah, blah. And they pick somebody. Let's see here. Oh, something did happen. As soon as I try to skim. Thousands of poor fellows streamed towards King's Landing. So those from the west followed the hedge knight Sir Horace Hill. Those from the south, a gigantic axeman called Wat the Hewer. When the ragged bands encamped around Crackhall left to join their fellows on the march, Aegon and Rhaena were finally able to depart. Abandoning their royal progress, they made their way to Casterly Rock, where Lord Lyman Lannister offered them protection. It was his wife, Lady Jocasta, who first discerned that Princess Rhaena was with child. And those would be twins, of course. On the 28th day after the Trial of Seven, a ship arrived from Pentos upon the evening tide, carrying 2 women and 600 sellswords. Alice of Haraway, Maegor Targaryen's second wife, had returned with Tyenna of the Tower. Blah, 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 blah. Do you believe in magic? And Maegor appears on the walls of the Red Keep between Alice Haraway and Tyenna of Pentos. And the crowd cheers until he climbs atop Balerion, descended upon the hill of Aenys, where 700 of the warriors' sons were at their morning prayers in the fortified sept, and of course he burned it down. He had them locked in. He burned them all. And I will, as I did in the Maegor stream, I will just point out, they were abiding by the fact that Maegor won the trial by 7. And this was a pretty monstrous act. It was not a just act or an act of war. He did not kill them on the battlefield. They were in their citadel, basically honoring his victory and waiting for him to come to see what would happen. So then Maegor had the doors locked and burned them all alive inside. So that is just in no way an excusable or just act. But so it is with Maegor. The war against the faith had just begun. So they are rallying forces in Old Town against Maegor. And there's battles. We're going to skip ahead to see till we get to some Rhaena stuff. This is pretty much all war against the faith. Balerion is burning stuff. People are dying. He marries Tyenna of the Tower. And Elissa was there in the Red Keep by this point. Let's see. A visit from the Dowager Queen and Vhagar had persuaded her to leave her sanctuary on Driftmark and return to court, where Elissa and her brothers and cousins of House Velaryon did homage to Maegor as the true king. So they were forced to, under threat of burning. The widowed queen was even compelled to join the other ladies of the court in disrobing his grace and escorting him to the nuptial chamber to consummate his marriage, a bedding ceremony presided over by the king's second wife, Alice Haraway. That task done, Elissa and the other ladies took their leave, but Alice remained, joining the king and his newest wife in a night of carnal lust. So, across the realm, the High Septon was loud in his denunciations of the abomination and his horrors, whilst the king's first wife, Cerise of House Hightower, continued to insist she was Maegor's only lawful queen. And in the Westerlands, Aegon, Prince of Dragonstone, and his wife, Princess Rhaena, remained defiant as well. All throughout the turmoil, Aenys' son and the princess, Rhaena, had remained at Casterly Rock while Rhaena grew great with child. Most of the knights and young lordlings who had set out with them on their ill-fated progress had abandoned them, rushing off to King's Landing to bend their knees to Maegor. Even Rhaena's handmaids and companions had found excuses to absent themselves, save for her friend Elaine Royce and a former favorite, Melanie Piper, coming back around, who arrived at Lannisport with her brothers to swear the loyalty of their house. So we left the ex on good terms, maybe not even an ex, and now she has come forth to support Rhaena politically. So this is now more meaningful. This support of arms. All his life, Prince Aegon had been considered the true presumptive heir to the Iron Throne, but now suddenly he found himself reviled by the pious and abandoned by many he had thought to be his leal friends. Maegor supporters, who seemed more numerous every day, were not shy in saying that Aegon was his father's son, meaning Aenys, suggesting they saw in him the same weakness that had brought down King Aenys. Aegon had never ridden a dragon, they pointed out, whereas Maegor had claimed Balerion. And the prince's own bride, Rhaena, had been flying Dreamfyre since the age of 12. Because Aegon is 18. Queen Elissa's attendance at Maegor's wedding was trumpeted as proof that Aegon's own mother had abandoned his cause. That's not true. Of course, she was forced to, with Vhagar. A little bit unfair. Though Lyman Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, stood firm when Maegor demanded that Aegon and his sister be returned to King's Landing in chains if need be. Even he would not go so far as to pledge his sword to the youth, who now found himself being called the Pretender and Aegon the Uncrowned. So he's refusing to give him up, but not declaring him king. So I'm sorry to take another quick break, but I do need to grab a drink, and I will hit you up with the patron intro again, and I'll be right back, hopefully before this is over. The refrigerator's downstairs. Sorry, running as fast as I can. But thanks for bearing with me. I am by myself today. Everyone was sick or busy, so it's just me, and we're back. And there's 422 people watching. Praise Garth. Click that like button if you have not already. Cheers. Dragon cheers. All right. I didn't even get to blaze it. I was just running up and down the stairs. Here, I can do two things at once. Hang on. I'm not incompetent. I'm not. I can walk and chew gum. All right. You know, I think the finest act of multitasking that I've ever seen was by my my YouTube manager, one Maynard James Plum. You don't name somebody after Bloodraven unless they're a highly skilled individual. And oh yes, I'm telling this story, Maynard Plum. We're 2 hours into the stream. I've given you a lot of content. I got more content coming. This is taking longer than I thought, but you will indulge me a brief story from my past. So Maynard James Plum, he is the person who, how much do I want to talk about? Well, let's just say we are both members of the California gardening class. We are Garth enthusiasts, right? So one time we are driving around San Francisco, and Maynard Plum is driving a stick shift at this time. And he asked me to twist up little Garth cigarette while, he was driving. And I either was too slow on the draw or was like, oh man, I don't know if I can roll one while you're driving around, downtown San Francisco like this. So he proceeded to do it himself with one hand while driving stick in downtown San Francisco. Twisted the whole thing up. And I was just floored. I was like, this guy's on a whole nother level. So 20 years later, still, it's like, you're the most competent person I know, Maynard. So like, yeah, he's a real one. Okay, still got 422 watchers. That's awesome. Oh, 421. Just lost somebody. Bad story. Give me the thumbs up for that guy. All right, no, I'm kidding. All right, let's get back to the topic at hand, though. Multitasking I was supposed to be doing. So, Aegon the Uncrowned. There's the nickname. The nickname is born. Not a very good one. Got some dust on the windscreen. And thus it was there at Casterly Rock that Rhaena gave birth to Aegon's daughters, twins they named Aerea and Rhaella. Oh, I wrote down Rhaena Jr. It's Rhaella, so not Rhaena Jr. Aerea and Rhaella. From the Starry Sept, and this would be the first Rhaella. Mad King Aerys' sister wife was Rhaella also, so this is the first one. So the Starry Sept, another blistering proclamation. These children too were abominations. The High Septon proclaimed fruits of lust and incest. So there's hopefully a little bit of lust in the conception of all children. But the incest is certainly what he has a problem with. Franklin saw Rhaena for what she was early. Okay, listen, Kelly, you're sort of pushing the line here with just sort of throwing out super negative stuff about the character that I'm trying to discuss, who I said was one of my favorite characters. And I definitely don't mind unvarnished opinions, but it just seems like you're kind of ragging here with a really one-side opinion. So if I could ask you to reel that in, I appreciate the super chat. But like, you're talking mostly about stuff we haven't even come to yet. So maybe let's just wait until we get to that part in the story so everyone can all discuss it with all the facts that are present, because you're just kind of doing the hot button thing here. And so if we could just reel that in, that'd be cool. And so, where are we? Fruits of lust and incest, accursed of the gods. The maester at Casterly Rock who helped deliver the child, tells us that afterwards, Princess Rhaena begged the prince, her husband, to take them all across the narrow sea to Tyrosh or Myr or Volantis, anywhere beyond their uncle's reach. For, quote, I would gladly give up my own life to make you king, but I will not put our girls at risk. But her words fell on stony ears, and her tears were shed in vain, for Prince Aegon was determined to claim his birthright. So I would say right here that this is one of the first instances of Targaryens having a certain view of rule. And we see this in the books. We see this with Rhaenyra a little bit. This is an option that is given to her, but she chooses not to. Like when Viserys is trying to force her, and again, book canon, a little different than show canon, but similar in both. Essentially, she is forced to marry a political, Laenor for reasons of politics if she wants to remain heir. So what we've got here is basically Rhaena saying, look, we have a family. Let's just let Maegor rule the Seven Kingdoms, and let's go live in exile and be safe because we don't have the dragon power or the political support to really launch a challenge to Maegor. She's being realistic. Honestly, Aegon doesn't even have a dragon. So, yeah. Aegon, however, is determined to claim his birthright. So why? Basically, what Aegon is saying is, no, it has to be me. I have to rule. It can't be Maegor. I would be a better king. Now, Maegor is not a good king, so there is that. But, you know, it's a certain amount of hubris as far as, like, thinking that you're the only one that's got to do it. But be that as it may, the dawn of the year 43 AC found King Maegor in King's Landing, where he had taken personal charge of the construction of the Red Keep. He changed the builders. He built secret passages, and then he killed them all, as we know. Maegor's holdfast. Lucas Haraway, the father of his wife Alice, became the new hand. But it's basically says he doesn't have much influence. It's really Visenya who is... actually, no, he's ruled by three queens, Maegor is. Visenya, Alice Haraway, and Queen Tiana of the Tower, the mistress of whispers, the king's raven. She spoke with rats and spiders, it was said, and all the vermin of King's Landing came to her by night to tell tales of any fool rash enough to speak against the king. So Varys, his little birds, same idea here. Thousands of poor fellows still haunted the roads and wild places of the Reach, the Trident, and the Vale, though they would never again assemble in large numbers to face the king in open battle. The stars fought on in smaller ways. Sept and Moon, blah, blah, blah. Poxy Jane, the warrior's sons. More War of the Faith stuff. Maegor let the poisons fester for almost half a year. He was so into building the Red Keep. It was his mother who struck first. Visenya mounted Vhagar and brought fire and blood to the Riverlands, as she had once had to Dorne in a single night. The seats of Blaintree, House Tarek, Deddings, Leicester, and House Wayne were all set aflame. Then Maegor took wing, flying blaring to the Westerlands, where he burned the castles of the Brooms, the Falwells, the Lorches, and the other pious lords. Oh, is that a Jerry Falwell shot right there? The pious lords, such as the Falwells? Focus on the family, guys. Yep. Who had defied his summons. Lastly, he descended upon the seat of House Doggett, reducing it to ash. The fires claimed the lives of Sir Joffrey's father, mother, and young sister, along with their sworn swords, serving men and chattel. You know how it goes. And they're about to burn Old Town. Thousands fled. Thousands more took to the streets in drunken revelry. For come the morrow, the virtuous and the vile burn together. Others gathered in the septs and temples and ancient woods to pray. In the starry sept, the high septon railed and thundered, calling down the wrath of the gods upon the Targaryens. The archmaester of the citadel met in conclave. The men of the watch filled sacks with sand and pails with water. Crossbows, scorpions. They're preparing for the two of the biggest dragons that Westeros has ever seen. Sometime during the blackest hour of the long and dreadful night, the High Septon mysteriously died. A man of 53, as tireless as he was fearless, and to all appearances in robust good health, this High Septon had been renowned for his strength. More than once he had preached for a day and a night without taking sleep or nourishment, filibustering. His sudden death shocked the city and dismayed his followers. Its causes are debated to this day. Some say His High Holiness took his own life in what was either the act of a craven, afraid to face the wrath of Maegor, or noble sacrifice to spare the good folk of Old Town from dragon flame. Others claim the Seven struck him down for the sin of pride, heresy, treason, and arrogance. Many and more remain certain he was murdered. But by whom? Morgan Hightower did the deed? Sir Morgan Hightower did the deed at the command of his lord brother, some say, and Sir Morgan was seen entering and leaving the High Septon's privy chambers that night. Others point to the Lady Patrice Hightower, Lord Martin's maiden aunt and a reputed witch. Shout out to the Mad Maid, Melora Hightower. So the Hightowers, man, they've been doing this witchcraft for a long time. You build a tall tower, you live at the top, you just got to do witchcraft. I don't make the rules. Let's see here. She did indeed seek an audience with His High Holiness at dusk, though he was alive when she left. The Archmaesters of the Citadel are also suspected, though whether they made use of the dark arts, an assassin, or a poisoned scroll is still a matter of some debate. By the way, poisoned scroll is something that an assassin would use, like a faceless man. So that could this could be that, but it's more likely it's just a political murder. It's one of expediency. There's many people that have the motive. They all have the same motive. So, and there are still others who hold them all blameless and lay the High Septon's death at the door of another rumored sorceress, the Dowager Queen, Visenya Targaryen. How would she have done it? Yeah, just nebulous sorcery. She's a witch. She must have done it. Which others are you pointing at? Others point to Lady Patrice. Still others hold them blameless. I'm not sure, Kelly. Sorry. The truth will likely never be known, but the swift reaction of Lord Martin when word reached him at the High Tower is beyond dispute. At once he dispatched his own knights to disarm and arrest the warrior's sons, amongst them his own brother. The city gates were opened, and Targaryen banners raised along the walls. Even before Vaegar's wings were sighted, Lord Hightower's men were rousting the most devout from their beds and marching them to the Starry Sept at Spear Point to choose a new High Septon. Okay, blah, blah, blah. We're getting lost in the detail here. They didn't burn, is the point. They anointed an old, 90 years old, blind and stooped and feeble. He was happy with Maegor, and so they remained there for half a year to iron things out, and they dissolved the warrior's sons and poor fellows. And that's pretty much the end of that. So, yeah. Use your dragon. That's the moral of the story. If you want to be a Targaryen warlord. So Kelly Johnson, if you watch my new-ish Secret of the Glass Candle video, I think Melora is a glass candle user, because if you put the pieces together, there's lots of clues that Leighton Hightower, thank you, that Leighton Hightower has a glass candle, and that he is using that glass candle up there like Sauron, or Saruman's using his Palantir. Now, we know Euron's using the glass candle, and we know Euron's set to attack Old Town, but if we look at the historical pattern of the Hightowers, they are always attempting to co-opt rather than resisting. And if you're using a glass candle, you are probably susceptible to other glass candle users. So it makes more sense, actually, to suppose that Euron is in contact with Leighton. And since Melora is the one who is called the Mad Maid and is associated with sorcery, maybe she's the one using the candle to talk to Euron. Because in Damphair's dream vision of Euron, there's a mysterious shadow woman next to Euron with her hands with sorceress white fire. White fire is the light of the glass candle. And so why would the hands be full of white fire? Because it is the hands that potentially light the candle with blood, or the hands that simply, think of the hands on a crystal ball, So the hands are where the sorceress fire comes from. And it's a woman. So who is that? Long and tall, shadowy, like the Hightower itself. I think that's Melora. And the fact that she's at Euron's side shows that she's in league with Euron. So I think all that fits together. The more detailed version is in Secret Magic of the Glass Candle. But I think that's the story. Do you think using a glass candle is a trippy experience? No. I think using the flame vision is more trippy. The glass candle is like a steadied flame vision. It's fixed. The flame doesn't move, and it seems like the images are more clear. The communication is more clear. So anyway, Queen Cerys Hightower is accepted back into the good graces of Maegor, but the High Septon has to accept the king's other wives. So they're one big happy family. Cerys is now restored with all the privileges, and they're reconciled, and they have a bedding and a second consummation. But Tywin of the Tower and Alice Haraway are still there. So again, one big happy family. Yeah. Oh, so if you haven't heard that one before, Kelly, then check out Secret Magic of the Glass Candles, because I made even more sense of the presentation there, and there's more evidence for it. And the follow-up video, how Euron will trick Victarion, the Viserion-Victarion video, that's got more on that theory too. So how long Maegor might have lingered at Old Town cannot be known, for in 43 another challenge arose to the throne. His long absence from King's Landing had not gone unnoticed by his nephew, and Aegon was quick to seize his chance. Emerging at last from Casterly Rock, Aegon the Uncrowned and his wife Rhaena raced across the Riverlands with a handful of companions and entered the city concealed beneath sacks of corn. So he was a corn king. With so few followers, Aegon dared not seat himself upon the Iron Throne, for he knew he could not hold it. They were there for Rhaena's Dreamfyre, and so the prince might claim his father's dragon Quicksilver. In this bold endeavor, they were aided by friends in Maegor's own court who had grown weary of the king's cruelties. The prince and princess entered King's Landing in a wagon pulled by mules, but when they made their departure, it was on dragonback flying side by side. So we see here that Aegon the Uncrowned is not the same as Aenys. He's not as indecisive. This was pretty ballsy move here that Rhaena and Aegon made, riding across the Riverlands, trying to get to King's Landing with the risk that, Visenya or Maegor could return at any time, or they could be caught by loyalists. They snuck in disguise, so this is some secret agent stuff that they did. Then they get into the dragon pit, and Aegon claims a dragon, which is risky. He doesn't know if he can claim his father's dragon. He could have, no, I guess he didn't have a chance to do that earlier, but he could have tried to claim a different dragon and didn't. But this is smart because Quicksilver at least is bigger. It's not a hatchling. So we still can't compete with Maegor, with Balerion and Vhagar. That's her name, Vhagar. Check out our t-shirt store. We have Nana Vhagar shirts. But at least Quicksilver is a grown dragon, 20 years old or something. So from there, Aegon and Rhaena returned to the Westerlands to assemble an army. As the Lannisters of Casterly Rock were still reluctant to openly espouse Aegon's cause, his adherents gathered at Pink Maiden Castle, seat of House Piper. Very tough. Tough name, Pink Maiden. Seat of House Piper. Yeah, also tough name, the Pipers. Some of the, like, we're the dire wolves. We're the lions. Anyway, John Piper, Lord of Pink Maiden, had pledged his sword to the prince, but it was widely believed that it was his fiery sister Melanie, Rhaena's girlhood friend. We could just take the hood out of there and call that girlfriend, but whatever, who won him to the cause. It was there at Pink Maiden that Aegon Targaryen, mounted on Quicksilver, descended from the sky to denounce his uncle as a tyrant and a usurper, and call upon all honest men to rally to his banners. The lords and knights who came were largely Westermen and Riverlords. The lords Tarbeck, Root, Vance, Charlton, so on and so forth. With Corbray of the Vale, the bastard of Barroton, the fourth son of Lord of Griffin's Roost. From Lannisport came 500 men under the banner of a bastard son of Lyman Lannister, Sir Tyler Hill, by which ploy the cunning Lord of Casterly Rock lent supporters to his young prince while still keeping his own hands kind of cleanish. Should Maegor prevail. I wouldn't trust in that paper shield if we're talking about Maegor, but whatever. The Piper levies were led not by Lord John or his brothers, but by their sister Melanie, who donned man's mail and took up a spear. Well, that's very untraditional. Shout out to Brienne. And also Melanie Piper, who seems like kind of a badass here. Come on now. 15,000 men had joined the rebellion as Aegon the Uncrowned began his march across the Riverlands to stake his claim to the Iron Throne, led by the prince himself on King Aenys' beloved dragon, Quicksilver. Honestly, that's pretty awesome. Like, rallying for your ex like that, you know, got to give it up to Melanie. Though their ranks included seasoned commanders and puissant knights, no great lords had rallied to Aegon's cause, but Queen Tiana, mistress of whispers, wrote to warn Maegor that Storm's End, the Eyrie, Winterfell, and Casterly Rock had all been in secret communication with his brother's widowed queen, Elissa. That's Elissa Velaryon. Before declaring from the Prince of Dragonstone, or for the Prince of Dragonstone, they wished to be convinced he might prevail. Prince Aegon required a victory. Maegor denied him that. From Harrenhal came forth Lord Harroway, from Riverrun Lord Tully. Sir Davos Darkland of the Kingsguard marshaled 5,000 swords in King's Landing and struck out west to meet the rebels. From the Reach came Lord Peake, Lord Merryweather, Lord Caswell, and their levies. Prince Aegon's slow-moving host found armies closing from all sides, each smaller than their own force, but so many that the young prince, still but 17, did not know where to turn. Quite welcome, Summertime. Good to see you here. Instagram friend, Summertime. All right, so Lord Corbray advised him to engage each foe separately before they could join their powers. That's what Robert Baratheon did at the Battle of the Bells. But Aegon was loath to divide his strength. Instead, he chose to march on towards King's Landing. Just south of the God's Eye, he found Davos Darkland's Kingslanders athwart his path, sitting on high ground behind a wall of spears, even as scouts reported Lords Merryweather and Caswell advancing from the south, and Lords Tully and Harroway from the north. Prince Aegon commanded a charge, hoping to break through the Kingslanders before the other loyalists fell upon his flanks, and mounted Quicksilver to lead the attack. But scarce had he taken wing when he heard shouts and saw his men below, pointing to where Balerion the Black Dread had appeared in the southern sky. Wah, wah. King Maegor had come. For the first time since the doom of Valyria, dragon contended with dragon in the sky, even as the battle was joined below. Quicksilver, a quarter the size of Balerion, was no match for the older, fiercer dragon, and her pale white fireballs were engulfed and washed away in great gouts of black flame. Then the Black Dread fell upon her from above, his jaws closing round her neck as he ripped one wing from her body. Screaming and smoking, the young dragon plunged to earth, and Prince Aegon with her. And I'll actually pull up the art for this. There's multiple pieces. Bum, ba, bum. And we'll talk about Rhaena's part here while she wasn't around in just a minute, because she was smart is the answer. Let's see here. So, okay, there's one. This is Rudolph Hema. That's Balerion and Quicksilver, and really love the Balerion claws here. That shows you the size difference. You can start to see the artist did a really good job of depth and distance in this one. You can see Balerion is further away and still so much bigger. Like, really just a monstrous depiction of Balerion. Incredible. And then there's the black and white one by Doug Wheatley. And this is the same thing. And I like this one because you can see poor Aegon. And there's the wing rip, the black flame. So, pretty terrifying there. Absolute unit. Exactly. Praise Garth and praise Balerion. All right, so I think that's what we got for those two. Speaking of Balerion, there's me at the Hot Dragon premiere with a different haircut and the Balerion skull, which was probably not big enough, but pretty cool. Anyway. Where are we? Hour 3. How many people we got watching? 452. Thank you. Appreciate y'all. Oh, man. Sorry. Ooh, that was a good one. Crypt Girl, no. So the Patreon gallery is just for my commissioned art. If I put all the cool art that I had in the gallery, it would have 8,000 pictures. So no, the Patreon gallery is for things that I've commissioned and artworks that people have donated to the program, been inspired. Like Alanis Morissette has donated a couple. The Gemstone Empress, that was one that she donated. Shout out to Alanis Morissette. I since commissioned her with the Black Gate of the Night Fort, and we'll probably get another Atlantis Morissette artwork in the future too, because why not? Atlantis has also done the Burnt Melisandre, Night's Queen, bunch of cool stuff. So, in any case, I think my favorite by Atlantis Morissette is that Nissa Nissa Lady of Sorrows. That one I put in the gallery. I did a little bit of the art consultation on that one. And yeah, that one was just incredible. Love that piece. Let's get back to Rhaena, though. So let's see here. Did they say that she didn't... I feel like I might have skipped a page. No. They haven't said. Okay, they're going to come to it. So, thank you, Summertime. Appreciate you again. For the first time since the doom of Valyria, dragon contended with dragon in the sky, even as battle was joined below. So, Quicksilver, a quarter the size of Balerion. Oh no, I just read that. I somehow missed this one, though. This is interesting. It leads one to speculate that there may have been some dragon-on-dragon quarreling from time to time in Valyria, but we don't hear of a lot of that. So I don't think there was ever some huge feud. They must have had a way of keeping each other in check as far as that goes. They were all getting very rich using their dragons on everyone else, so I guess that was just the agreement that they had. Anyway, the battle below was nigh as brief, if bloodier, once Aegon fell. The rebels saw their cause was doomed and ran, discarding arms and armor as they fled. But the loyalist armies were all around them, and they were big meanies, and there was no escape. By day's end, 2,000 of Aegon's men had died, against 100 of the king's. Amongst the dead were Lord Alan Tarbeck, Denny Snow, the bastard of Barrowton, Lord Ronald Vance, etc., etc. Oh, Melanie Piper and 3 of her brothers. That sucks. And the Prince of Dragonstone, Aegon the Uncrowned. Well, rest in peace, Melanie Piper. A Valyrian honor duel look like? That would probably be with Valyrian swords. I would say loincloths only, though. You know, maybe first blood if it's highborn, and to the death if not. Who knows? Hard to say. Almost everything about Valyria, we just have to do logical speculation, you know. So, let's see here. Yeah, Melanie Piper. Never see her like again. Definitely a Brienne sort of, parallel. Pre-Echo. And the Prince of and that's the thing is Brienne is not supported by her father and family as much as she could be. Melanie Piper was she showed up to battle with her brothers dressed in man's mail, leading the army. No one said shit about it. They didn't sit around and debate whether to call her sir or milady, you know? she just put on man's armor and went and led the army, and apparently that was fine with everyone because she had probably established herself as a qualified warrior, as a, and a leader. So no one says shit about Mage Mormont. That's for damn sure. She's got a spiked mace. So I would say damn thing. It just shows, like, if Brienne had been better supported, there's no real reason for her to wander around with this, like, severe identity crisis. Her dad just, like, kept trying to marry her to dudes and put her in a dress, and yeah. I think George is very subtly highlighting that by showing us a different example of a similar character. So, because Melanie Piper, not only is she putting on man's mail, she obviously was Rhaena's girlfriend, which means she's probably been dating other women and stuff, and it's probably a pretty open secret around Castle Pink Maiden or whatever, that, she prefers the company of women. And no one had a problem with that because she was presumably qualified and had leadership qualities. So, yeah, Brienne really should have been better supported because she's obviously, she's not just someone who likes to wear man's armor. She's really freaking good. She whoops up everybody. She won the tourney to win a rainbow cloak, and join Renly's Kingsguard. Jaime says, only the Hound is stronger than her that he knows of. So, anyway, a little digression, but a good one, I think. So it's always it's always nice to tie the Fire and Blood story to the parallels, because we know George, the point of George creating these archetype parallels is to add further commentary to the archetype. So he's showing that if someone like Brienne had been born in a different situation and better supported, she might have been leading the army of House Tarth instead of wandering around with Pod Payne, trying to join Renly's Kingsguard because she doesn't have a place in the world. Anyway. So the only notable loss among the loyalists, Davos Darkland of the Kingsguard, slain at the hands of Lord Corbray with Lady Forlorn. I told you, you never mess with a Corbray. It's a bad idea. Half a year of trials and executions followed. Awesome. Queen Visenya persuaded her son to spare some of the rebellious lords, but even those who kept their lives lost lands and titles and were forced to give up hostages. Oh, there's the picture I showed a minute ago. Again, Doug Wheatley on that one. One notable name could not be found neither amongst the dead nor the captive, and that would be one Rhaena Targaryen, the subject of this video. Sister and wife of Prince Aegon. She had not joined the host. Whether that was by his command or her own choice is still debated to this day. All that is, because remember, she was like, hey, let's not do this. Let's leave while we have the chance. Maegor's crazy and he has the big dragon, so... All that is known is for certain is that Rhaena remained at Pink Maiden Castle with her daughters when Aegon marched, and with her Dreamfyre. Would the addition of a second dragon to the prince's host have made a difference when battle was joined? We shall never know, though it has been pointed out, and rightly, that Princess Rhaena was no warrior, and Dreamfyre was younger and smaller than Quicksilver, and certainly no true threat to Balerion the Black Dread. Yeah. Some people have pointed out the obvious fact that it wouldn't have made a damn bit of difference because we're talking about flies to Balerion the Black Dread. Like, Quicksilver is already a quarter of the size. So, like, Dreamfyre is very young at this point. Yeah, so that's not... No, the answer is no. When word of the battle reached the west, and Prince Rhaena learned that both her husband and her friend Lady Melanie had fallen, it is said she heard the news in a stony silence. Will you not weep? She was asked, to which she replied, I do not have the time for tears. Whereupon, fearing her uncle's wrath, she gathered up her daughters, Aerea and Rhaella, and fled farther, first to Lannisport, and then across the sea to Fair Isle, where the new Lord Mark Farman, whose father and elder brother had both perished in the battle, fighting for Prince Aegon, gave her sanctuary and swore no harm would come to her beneath his roof, For the best part of a year, the people of Fair Isle watched in the east in dread, fearing the sight of Balerion's dark wings. But Maegor never came. Instead, the victorious king returned to the Red Keep, where he grimly set about getting himself an heir. Yeah, because, like, from Maegor's point of view, Rhaenys dragon is very small, and she has 2 daughters. So there's not a male contender for the throne. So this is all very low. This is like back burner threats here. The odds, Kelly Johnson, the odds don't change. It's like 2 high schoolers aren't going to beat up a boxer. 1 high school kid, 2 high school kids. Neither one. Or what's the thing? How many men does it take versus a gorilla? 100 people and a gorilla, right? That's it. It's like, yeah, the odds don't change if you have 1 or 2. The gorilla's winning. It takes a lot to start to overcome the gorilla. That's really what we're talking about here. Balerion the Black Dread is like the peak of size and power. Like before he's so old that he's getting tired, but he's fucking huge. I mean, we're talking, yeah, it wouldn't, even if you had 4 small dragons, they wouldn't have a chance. None of their fires are hot enough to hurt Balerion. You'd need a direct claw strike to the eyes, and he's not going to let you get that close. So, no. What it would have been putting all the eggs in a very risky basket. They had a smaller army and a smaller dragon, and she told Aegon not to do it because it was a bad strategy. And then, yeah, if she had gone with him, she just would have been dead, and there wouldn't have been another line of Targaryens around at all. So it wouldn't have changed the odds, and she would have been dead. So that's my analysis. Feel free to disagree, but that's how I would see that. So in the 44th year after the conquest, it was a peaceful one compared to what had gone before. But the smell of fire and blood still hung heavy in the air. Maegor sat the Iron Throne as the Red Keep rose around him, but his court was grim and cheerless, despite the presence of his 3 queens, or perhaps because of it. Each night he summoned one of his wives to his bed, yet still he remained childless, with no heir but for sons and daughters of his brother Aenys. Maegor the Cruel he was called, and Kinslayer as well, though it was death to say either in his own hearing. Well, that's interesting he did not embrace the Maegor the Cruel. He almost seems like he would embrace it. Oh, that's cool. Steve Greenhand, you just gifted Martin Crow a membership. Couldn't think of a better, more deserving crow. So in Old Town, the ancient High Septon died. Another one was raised up in his place, because remember the one they put in, the puppet, was like 90. Though he spoke no word against the king or queens, the enmity between Maegor and the faith endured. Hundreds of poor fellows had been hunted down and slain. Their scalps delivered to the king's men for their bounty. That's grotesque. But thousands more still roamed the woods and hedges and wild places, cursing the Targaryens with their every breath. One band even crowned their own High Septon. Oh, a Septon Moon! So, I don't know if that stream is still up. It's probably not. When this first came out, I had a Who Killed Septon Moon stream, but I couldn't figure it out. So all we did was just talk about the story and the symbolism. But yeah, it's hard to tell. He's a cool dude, though. Anyways, this is more War of the Faith stuff. They're sort of stirring around and killing people. And the price on the head of a warrior's son was a golden dragon. That's a very big reward. Yeah, see, I don't know who killed Septon Moon. There's not a good answer. I don't know that Martin has an answer. He just created several possibilities and then was like, go play with yourselves in the sandbox. On Dragonstone, the Dowager Queen had grown thin and haggard, and the flesh melting from her bones. Oh, I've got an awesome old Visenya picture. You guys got to see this if you haven't seen it. I think this is from the newer version of Fire and Blood that has the color pictures in it. The one that came out last year. I'll have the artist's name, though, for you in a second. Joshua Kairos, and this, here we go. That's friggin' kind of sick, right? Like, that is just, let's take a moment to appreciate the Valyrian sorcerer queen in her old age. That is just, I mean, really fine work here. Really expressive, you know, because a lot of the prime art of Rhaenys and Visenya is a little more on the generic side. Visenya essentially looks like a cross between a Targaryen and what's her name from Vikings, you know, pretty consistently. Always got the braid and the dragon, but this is different. This is showing a different side here. So really cool. Really cool. That's inappropriate, chat. All right, let me get back to the text here. So, grown thin and haggard, the flesh melting from her bones. There's definitely some Night Queen symbolism here. Queen Elissa remained on the island as well, with her son Jiharis and her daughter Alysanne, prisoners in all but name. Prince Viserys, the eldest surviving son of Aenys and Elissa, was summoned to court by his grace. A promising lad of 15 years, beloved of the commons, Viserys was made squire to the king, with a Kingsguard knight for a shadow. There's yet another Kingsguard others shadow thing, to keep him well away from plots and treason. So he's basically a hostage. But he's a hostage with honor, because he gets to be Maegor's squire, but like I said, doesn't end well. So for a brief while in 44 AC, it seemed as if the king might soon have that son he desired so desperately. Oh boy, this part of the story. Queen Alice announced she was with child, and the court rejoiced. Grand Maester Desmond confined her grace to her bed as she grew great with child and took charge of her care, assisted by 2 septas, a midwife, and the queen's sisters Jane and Hannah. Maegor insisted that his other wives serve the pregnant queen as well. During the 3rd moon of her confinement, however, Lady Alice, not Lord, Lady, began to bleed heavily from the womb and lost the child. When King Maegor came to see the stillbirth, he was horrified to find the boy a monster with twisted limbs, a huge head, and no eyes. "This cannot be my son," he roared in anguish. Then his grief turned to fury, and he ordered the immediate execution of the midwife and the septas who had charge of the queen's care, and Grand Maester Desmond as well, sparing only Alice's sisters. Alrighty then. So this is sort of Maegor's button that he's always trying to press. He's like, thank you for building the Red Keep. I will now kill you all. It's like, I had a lizard baby, so anyone near is dead. Boom, hits the button again. Yes, you must have missed the earlier part of the stream. I went through Visenya Gecko theory. Yes, I do think Visenya conceived Maegor with blood magic, and I think that he's a clone of her, and there's no Aegon DNA in there. That is what I think. Look up Gecko parthenogenesis. That's the term, Kelly. Parthenogenesis. Somebody type it out for him again. It's pretty fun reading. So, it is said that only Maegor... it is said that only Maegor was seated on the Iron Throne. No, not only. It is said that Maegor was seated on the Iron Throne with the head of the Grand Maester in his hands. Just sort of hanging out with the head. Shout out to Bran the Blessed. It's like, listen, like, got any secrets in there? Mimir, is that you? When Queen Tyann... Okay, I got to show you what I'm talking about. Hang on. We always got time for Othin. Especially, again, 3 hours into the stream, I get to digress. It's this one. That's the pose I was trying to do just now. So, that's Othin with the head of Mimir. Later part of the story, he carries Mimir's head around, I guess, and there's another depiction of it that's cool. There's Othin and the head of Mimir. This is by Johan Egerkrans. Egekrans. And the other one is by, this is Sam Flegel, I bet. Yes, Sam Flegel. And there's one depiction of Mimir that looks more like a weirwood tree. Yeah. This is, I'm not sure who did the art on this, and I'll make it smaller so you can see it. About there. But yeah, you can see Mimir is basically a weirwood face in front of the spring. And of course, the well and the spring, same thing in Norse myth. So anyway, that's how I picture Maegor on the Iron Throne with the head of the Grand Maester. He's, it's like, what are you doing there, buddy? It's like, oh, just listening, seeing what secrets, the Grand Maester has for me still. Seated on the Iron Throne with the head of the Maester in his hands, when Queen Tyenna came to tell him he had been deceived, the child was not his seed. Seeing Queen Cerise return to court, old and bitter and childless, Alice Haraway had begun to fear that the same fate awaited her unless she gave the king a son. So she had turned to her lord father, the hand of the king, on nights when the king was sharing a bed with Queen Cerise or Queen Tyenna. Lucas Haraway sent men to his daughter's bed to get her with child. Maegor refused to believe. He told Tyenna she was a jealous witch and barren, throwing the Grand Maester's head at her. Spiders do not lie, the mistress of the Whisperers replied. She hated the king a list. He threw the head at her. Somebody get in here and clean up this mess. This is the Red Keep, for God's sake. These carpets are ruined. Written there were the names of 20 men alleged to have given their seed to Queen Alice. Old men and young men, handsome men and homely ones, knights and squires, lords and servants, grooms, smiths and singers, even the king's hand. Had cast a wide net, it seemed. The men had only one thing in common. All were men of proven potency. Jesus, George. Known to have fathered healthy children. Under torture, all but two confessed. And what do we say about confessions under torture? They're not worth much. That's right. So one, a father of 12, still had the gold paid him by Lord Haraway for his services. Oh, yes. See, this is such skilled writing. Martin is telling you, one guy who had 12 children that he was worried about protecting under threat of torture. Turns out, not only did he agree with the accusations, but, he's got the gold. Yeah, sure, you can plant that at my house. I'll go along with that story. Oh, that's definitely my gold. Yeah, I took that from him. Yes. Please don't kill my 12 children or torture them slowly. Maegor. Okay, so just reading between the lines here. The questioning was carried out swiftly and secretly, so Lord Haraway and Queen Alice had no inkling of the king's suspicions. So this is basically really horrible. Dragged from her bed, Queen Alice saw her sisters killed before her eyes as they tried to protect her. Her father, inspecting the tower of the hand, was flung from its roof, smashed upon the stones below. Sons, brothers, nephews, taken as well, thrown onto the spikes that lined the dry moat around Maegor's holdfast. They took hours to die. The simple-minded Horace Haraway lingered for days. 20 names on Queen Tyenna's list soon joined them, and then another dozen men named by the first 20. Right. So the fact that there were two holdouts is another clue. That tells you that even under torture, two of these people refused to go along with the accusation because they didn't do it. That's why. Anyway, the worst death was reserved for Queen Alice. There's torture. And yeah, we'll go ahead and skip through that. Let's see. Assembling a strong force. Maegor goes on to Harrenhal and then genocides House Haraway. Oh, that's right. Every man, woman, and child with a drop of Haraway blood. He goes to Lord Haraway's town and did the same there. This is another one where the last sentence makes it doubly horrible. This whole story about the genocide of anyone with Haraway blood at Harrenhal. Then he goes to Haraway's town on the Trident. Now, let me tell you, Haraway's town is where the Haraways come from. They were made the lords of Harrenhal not long before this. Where were they from? Haraway's town. Haraway's town is bound to be very old because it's built on a road crossing on a river. So it's like, who would you get to rule over Harrenhal? You would take the most powerful regional lord. At least you might. That's a good pick. That would be the Haraways of Haraway's town. They were elevated to lords of Harrenhal from there. So when he's going back to Haraway's town, there's probably more Haraways there. And this would be the oldest line of Haraways, where they've lived for who knows how many centuries and killed everyone. So, not to go back into Maegor's genocide and insanity and cruelty, which cannot be explained away by, the maesters, so that, like, no, this is not something that can be explained away. There were witnesses. So, in the aftermath of the bloodletting, people talk about Harrenhal being cursed. He had a tournament. Okay, yeah, this is all Maegor stuff. Okay, so when Maegor at last returned to King's Landing to seat himself again upon the Iron Throne, he was greeted with news that his mother, Queen Visenya, had died. Moreover, in the confusion... Yes, good call, Kelly. In the confusion that followed the death of Queen Dowager, Queen Elissa and her children had made their escape from Dragonstone with the dragons Vermithor and Silverwing to where no man could say. They had even gone so far as to steal Dark's sister as they fled. His Grace ordered his mother's body burned, her bones and ashes interred beside those of the conqueror. Then he sent his Kingsguard to seize his squire, Prince Viserys. "Chain him in a black cell and question him sharply," Maegor commanded. "Ask him where his mother's gone." "He may not know," protested Sir Owen Bush, a knight of Maegor's Kingsguard. "Then let him die," the king answered famously. "Perhaps the bitch will turn up for his funeral." Prince Viserys did not even know where his mother had gone, of course. Not even when Tyaina of Pentos plied him with her dark arts. Sweet. Magical torture, guys. It's probably some sort of psychotic nightmares induction or something. After 9 days of questioning, meaning torture, he died. His body was left out in the ward of the Red Keep for a fortnight at the king's command. "Let his mother come and claim him," Maegor said. But Queen Elissa never appeared. I wonder why not. And at last his Grace consigned his nephew to the fire. The prince was 15 years old when he was killed and had been much loved by the small folk and lords alike. The realm wept for him. So it's one of the more cruel things that he does that you can't explain away. Like, there wasn't somebody else that tortured Viserys against Maegor's will in the Red Keep. The only way a prince like Viserys is being tortured in the Red Keep is if Maegor ordered it, which he did. So, yes, Maegor was a psychopath. And no, you can't spin that back around and be like, it's all maesters. No. He reigned for 6 years, 6 months, and 6 days. Really hanging a lampshade on it. Anyways, in 45 AC, construction finally came to an end on the bloody Red Keep, and I do mean bloody. He celebrated its completion by feasting builders and workmen who had labored on the castle, sending them wagon loads of strong wine and sweetmeats, and whores from the city's finest brothels. The revels lasted for 3 days. Afterward, the king's knights moved in and put all the workmen to the sword to prevent them from ever revealing the Red Keep's secrets. So why did we have the party first? The bones were interred beneath the castle that they built. Is that a strange... Is that like Maegor being... Is that a Maegor thank you? He feasts the builders and the workmen, specifically. He sends them wagon loads of strong wine and sweetmeats. I mean, I guess making them drunk is easier to kill them, but it lasts for 3 days. So he doesn't just get them drunk and kills them. He lets them party for 3 days, and then he puts them all to death. Like, that's a weird... He could have just killed them. Or he could have showed up after a few hours of drunkenness and killed him. He let it go on for 3 days. That's like a weird Maegor ethic thing. See, David, Maegor wasn't such a bad guy. He gave them all a party. That's what I'm saying. No, it shows you that he's deranged. I think thank you, Andrew. That's what I'm trying to get to. Like, he's not just utilitarian like Tywin, like, oh, invite them to a feast and kill them. Like, he's like, no, they did a good job, so we'll give them one last feast before we send them to the gods. Like, part of his sadism. Yeah, it indicates some sort of psychopathy. I guess that's what I'm getting at. It's a similar story to Vlad Dracula inviting all the beggars to feast, then locking the doors and burning the building down. Okay. Oh, because Maegor does burn down the Sept of Remembrance. So George has taken a Dracula story and split it in half to make two Maegor stories, in case you needed any more evidence that Maegor was a bad guy. So, yeah, basically hookers and blow. But for 3 days. Interesting. Anyways, I'd never noticed that. Not long after the completion of the castle, Queen Cerise was stricken with a sudden illness and passed away. A rumor went around the court that her grace had given offense to the king with a shrewish remark. So he had commanded Owen to remove her tongue. As the tale went, the queen had struggled, Owen's knife had slipped, and the queen's throat had been slit. I don't believe that. I don't think you would do that. Like, if you wanted to, because she's a high tower. So if Maegor wanted to kill her, he would have just had her killed, but you wouldn't mutilate her and leave her around for everyone to get mad about it. That would be crazy. Even for Maegor. Though never proven, this story was widely believed at the time. Today, however, most maesters believe it to be a slander concocted by the king's enemies to further blacken his repute. See, that one I agree with. That probably, because that doesn't make sense. And it's not provable. She's dead, and then she disappeared. So that's not one that would have had a bunch of witnesses, like Maegor going to Haraway's town and killing every Haraway. Okay? So whatever the truth, the death of his first wife left Maegor with but a single queen, the black-haired, black-hearted Pentoshi woman Tyaina. Because remember, they killed and tortured Alice Haraway, who had really... Alice Haraway rocked with Maegor hard for a long time. It's really messed up. We talked about it with Tim. We debated that whole thing, so I won't go back into it. But hardly had the last stone been set on the Red Keep when Maegor commanded that the ruins of the Sept of Remembrance be cleared from the top of Rhaenys' hill, and with them the bones and ashes. Yeah, somebody clean up this mess. In their place, he decreed a great stone stable for dragons would be erected, a lair worthy of Balerion, Vhagar, and their Get. Thus commenced the building of the dragon pit. So yeah, Maegor, he was kind of a builder, wasn't he? It's an interesting twist to his personality. It's like underneath the psychopath, there is like a different person that could have existed, that had a passion for strength and dragons and building castles. But anyway, yeah, is that implying that Balerion and Vhagar had children? I guess so. I mean, Meraxes died a long time ago, so where else would these eggs be coming from? I guess that is kind of implying that, yeah. Of course, Meraxes could have laid some eggs. Like, some of the dragons that hatched soon after that may have been Meraxes, but probably they are Vhagar's. Again, I wish we knew more about that kind of stuff, to be honest. So, perhaps unsurprisingly, it proved difficult to find builders, stonemasons, and laborers to work on the project. So many men ran off that the king was finally forced to use prisoners from the city's dungeons as his workforce, under the supervision of builders brought in from Myr and Volantis. Yeah. That's the thing about burning bridges. Later, burning builders of bridges, sorry. Later in the year 45 AC, Maegor took the field once again to continue war against the Faith militant. Let's skip ahead. Poxy Jane, she's pretty cool as far as witches go. High Septon. Lots more War of the Faith. Sorry if I said that was over earlier. It is not. So, okay, here's Rhaena come back into it. So he's looking for more wives. Lord Valerion of Driftmark advised Rhaena to send for his niece, or Maegor to send for his niece Rhaena, the widow of Aegon the Uncrowned. By taking her to wife, Maegor could unite their claims, prevent any fresh rebellions from gathering around her, and acquire a hostage against any plots her mother, Queen Elissa, might foment. Maegor listened to each man in turn, and other people suggested their daughters or other people for Maegor to marry. In the end, he scorned most of the women they put forward. Some of their reasons and arguments took root. He would have a woman of proven fertility, though not Butterwell's fat and homely sister. He would take more than one wife, as Lord Celtigar urged. 2 wives would double his chances of getting a son. 3 would triple it. And one of those wives should surely be his niece. There was wisdom in Lord Valerion's counsel. Queen Elissa and her 2 youngest children remained in hiding, though it was thought they had fled across the narrow sea to Tyrosh or perhaps Volantis, but they still presented a threat to Maegor's crown and any son he might father. Taking Aenys' daughter to wife would weaken any claims put forward by her younger siblings. Kind of makes sense. After the death of her husband and her flight to Fair Isle, Rhaena had acted quickly to protect her daughters. If Aegon had truly been the king, by law, his eldest daughter Aerea stood his heir, and might therefore claim to be the rightful queen of the 7 kingdoms. But Aerea and her sister Rhaella were barely a year old, and Rhaena knew that to trumpet such claims would be tantamount to condemning them to death. Instead, she dyed their hair, changed their names, and sent them from her, entrusting them to certain powerful allies who would see them fostered in good homes by worthy men who would have no inkling of their true identities. Even their mother must not know where the girls were going, the princess insisted. What she did not know, she could not reveal, even under torture. So this is, again, like, this is a really incredible character moment. Like, Rhaena she has always been a realist, and she has always been making these hard decisions. You know, like, she really has no choice. She can't run from Maegor, or doesn't feel like she can. She can't fight Maegor. And so she's potentially saying goodbye to her girls forever, but giving them a chance at a happy life. And I guess with the hair, I'm not sure what they mean by fostered in good homes by worthy men who would have no inkling of their true identities. Like, the hair dye is going to wear out, then the silver hair is going to show. So I guess they were passed off as Lyseni or something like that. Hard to say. But the point is, when they say that there's no one knows where they are and Rhaena doesn't know where they are, that means that they're trying to hide them, like, forever. So Rhaena would be saying goodbye to them forever. Yeah. No such escape was possible for Rhaena. Though she could change her name, dye her hair, and garb herself in a tavern wench's rough spun with the robes of a septa, there was no disguising her dragon. Dreamfyre was slender, a pale blue she-dragon with silvery markings, who had already produced 2 clutches of eggs, and Rhaena had been riding her since the age of 12. Dragons are not easily hidden. Instead, the princess took them both as far from Maegor as she could, to Fair Isle, where Mark Farman granted her the hospitality of Fair Castle with its tall white towers and rising high above the narrow sunset sea. And there she rested, reading, praying, wondering how long she would be given before her uncle sent for her. Rhaena never doubted that she would. So this is going back in time, is recapping what she did earlier. Rhaena never doubted that she would. She said afterward it was a question of when, not if. Because she's, again, smart. She's perceptive. She sees the same thing that Lord Valerion saw. It's an obvious move for Maegor to marry her. So she knew it was coming. And that's why she sent her daughters away. So the summons came sooner than she would have liked, though not as soon as she might have feared. There was no question of defiance. That would only bring the king down on fair isle with Balerion. Rhaena had grown fond of Lord Farman, and more than fond of his second son, Andro. She would not repay their kindness with fire and blood. She mounted Dreamfyre and flew to the Red Keep, where she learned that she must marry her uncle, her husband's killer. And there as well, Rhaena met her fellow brides, for this was to be a triple wedding. Lady Jane of House Westerling had been married to Alan Tarbeck, who had died with Prince Aegon in the battle beneath the God's Eye. A few months later, she had given her late lord a posthumous son. Tall and slender, with lustrous brown hair, Lady Jane was being courted by a younger son of the Lord of Casterly Rock when Maegor sent for her, but this meant little and less to the king. So let me pull up a picture of these black brides. This is actually the most detailed art of Rhaena. And this is by Kieran. Oh, sorry, hang on. Kieran Yanner. So that's Rhaena. And who had the blonde hair? Let's see. Oh, it's Jane Westerling and Eleanor Costain. So very cool. I'll just zoom in on Rhaena real quick here. But that's her. The Targaryen dress, the dragons. See, we needed to get more collars like this in the show. I will not lapse into fashion commentary, but I will just say. So, more troubling was the case of Lady Eleanor of House Costain, the wife of Sir Theo Balling, a landed knight who had fought for the king, that's Maegor, in his last campaign against the Poor Fellows. Though only 19, Lady Eleanor had already given Balling 3 sons when the king's eye fell upon her. The youngest boy was still at her breast when Sir Theo was arrested by the king's guard and charged with conspiring with Queen Elissa to murder the king and place the boy Jiharis on the Iron Throne. Though Balling protested his innocence, he was found guilty and beheaded the same day. King Maegor gave his widow 7 days to mourn in honor of the gods, then summoned her to tell her they would marry. So yeah, that's messed up, but also an echo of King David and Bathsheba, potentially. At the town of Stony Sept, Septon Moon denounced King Maegor's wedding plans, and hundreds of townfolk cheered wildly. But few others dared raise his voices against his grace. Oh, now you give props to Rhaena for trying to erase Maegor herself. Yeah, well, we'll get to that. So let's see here. High Septon. They were called the Black Brides because they're all widows. Oh, and here's another picture of them. Interesting. The presence of Lady Jane's son and Lady Eleanor's 3 boys at the wedding ensured they would play their parts in the ceremony, but there were many who expected some show of defiance from Princess Rhaena. Such hopes were quelled when Queen Tiana appeared escorting 2 young girls with silver hair and purple eyes, clad in the red and black of House Targaryen. Wah, wah. You were foolish to think you could hide them from me, Tiana told the princess. Rhaena bowed her head and spoke her vows in a voice as cold as ice. All right, yeah, it is time for another quick bathroom break for me. This is turning into a marathon. 1 second, guys. I'm going to do... I am well hydrated, but yeah. 1 sec. We'll do reading Rhaegar again, yes. No, we'll do something different. right, all right. No dead air, no dead air. Appreciate that. Appreciate y'all. Okay. So let's see here. A voice as cold as ice. Shout out Lady Stoneheart. Many queer and contradictory stories are told of the night that followed, and not in the good meaning of queer there. You know me, I got to give credit where credit is due. Yep, it's coming. It's right here. And with the passage of so many years, it is difficult to separate truth from legends. Did the three black brides share a single bed, as some claim? It seems unlikely, since they were... Well, I mean, I guess Maegor could have... Anyway, did His Grace visit all three women during the night and consummate all three unions? Perhaps. Did Princess Rhaena attempt to kill the king with a dagger concealed beneath her pillows, as she later claimed? What do you guys think? Maynard Plum, let's give the chat a poll if you're near your computer. Or when you're near your computer here. Do you think Rhaena... Seems like a weird thing to lie about. Like, why would you make it up? Why would you say, oh yeah, I tried to kill Maegor when she didn't? So... Did Eleanor Costain scratch the king's back to bloody ribbons as they coupled? That could be interpreted in different ways. Did Jane Westerling drink the fertility potion that Queen Diana supposedly brought her, or throw it in the older woman's face? Oh, that's interesting. So, of course, the Jane Westerling from the regular story, from the modern story, she supposedly was drinking a fertility drink. But it seems actually that what was happening, it was an unfertility drink that her mother was feeding her. There is controversy about that. Some believe that the idea that it was an unfertility drink is a lie and a cover story, and that actually her mom wanted to get Jane pregnant with Rob's kid as a leverage point against the Lannisters, even though she was allying with the Lannisters. There are different theories about that. But, so here we see it. So it is a fertility drink, perhaps. Was such a potion ever mixed or offered? The first account of it does not appear until well into the reign of King Jiharis, 20 years after both women were dead. This we know. In the aftermath of the wedding, Maegor declared Rhaena's daughter Aerea his lawful heir, quote, until such time as the gods grant me a son, while sending her twin, Rhaella, to Old Town to be raised as a septa. His nephew Jiharis, the rightful heir by all the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, was expressly disinherited in the same decree. So, feminist Maegor Targaryen, he has named Aerea his heir and disinherited Jiharis. That's interesting. It's mostly because he has control of Aerea and his mom. But, yeah, there it is. So, let's see. Queen Jane's son was confirmed as Lord of Tarbeck Hall and sent to Casterly Rock to be raised as a ward of Lyman Lannister. Queen Eleanor's eldest boys were similarly disposed of, one to the Eyrie, one to Highgarden, so these are hostages. The queen's youngest babe was turned over to a wet nurse, as the king found the queen's nursing irksome. Okay, so he killed her husband, took her to wife, and then sent all of her children away because he, wanted her to be without children. Pretty messed up. Okay, so half a year later, Edwell Celtigar, the king's hand, announced that Queen Jane was with child. Hardly had her belly begun to swell when the king himself revealed that Queen Eleanor was also pregnant. Maegor showered both women with gifts and honors and granted new lands and offices to their fathers, brothers, and uncles. But his joy proved to be short-lived. 3 moons before she was due, Queen Jane was brought to bed by the sudden onset of labor pains and was delivered of a stillborn child as monstrous as the one Alice Haraway had birthed, a legless and armless creature possessed of male and female genitalia. Nor did the mother long survive the child. Maegor, so that's just a horrible story. Jane Westerling the First. That's Just, man. Maegor was cursed, men said. He had slain his nephew. Okay, this goes on about the wormy seed. I'm going to cover this in Dracomorph. But what the thing here is that he eventually thinks it's Queen Rhaena. And so then she confesses and says, oh yes, I poisoned them in the womb, just as she had Alice Haraway's, and it would be the same with Eleanor Costain's whelp. So, again, I'm going to go into this in Dracomorph, but I really don't think that any sorceress can turn a normal baby into a lizard baby. I think Targaryens have lizard babies because they're lizard people. And I think what was probably happening is that, if anything, Rhaena the Tower was trying to work fertility spells to help Maegor conceive. She probably realized that Maegor was having trouble because he was a genetic freak or too lizardy or something. And so, because you can see, like, he wasn't able to conceive at all for a long time. Then all of a sudden, he gets 3 women pregnant. Seems like maybe Rhaena of the Tower used some sorcery here. But it wouldn't have been to poison the babies. It would have been to help these women get pregnant. So I think lizard babies and stuff is the most that you can get out of Maegor. Maybe on his own, he wouldn't be able to have hardly any at all. But it's like, okay, well, yeah, you can enhance the fertility, but then you just get more lizard babies. Dracomorph will be not this week, but next week. Or not next week, but the week after. In like 3 or 4 days, we'll get Bloodraven's Cave. In the following week, it'll be Dracomorph. So, anyway. Rhaena of the Tower is executed, but Queen Eleanor also. Malformed, stillborn child, eyeless boy, rudimentary wings. I will explain it all in the Dracomorph video. There's a reason for all this. So, that was the 48th year after the conquest, the 6th year of Maegor's reign, the last year of his life. No man could doubt the king was accursed. What followers he remained to him began to melt away, evaporating like dew in the morning sun. Word reached King's Landing that Joffrey Doggett had been seen entering River Run, not as a captive, but as a guest of Lord Tully. Septon Moon appeared once more, leading thousands of the faithful on a march across the reach to Old Town. They want to beard the Lick-Spittle, High Septon, and the Starry Sept to demand that he denounce the abomination on the Iron Throne. Oakheart and Rowan turning against Maegor. Celtigar resigns his hand, returns to Claw Isle. It has been a while, Kelly, since the Dracomorph. This is going to be the produced one, so it's going to be awesome. From the Dornish marches. Let's see, the Dornishmen were gathering in the passes. The worst blow came from Storm's End. Rhaegar Baratheon proclaimed young Jiharis Targaryen to be the true and lawful king of the Andals, Rhoynar, and First Men. And Prince Jiharis named Rhaegar, protector of the realm and hand of the king. The prince's mother, Queen Elissa, and his sister Alysanne stood beside him as Jiharis unsheathed dark sister and vowed to end the reign of his usurping uncle. 100 banner lords and Stormland knights cheered the proclamation. Prince Jiharis was 14 years old. Let's see. He is riding Vermithor. So then, word reached the Red Keep that Jiharis was gathering his forces. Rhaena mounted Dreamfyre and flew to join him, abandoning her uncle. She took her daughter Aerea and Blackfyre, stolen from the king's own scabbard as he slept. So, Elissa Velaryon steals Dark Sister after Visenya dies. And Rhaena one-ups her and takes Blackfyre from the king's scabbard while he was sleeping. So, like, just imagine, she didn't have to do that. She could have just left. Like, it's honestly kind of stupid. I mean, it's an important symbol, but like, that was a big risk. That was a big risk, man. That was a big risk to do that. But it makes her really cool. It's humiliating. Yeah, it's totally humiliating. Incredible. Just like, It's a real FU to Maegor. It really is. So Maegor's response was sluggish. And finding Princess Aerea gone, he sent a rider to Old Town to demand the head of her twin sister. But Lord Hightower imprisoned the messenger. And two of his Kingsguard vanished one night to go over to Jiharis. Lord Velaryon of Driftmark flipped. And he bleeds out on the Iron Throne. Let's see, who's the last there? He brought together his last people in the Red Keep, and they were like, yeah, sure thing. And then they all disappeared at dawn. Queen Eleanor found him on the Iron Throne, pale and dead. Or maybe she helped him. So he just kind of spiraled out, you know. Many people believe the throne killed him. Bloody, bloody, bloody. Let's get to some Rhaena here. So this is about the ascent of Jiharis. And this will be, let's see here. So there's a little bit of debate about who should take the throne, but it's really not much of a debate. Rhaena herself agreed the crown should go to Jiharis rather than her daughters, so that wasn't really a thing. Thank you very much, Crypt Girl. Blood Raven video is coming. Yep. The bats will be dancing. Some suggested that Rhaena herself might have the strongest claim to the crown as the firstborn child of Aenys and Elissa. There were even some who whispered that it was Rhaena who had somehow contrived to free the realm from Maegor the Cruel, though by what means she might have arranged his death after fleeing King's Landing on her dragon. Dreamfyre has never been successfully established. Her sex told against her, however. This is not Dorne. Lord Rogar Baratheon, this is not Dorne. Said when the notion was put to him, and Rhaena is not Nymeria. Moreover, the twice-widowed queen had come to loathe King's Landing and the court, and wished only to return to Fair Isle, where she had found a measure of peace before her uncle had made her one of his black brides. So Rhaena is really pretty consistent. She suggests to Aegon that they give up their claim to power and go be happy somewhere. Later, she sends her kids out to be hidden as not Targaryens so they can live a happy life away from power. Now there is some talk of giving her the crown, and she's like, nope, I just want to go back to the peaceful tower and chill. So, like, this, again, is something I identify with. I would not want to be in charge of all this stuff. It sounds stressful. So, I wouldn't want to be a barbarian warlord of a large kingdom, and neither should you. So, I find Rhaena to be very reasonable. It's just like, let me just stay out of all that, really. And it fits her personality, too. She's always been a bit of a recluse. So it doesn't make sense that she would be like, oh yeah, I want to be king and rule over the court and do politics. Like, no, she doesn't want that. So Jiharis was still, he's about 14 and a half. Queen Elissa became regent. Rogar was hand. And here I think we're going to skip ahead a good bit. This is going to be a bunch of Jiharis stuff. Give me a chance to rest my voice for just a second. Good Lord, I did not realize there was so much. So this is all Jiharis making decisions. So let's see. Jiharis as yet had neither been crowned nor anointed, and was still shy of his majority. His pronouncement, therefore, had no legal force. Oh, what pronouncement? Oh, I see. So he's talking about whether to execute supporters of Maegor. And he's saying, I'll not begin my realm by bathing in blood. So he's just calling everyone to swear loyalty, essentially. And he hadn't been crowned or anointed, and he was doing this. So his pronouncement had no legal force, and he didn't have the authority to overrule his council and regent. Yet such was the power of his words and the determination he displayed as he sat looking down upon them all from the Iron Throne that Lords Baratheon and Velaryon at once gave the prince their support, and the rest soon followed. Only his sister Rhaena dared say him nay. They will cheer you as the crown is placed upon your head, she said, as once they cheered our uncle, and before him, our father. So Rhaena is a little bit hardcore here. She's saying, some of these people really you should execute and you can't trust them. They cheered for Aenys and they cheered for my husband and then turned against both of them and supported Maegor. But Maegor also didn't give a lot of people a lot of choice, so I think this is a good debate where you can see both sides of it, really. But in the end, the question rested with the regent, and whilst Elissa desired vengeance for her own sake, she was loath to go against her son's wishes. It would make him seem weak, she is reported to have said to Lord Rogar, and he must never seem weak. That was his father's downfall, and thus it was that most of Maegor's men were spared. That's pretty smart, actually. That's pretty smart. Once Jiharis has given that speech, then you kind of have to back it up. So she was wise to see that. In the days that followed, the dungeons of King's Landing were largely emptied. After being given food and drink and clean raiment, the captives... Okay, this is going on. Okay, Maegor. Now, all the people that tortured or had anything to do with torturing and killing Viserys were beheaded, and their heads were delivered to Queen Elissa to sate her vengeance. And that's this picture here. That's all these heads of the people that tortured Viserys, Elissa's son, together with the hands they had dared raised against the blood of the dragon. Her grace pronounced herself well pleased with the tokens. So, yeah, just interesting note there about Elissa's personality. She was more than happy to look upon those heads, if you will. One other man also lost his head, Maladon Mor, a Kingsguard knight. Okay, was accused of having held Cerise while Sir Owen Bush removed her tongue, during which her grace's struggles caused the blade to slip. Oh, it's interesting. Maladon insisted the whole thing was a fabrication and said Queen Cerise died of shrewishness. He did, however, admit to delivering Tywin of the Tower to King Maegor's hands and standing witness as he slew her. Okay, so maybe they did try to cut out Cerise Hightower's tongue. Wow, that's crazy. Anyway, if Maladon had a better cover story, he should have thought of it. She died of shrewishness. This is not very good. That's not a very good explanation. Okay, so let's set the Kingsguard to the Night's Watch. One of them wanted a trial by battle. Giles Morrigan fought him and won, and then was named Lord Commander. Warrior Sons, poor fellows. So this is Jiharis binding things up with the faith, which takes a lot of words. It's important. A lot of stuff going on here. Septon Moon. And Septon Moon is a holdout. He's a hardcore. He's a resistor. But they work it out, and someone kills him. And yeah, that's the mystery of Septon Moon. He kind of just needed to die because he was like the last one not going along with making nice. And so his host disintegrated, and that was the last resistance. Lots of Septon Moon stuff. All right. Septon Moon, very important. Still talking about Moon. Still talking about it. Still talking about it. So the attendants of the coronation, of course, Rhaena is there, Aerea and Rhaella, lots of other people. This is all Jiharis' story here. Rhaena takes a break, essentially, and then comes back into it, so. Oh, this is her kids now. 9 days after the coronation, the young king departed Old Town for King's Landing. Most of his court traveled with him, but his sister Rhaena stayed with them only as far as Highgarden, where she mounted her dragon Dreamfyre to return to Fair Isle and Lord Farman's castle above the sea, taking her leave not only of the king, but of her daughters. Rhaella, a novice sworn to the faith, remained at the Starry Sept, while her twin Aerea continued on with the king to the Red Keep, where she was to serve as cupbearer and companion to the Princess Alysanne. Yet a curious thing befell Queen Rhaena's girls after the king's coronation, it was observed. The twins had ever been mirror images of each other in appearance, but not in temperament. Whereas Rhaella was said to be a bold and willful child, and a terror to the Septas who had been given charge of her, Aerea had been known as a shy, timid creature, much given to tears and fears. She is frightened of horses, dogs. She doesn't want to rule the world. There was the joke. She is frightened of horses, dogs, and boys with loud voices, men with beards and dancing, and she's terrified of dragons, Grand Maester Bennifer wrote when Aerea first came to court. So it doesn't sound like the same girl that stole Balerion, is it? No. That was before Maegor's fall and Jiharis' coronation, however. Afterward, the girl who remained at Old Town devoted herself to prayer and study and was never again required chastisement, whereas the girl who returned to King's Landing proved to be lively, quick-witted, and adventurous, and was soon spending half her days in the kennels, stables, and dragon yards. Though nothing was ever proved, it was widely believed that someone, Queen Rhaena herself, mayhaps, or her mother Elissa, had used the occasion of the king's coronation to switch the twins. If so, no one was inclined to question the deception, for until such time as Jiharis sired an heir of the body, Princess Aerea, or the girl who would now bore the name, was the heir to the Iron Throne. So it just seemed like worked out for everyone, and so no one had a problem with it. So here we go, back to poor fellows. Jiharis returns to King's Landing. Who's getting married? It's Rhaena. Our character, she's getting married. Here we go. Sorry, I was saying, time to lock in. Let's do this. All right. So, 49th year after Aegon's conquest, there was welcome respite. Year of peace, plenty, and marriage. And the first one is our girl, Rhaena. But a fortnight old the new year was, when news of the first of the three weddings came out of the west, from Fair Isle by the sunset sea. There, in a small, swift ceremony under the sky, Rhaena Targaryen wed her beard, Andro Farman, the second son of the Lord of Fair Isle. Sorry, just calling it like I see it. It was the groom's first marriage, the bride's third. Though twice widowed, Rhaena was but 26. Her new husband, just 10 and 7, was notably younger. A comely and amiable youth, said to be utterly besotted with his new wife. Oh, yes. Very besotted. Their wedding was presided over by the groom's father, Mark Farman, Lord of Fair Isle, and conducted by his own Septon. Lyman Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, and his wife Jocasta were the only great lords in attendance. Two of Rhaena's former favorites, Samantha Stokeworth and Elaine Royce, made their way to Fair Isle in some haste to stand with the widowed queen, together with the groom's high-spirited sister, the Lady Elissa. The remainder of the guests were bannermen and household knights sworn to either House Farman or House Lannister. King and court remained entirely ignorant of the marriage until the Raven from the Rock brought word days after the wedding feast and the bedding that had sealed the match. So they were kind of like, it was kind of like Cersei when her dad's trying to remarry her and she's like, nope, I did that once. You're not forcing me to, I'm choosing now, if I'm going to be married again. So that's kind of where Rhaena is. She's like, no, if I'm going to marry who I want to. So, and I guess, we can't assume that Rhaena didn't have a romance with, Mark Farman as well. We'll see. I think there might be clues here one way or the other. Oh, we never got that poll. Let's get that poll up here. I can do this real quick. And the question was, it's going to be painful. This is a hard angle to type. Did Rhaena try to kill Maegor on their wedding night? And then we'll poll the Mark Farman Rhaena relationship in a minute once we have all the info. Chroniclers in King's Landing report that Queen Elissa was deeply offended by her exclusion from her daughter's wedding and that relations between mother and child were never as warm afterward. Whereas Lord Rhaegar Baratheon was furious that Rhaena had dared remarry without the crown's leave. The crown in this assistance being himself as the young king's hand. Had leave been asked, however, there was no certainty it would have been granted, for Andro Farman, the second son of a minor lord, was thought by many to be far from worthy of the hand of a woman who had twice been a queen and remained the mother of the king's heir. As it happened, the youngest of Lord Rhaegar's brothers remained unwed as of 49 AC, and his lordship had two nephews by another brother who were also of suitable age and lineage to be considered potential mates for a Targaryen widow. Facts that might well explain both the hand's anger and the secrecy with which Queen Rhaena wed. So they're spelling it out for us here. Oh, that was a good mute. Sorry. That was a good one. Okay, so I was saying that King Jiharis and his sister Alysanne rejoiced at the tidings of Rhaena's wedding, and that's because I was saying demonstrably that if you remember, Rhaena was always a super awesome older sister to Jiharis and Alysanne. She was very supportive of them. She put the dragons in their cradles. You know what I mean? So they're happy for her. They're like, sweet, good for her. She had to marry Maegor against her will. I'm very, very happy for her. Alysanne rejoiced at the tidings. They dispatched gifts and congratulations to Fair Isle, and commanding that the Red Keep's bells be rung in celebration. So that's an important symbol. Whilst Rhaena Targaryen was celebrating her marriage on Fair Isle back in King's Landing, Jiharis and his mother, Queen Regent, were busy selecting the counselors would help them rule the realm for the next 2 years. Okay, so this is a whole regency thing. There's a bunch of cool Elissa stuff here with Rhaegar and Jiharis. So then, Aenys marries Jocelyn Baratheon. Oh, wait, no. What's going on here? Oh, right. So they're talking about Elissa. So she had married Aenys first, and then she's remarrying Rhaegar here. That's what's going on. So this is all about Elissa, yeah. Okay. And yeah, the wedding was incredible. The wedding of Rhaegar and Elissa was called the Golden Wedding, and it was held in the Dragon Pit, which was under construction and didn't have a dome at that time. It's very sunny, a little more breathable. And we got, some more Jiharis stuff. And Rhaegar. And more Elissa. Rhaena is just chilling right now. She's on Fair Isle, and she is chilling. Tourney followed the wedding. This wedding was a big deal. There's a lot that had to be said about it. And so he's picking a Kingsguard. Jonquil Dark is happening. Becoming Alysanne's protector. And let's see here. Queen Elissa is talking about, this is Jiharis and Alysanne. There was some resistance to them getting married, but that was not happening. And Elissa was worried about it, and people were worried about it, but in the end, they didn't care. They got married anyway. That's pretty much that story. And then Jiharis took over. He dissolved his regency. And there was that whole thing with the holdout on the Red Keep. And, who was that? The warrior, the guy who, oh man, I can't remember his name. On the bridge with the Valyrian steel arak. That whole thing happened. So they're all worried because they've just Sandok the Shadow. Thank you. So they're all worried about stirring problems with the faith, but Jiharis just kind of handles it. And let's go. I might have to do search. This is taking too long. That was all the Year of Three Brides. So let's see here. People started calling Rhaena Queen in the West at this point. She's just hanging out at Fair Isle with a dragon. She's the widow of a king, so she gains that nickname. Yeah, let's go back and read this. In the Red Keep of King's Landing sat the Queen Regent Elissa. Okay, now actually let's go back one more. A realm with two kings is like a man with two heads, the small folk are wont to say. In 50 AC, the realm of Westeros found itself blessed with one king, a hand, and 3 queens, as in King Maegor's day. But whereas Maegor's queens had been consorts subservient to his will, living and dying at his whim, each of the queens of the half-century was a power in her own right. In the Red Keep of King's Landing sat the Queen Regent Elissa, widow to the late King Aenys, mother to his son Jiharis, and wife to the king's hand, Rhaegar Baratheon. So very powerful. Just across Blackwater Bay on Dragonstone, a younger queen had arisen, when Elissa's daughter Alysanne, a maid of 13 years, had pledged her troth, like betrothal, to her brother King Jiharis against the wishes of her mother and her mother's lord husband. And far to the west on Fair Isle, with the whole width of Westeros separating her from both mother and sister, was Elissa's eldest daughter, the dragon rider Rhaena Targaryen, widow of Prince Aegon the Uncrowned. In the Westerlands, Riverlands, and parts of the Reach, men were already calling her the Queen in the West. 2 sisters and a mother, the 3 queens, were bound by blood and grief and suffering, and yet between them lay shadows old and new, growing darker by the day. The amity and unity of purpose that enabled Jiharis, his sisters, and their mother to topple Maegor the Cruel had begun to fray, as long-simmering resentments and divisions made themselves felt. For the remainder of the regency, the boy king and his little queen would find themselves deeply at odds with the king's hand and the queen regent, in a rivalry that would continue into Jiharis' own reign and threaten to plunge the 7 kingdoms back into war. The immediate cause of the tension was the king's sudden and secret marriage to his sister, which had taken the hand of the queen regent unawares. So they copied Rhaena. Rhaena got married without asking, and Jiharis and Alysanne were like, that works. So they did that. Let's see. But there were other issues, though, too. Rhaegar had never asked Jiharis for leave to wed his mother. An admission the boy king took for a sign of disrespect. Moreover, His Grace, Jiharis, did not approve of the match. As he would later confess to Septon Barth, he valued Lord Rhaegar as a counselor and friend, but he did not need a second father and thought his own judgment, temperament, and intelligence to be superior to his hands. Jiharis had also felt he should have been consulted about his sister Rhaena's marriage, though he felt that slight less keenly. Queen Elissa, for her part, was deeply hurt that she had neither been advised nor invited to Rhaena's wedding on Fair Isle. Away in the west, Rhaena Targaryen nursed her own grievances, as she confided to old friends and favorites that had gathered around her. Queen Rhaena neither understood nor shared her mother's affections for Rhaegar Baratheon. So he's not liked by... Mom remarried and none of the kids like him. Though she honored him grudgingly for rising in support of her brother Jiharis against their uncle Maegor, his inaction when her own husband, Prince Aegon, faced Maegor in the battle beneath the God's Eye was something she could neither forget nor forgive. That makes sense. Also, with the passage of time, Queen Rhaena grew... remember, Rhaena was saying, when Jiharis had mercy on some of these people, she's like, yeah, you can't trust them. Like, they won't come out unless they think they're going to win. So, that's what she was talking about. With the passage of time, Rhaena grew ever more resentful that her own claim to the Iron Throne and that of her daughters had been disregarded in favor of that of my baby brother, as she was wont to call Jiharis. She was the firstborn, she reminded those who would listen, and had been a dragon rider before any of her siblings, yet all of them, and even my own mother, had conspired to pass her over. So that sounds like a little sour grapes, unless somebody rewrote the earlier part where it's like Rhaena didn't want to be, involved in the line of succession, was happy to go out to Fair Isle. But people do this, they pass up on something and then later they get sour and they're like, that was taken from me. So, yeah, maybe Rhaena got a little warped perspective here. That's possible. This poll is 75%. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Looking back now with the benefit of hindsight, it's easy to say that Jiharis and Alysanne had the right of it in the conflicts that arose during the last year of their mother's regency, and to cast Queen Elissa and Lord Rhaegar as villains. That is how the singers tell the tale, certainly. The swift and sudden marriage of Jiharis and Alysanne was a romance unequaled since the days of Florian the Fool and his jonquil to hear them sing of it. And in songs, as ever, love conquers all. The truth we submit is a deal less simple. Queen Elissa's misgivings about the match grew out of genuine concern for her children, the Targaryen dynasty, and the realm as a whole. Nor were her fears without foundation. Rhaegar Baratheon's motives were less selfless. So it goes into how he's kind of prideful, and there's going to be a conflict with him and Jiharis that comes to a head. I don't think that involves Rhaena, though. So we're going to flip through this. Let's see. So, they're just talking about how Jiharis could have dissolved the match between Elissa and Rhaegar, but didn't. So, they're debating about why, but I think Jiharis just respects his mom, and just it would have been too much to dissolve it. So, he let it go, and later he put Rhaegar in his place when he needed to. Let's see. He was not prone to bursts of rage. He's kind of thoughtful. Let's see. So, and Jiharis is certainly very competent. He stands up in certain places, shows everyone who's boss. And they don't know much about the childhood of Alysanne, except for that she's very smart. I mentioned the Septon Bar thing that said she could have been a maester. Elissa is selecting her companions. Elissa seems like a little bit of a control freak here. I don't think that's a total calumny here at the end. But you can sort of understand that. So much of her life was out of her control. King Aenys, let's see. Oh, they're going back and recounting. Yeah. So they're saying Alysanne, yeah, she grew up on Dragonstone there, and they don't know much about that time. It's all Alysanne stuff here. Talking about, what is this? This is all about caution for young girls, Corianne Wild. What is this? Oh, is this Rhaegar's bastard? Is that what happened? Why are they talking about this book? It's got a bunch of lewd stuff in it. It's supposedly a caution against lewdness, but it's got all this, it's got a bunch of porn in there. But why are they talking about it? Let's see here. Oh, there's this whole plot to like seduce Jiharis and get him to break betrothal with Alysanne, and it doesn't work. This is a fun story, but this is Jiharis' story. This is definitely not anything to do with Rhaenys. This is George getting a little salacious here. It's pretty funny, but not the... Okay, so here we go. Rhaena is back. Before we relate what happened afterward on Dragonstone, they're talking about some other stuff. Let us turn our gaze briefly to Fair Isle, where Rhaena Targaryen, the Queen in the West, quote-unquote, resided with her new husband in a court of her own. It will be recalled that Queen Elissa had been no more pleased by her eldest daughter's third marriage than by the one her son would soon make, though Rhaena's marriage was of less consequence. She was not alone in this, for in truth Andrew Farman was a curious choice for one with the blood of the dragon in her veins. The second son of Andrew Farman, not even the heir, Andrew was said to be, or a second son of Lord Farman. Andrew was said to be a handsome boy with pale blue eyes and long flaxen hair, so he kind of had the look. But he was 9 years younger than the queen. Even at his own father's court, there were those who scorned him as half a girl himself. For he was of soft of speech and gentle of nature. A singular failure as a squire, he had never become a knight, having none of the martial skills of his lord father and elder brother. For a time, his sire had considered sending him to Old Town to forge a maester's chain until his own maester told him the boy was simply not clever enough and could hardly read nor write. Later, when asked why she had chosen such an unpromising spouse, Rhaena Targaryen replied, "He was kind to me." Andrew's father had been kind to her as well, offering her refuge on Fair Isle after the battle beneath the God's Eye, when her uncle King Maegor was demanding her captive, and the poor fellows of the realm were denouncing her as a vile sinner and her daughters as abominations. Some have put forward the suggestion that the widowed queen took Andrew for her husband in part to repay her father for that kindness, for Lord Farman, himself a second son who had never expected to rule, was known to have great fondness for Andrew, despite his deficiencies. Mayhaps there is some truth in that assertion, but another possibility, first put forward by Lord Farman's maester, may cut closer to the bone. The queen found her true love on Fair Isle. Maester Smicky wrote to the Citadel, not with Andrew, but with his sister, Lady Elissa. Okay, so again, beard. Also, non-threatening beard, who may not be interested in women himself, or he is just young and biddable and happy to be honored. But yeah, beard. He's a beard. Let's hear about the type of person that Rhaena's actually attracted to. 3 years Andrew's elder, so more. Andrew was 17, so she's 20 to Rhaena's 26. Elissa Farman shared her brother's blue eyes and long flaxen hair, but elsewise was as unlike him as a sibling could be. Sharp of wit and sharper of tongue, she loved horses, dogs, and hawks. She was a fine singer and a skilled archer, but her great love was sailing. "The wind, our steed," were the words of the Farmans of Fair Isle who had sailed the western seas since the Dawn Age, and Lady Elissa embodied them. As a child, it was said that she spent more time at sea than upon the land. Her father's crews used to laugh to see her climbing the rigging like a monkey. She sailed her own boat around Fair Isle at the age of 4 and 10. By the time she was 20, she had voyaged as far north as Bear Island and as far south as the Arbor. Oft times, to the horror of her lord father and lady mother, she spoke of her desires to take a ship beyond the western horizon to learn what strange and wondrous lands might lie on the far side of the sunset sea. Lady Elissa had been twice betrothed, once at 12 and once at 16, but she had frightened off both boys, as her own father admitted ruefully. In Rhaena Targaryen, however, she found a like-minded companion, and in her the queen found a new confidant. Together, with Elaine Royce and Samantha Stokeworth, two of Rhaena's oldest friends, they became nigh inseparable. A court within the court that Sir Franklin Farman, Lord Mark's elder son, dubbed the Four-Headed Beast. That sounds just like too much fun. It sounds like Slumber Party, but grown up, and the ringleader's a dragon lady. So pretty funny. There was a detail in there that was interesting. Yeah, frightened off both boys. So just look how much they have in common, Elissa and Rhaena. Elissa rides her dragon for freedom. Rhaena rides her dragon freedom. Elissa sails her ship for freedom. They're both nonconformist. They're both not going to be married off to other people, specifically men. And they both are not interested in ruling, but more adventure and discovery, leaving things behind. They don't really, Elissa doesn't want to rule the house. She doesn't have political ambitions. Rhaena doesn't seem to either. So, yeah, makes a lot of sense. And then Rhaena's like, I know a couple of baddies that would really just fit in well here. Elaine Royce and Samantha Stokeworth. Pretty funny. So, Andrew Farman, Rhaena's new husband, was admitted to their circle from time to time, but never so often as to be taken for a fifth head. Most tellingly, Queen Rhaena never took him flying with her on the back of her dragon, Dreamfyre, an adventure she shared frequently with the ladies Elissa, Elaine, and Sam. And in fairness, it is more than possible that the Queen invited Andrew to share the sky with her, only to have him decline, for he was not of an adventurous disposition. That actually might be more likely. As the beard, it seems like he would get a ride occasionally, just for the heck of it. There's no reason not to, really. But if he was scared of it, then that would explain why he never, ever did it. He was just like, no, thank you. I'm good. Some people would just say that. I mean, it's a dragon. Drawings of dragons are fun. The living thing, I don't know if I'd want to, I mean, you would want to, but a beard, I guess there's some people not familiar with the term. So the beard is what Andrew's doing. He is, somebody explain it. He's basically, it's a cover. It's to make, it looks like a marriage that way. And really, it's so Elissa and Rhaena can be together. So, yeah. It would be a mistake to regard Queen Rhaena's time at Faircastle as an idol. Not everyone welcomed her presence by any means. Even here on this distant isle, there were poor fellows, angered that Lord Mark, like his father before him, had given support at sanctuary to one they regarded as an enemy of the faith. The continued presence of Dreamfyre on the island was also creating problems. Glimpsed every few years, a dragon was a wonder and a terror to behold, and it was true that some of the fair islanders took pride in having a dragon of our own. Others, however, were made anxious by the presence of the great beast, especially as she grew larger and hungrier. Feeding a growing dragon is no small thing, and when it became known that Dreamfyre had produced a clutch of dragon eggs, a begging brother from the inland hills began to preach that Fair Isle would soon be overrun by dragons, devouring sheep and cows and men alike, unless a dragon slayer came forth to put an end to the scourge. Yeah, this is classic dragon slayer myth. Imprisoning the cows, slaying the dragon. It's pretty good. Just a little shout out to it. Lord Farman sent forth knights to seize the man and silence him, but not before thousands had heard his prophecies. Though the preacher died in the dungeons under Faircastle, his words lived on, filling the ignorant with fear wherever they were heard. Even within the walls of Lord Farman's own seat, Queen Rhaena had enemies, chief amongst them his lordship's heir. Sir Franklin Farman had fought in the battle beneath the God's Eye and taken a wound there, blood shed in the service of Prince Aegon the Uncrowned. His grandsire had died upon that battlefield together with his eldest son, and it had been left to him to bring their corpses home to Fair Isle. Yet it seemed to him that Rhaena Targaryen showed little remorse for all the grief she had brought to House Farman, and little gratitude to him personally. He also resented her friendship with his sister, Elissa. Instead of encouraging her in what he regarded as her wild, willful ways, Sir Franklin thought the Queen should be enjoining her to do her duty to her house by making an appropriate marriage and producing children. So listen, Franklin, Rhaena's probably not the one to steer Elissa towards straightness. Just saying. That's not going to work out. Nor did he appreciate the manner in which the four-headed beast had somehow become the center of court life at Faircastle, while his lord father and himself were incredibly disregarded. In that he was well justified. More and more highborn lords from the Westerlands and beyond were visiting Fair Isle, Maester Smicky noted, But when they came, it was to have audience with the queen in the west, not with the minor lordling of a small isle and his son. They should have been capitalizing on this opportunity to make alliances, but no, they got jealous. It's too gay around here, they said. None of this was of great concern to the queen and her familiars, so long as Mark Farman ruled in Faircastle, for his lordship was an amiable and good-natured man who loved all his children, his wayward daughter and weakling son included, and loved Rhaena Targaryen for loving them as well. Less than a fortnight after the queen and Andrew Farman had celebrated their first anniversary of their union, however, Lord Mark died suddenly at his own table, choking to death upon a fishbone at the age of 46. And with his passing, Sir Franklin became Lord of Fair Isle. He wasted little time. On the day after his father's funeral, he summoned Rhaena to his great hall. He would not deign to go to her, and commanded her to remove herself from his island. "You are not wanted here," he told her. "You are not welcome here. Take your dragon with you and your friends, and my little brother, who would surely piss in his breeches if he were made to stay. But do not presume to take my sister. She will remain here, and she will be wed to a man of my choosing." Man. Triumph for the male sex here. I hope everyone's feeling it. Short-lived. Franklin Farman did not lack for courage, as Maester Sminky wrote in a letter to the Citadel. He did lack for sense, however, and in that moment he did not seem to realize how close he stood to death. "I could see the fire in her eyes," the Maester said, "and for a moment I could see Faircastle burning, the white towers blackening and collapsing into the sea as flames leapt from every window, and the dragon wheeled about again and again." Sounds a lot like Melisandre's vision of towers falling into the sea. Actually, stone beast taking wing, white towers, this dragon at the high tower. Interesting. Rhaena Targaryen was the blood of the dragon, and far too proud to linger long where she was not wanted. She departed Fair Isle that very night, taking wing for Casterly Rock upon Dreamfyre, after instructing her husband and companions to follow her by ship, with all those who might love me. When Andrew, flushed with anger, offered to face his brother in single combat. Oh, that's cute. Isn't it Smike like Nicholas Nickleby? Smick? I have no idea. I just picked. I don't know. I've not seen that name before. So Smick? Why would it have the E if it was Smick? I don't know. English is weird, and it might not be English. If somebody can look that up, and Mike with an S. Smike. Okay, Smike. Maester Smike. Whatever. I'll just call him Maester Mike. Where is he? Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, that's right. Andrew, flushed with anger, offering to face his brother in single combat, offering to become a kinslayer. But the queen dissuaded him. "He would cut you to pieces, my love," she told him. "And were I to be thrice widowed, men would name me a witch or worse and hound me from Westeros." Shout out to Lady Rohan Weber, who was called a witch because of how many times she was widowed. Lyman Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, had sheltered her before, she reminded him. Queen Rhaena was confident that he would welcome her again. Andrew Farman, Samantha Stokeworth, and Elaine Royce set out to follow her the next morning, together with more than 40 of the Queen's friends, servants, and hangers-on, for her grace had gathered a sizable coterie about her as the Queen in the West. Lady Elissa was with them as well, for she had no intention of remaining behind. Her ship, the Maiden's Fancy, had been made ready for the crossing. When the Queen's party reached the docks, however, they found Sir Franklin waiting for them. "You'll marry a man." The rest of them could go, and good riddance, he announced, but his sister would remain on Fair Isle to be wed. The new lord had brought only half a dozen men with him, however, and he had seriously misjudged the love the small folk bore his sister, particularly the sailors, shipwrights, fisherfolk, porters, and other burly, strapping, working-class folks of the dockside districts, many of whom had known her since she was a small girl. As Lady Elissa, so this is a little bit like an Asha Greyjoy has the loyalty of, not only her crew, but everyone on the docks, as we see. Similar thing. As Lady Elissa confronted her brother, spitting defiance at him and demanding that he get out of her way, a crowd gathered around them, growing angrier by the moment. Oblivious to their mood, his lordship attempted to seize his sister, whereupon the onlookers rushed forward, overwhelming his men before they could draw their blades. 3 of them were shoved off the docks into the water, whilst Lord Franklin himself was thrown into a ship's hold full of fresh caught cod. And that's going to be very stinky. Not going to get that smell out of those clothes. Elissa Farman and the rest of the Queen's friends boarded the Maiden's Fancy untouched and set sail for Lannisport. Eat fish. Yep, that's right. It's a little bit of symbolism there. Mr. Straight Man gets to eat the fish. All right, anyway. Tossed into the squisher pit. So Lyman Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, had given Rhaena and her husband Aegon the Uncrowned refuge when Maegor the Cruel was demanding their heads. His bastard son, Sir Tyler Hill, had also fought with Prince Aegon under the God's Eye. His wife, the formidable Lady Jocasta of House Tarbeck, had befriended Rhaena during her time at the Rock and had been the first to discern that she was with child, just as the Queen had expected. They were indeed welcome to her now. And when the rest of they welcomed her now, and when the rest of her party landed in Lannisport, the Lannisters took them in as well. A lavish feast was held in their honor. An entire stable was given over to Dreamfyre, and Queen Rhaena, her husband, and her companions of the four-headed beast were assigned a regally appointed suite of apartments deep in the bowels of Casterly Rock, safe from any harm. That's a good thing. The bowels of Casterly Rock are nice. They're golden. Unlike Tywin's bowels. Anyway. There they lingered for more than a moon's turn, enjoying the hospitality of the wealthiest house in all of Westeros. As the days passed, however, the very hospitality grew ever more disquieting to Rhaena Targaryen. It became apparent to her that the bedmaids and servants assigned to them were tattlers and spies, bringing word of their every doing back to Lord and Lady Lannister. One of the castle septas asked Samantha Stokeworth whether the Queen's marriage to Andrew Farman had ever been consummated, and if so, who had witnessed the bedding. Oh, that's very nosy. Sir Tyler Hill, Lord Lyman's comely bastard son, was openly scornful of Andro, even whilst doing all he could to ingratiate himself to Rhaena herself, regaling her with tales of his exploits at the battle beneath the God's Eye and showing her the scars he had taken there in your Aegon's service. So, he is trying to, he's like, you're not really married to him, are you? And every time he sees Andro in the hall, he just strokes his beard over and over. And he's like, anyway. Lord Lyman himself began to express an unseemly interest in the 3 dragon's eggs the Queen had brought from Fair Isle, wondering how and when they might be expected to hatch. His wife, Lady Jocasta, suggested privately that 1 or more of the eggs would make a fine gift if her grace should wish to, show her gratitude to House Lannister for taking her in and, keep staying here. When that ploy proved unsuccessful, Lyman offered to buy the eggs outright for a staggering sum. The Lord of Casterly Rock wanted more than just a highborn guest, Queen Rhaena realized then. Beneath the warmth of his veneer, he was too cunning and too ambitious to settle for so little. He wanted an alliance with the Iron Throne, possibly through marriage between her and his bastard, or one of his true-born sons, some union that would raise the Lannisters up past the High Towers, the Baratheons, and the Velaryons, to be the second house in the realm. And he wanted dragons. With dragon riders of their own, the Lannisters would be the equals of the Targaryens. They were kings once, she reminded Sam Stokeworth. He smiles, but he was raised on tales of the Field of Fire. He will not have forgotten. Rhaena Targaryen knew her history as well, the history of the freehold of Valyria, writ in fire and blood. We cannot remain here, she confided to her dear companions. And there's artwork of this also. This is another Joshua Kairos, I'm pretty sure. Yep. So there's Jocasta and Lord Lannister and the eggs. All right. So there we must leave Queen Rhaena for a time while we cast our eyes eastward. All right. So let's skip ahead. And I'm actually going to grab another lozenge because this stream is still going for some reason. It's been 4 hours. I don't know why. That I thought this would be shorter, but yeah. Okay, so this is Jiharis stuff. Claw Isle, Lannisport, Old Town, Casterly Rock. Wait, Casterly Rock. Oh, just tax stuff. I thought this would be shorter, David Lightbringer. Yep. Do with that what you will. Corian Wild stuff again. Sins of the Flesh. Blah, 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 blah. Jiharis. Untemptable. Rock solid. Good man. Rhaegar Baratheon. Psh, psh, psh. What are we talking about? Aerea. Oh, yeah. Rhaegar is trying to use Aerea to replace Jiharis. He's crazy. Absolutely crazy. He really did have to be taken down. So, on the night of Rhaegar's dismissal by Jiharis, Sir Ronald Baratheon and a dozen of his men forced their way into her chambers in the Red Keep, intending to take her with them, only to find that Queen Elissa had stolen a march on them. The girl was already gone, and her servants knew not where. It would be learned later that Lord Corbray had removed her at the Queen Regent's command, dressed in the rags of a common girl of the lowest order, with her silver gold hair dyed a muddy brown. Princess Aerea would spend the rest of the regency working in a stable near King's Gate. Oh, that was funny. I forgot about that. She was 8 years old and loved horses. Years later, she would say that this was the happiest time of her life. Not many years later. Well, yeah, I mean, there's not much more, so. This is back to Rhaegar and Elissa stuff. Some Hightower stuff. This is all jockeying for power around Jiharis, essentially. So now he is king. Huzzah! Huzzah, everyone. Jiharis is king. And let's see here. Let's see if Rhaena shows up. She's going to show up pretty soon in King's Landing, I think. There's young Jiharis. Good looking man. All right. High Towers. Jiharis had a lot of people to fire, I think is what happened. Had to get his own people in there. They're not sure what to do with Harrenhal. He's dressing down Rhaegar finally here. That's a pretty satisfying scene, but not what we're here to talk about. This is Jiharis sort of casually talking to Rhaegar in front of his Baratheon, or in front of his dragon. Like, yeah. I kind of do love this Vermithor. This is like a total grandpa Vermithor picture. Like, he looks like he's got the big dragon goatee. Grandpappy Vermi. All right. So let's see. He's naming a master of coin. Pretty sure, like I said, Rhaena's going to pop back in here. I loved Cregan's lines on Jiharis and Alysanne in Hot D. Yeah, what were they? I forget. Here we go. So, together with this, let's see. It was another wedding guest who excited the most talk. It was the Queen in the West. She had come as well. Born on the wings of Dreamfyre, Rhaena Targaryen had flown in to see her siblings wed and to visit her daughter Aerea. And because also didn't work out so well in Casterly Rock. Bells rang throughout the city as rites were concluded, and a flight of ravens took wing to every corner of the realm to proclaim this happy union. The king's second wedding differed from his first. In one other crucial aspect, it was followed by a bedding, because they're old enough now. Alysanne in her later years would declare that this was at her insistence. She was ready to lose her maidenhead, and she wanted no more questions as to whether they were truly married. And I regret saying she's old enough now, actually, without checking her age. How old was she? Somebody look it up. Not old enough. Is probably the answer. "16 at best." Yeah, I was supposed to have air quotes about it, but I just want to clarify this is not, in fact, old enough. Supposedly, this is a true plot line. Everyone has been trying to break up their arrangement because they hadn't consummated it. Literally, they sent this chick, Corianne Wild, who was skilled in the arts, to go and try to tempt Jiharis. So there is some truth to this idea that is a motivation. But yeah, how old was she when they got married? I'm still waiting on the chat to figure it out. Anyways, I'm going to keep reading. Let's see. Lord Rogar himself, roaring drunk, led the men who disrobed her and carried her to the bridal bed. Okay. Again, the Westerosi bedding thing is strange. Whilst the Queen's companions, Janice Templeton, Rosamund Ball, and Prudence and Prunella Celtigar, were amongst those who did the honors for the king. There, upon a canopied bed in Maegor's holdfast, in the Red Keep of King's Landing, this is too much detail, the marriage of Jiharis and his sister Alysanne was consummated at long last, sealing their union for all time before the eyes of gods and men. I guess it's a very important ceremony, but yeah. With secrecy finally at an end, the king and his court waited to see how the realm would respond. Jiharis had concluded that the violent opposition that had greeted his brother Aegon's marriage had several causes. Their uncle Maegor's taking of his second wife in 39 AC in defiance of High Septon and his own brother Aenys had shattered the delicate understanding between the throne and the Starry Sept, so the marriage of Aegon and Rhaena had been seen as a further outrage. The denunciation thus provoked had lit a fire across the land, and the swords and stars had taken up the torches along with a score of pious lords who feared the gods more than their king. Prince Aegon and Rhaena had been little known amongst the small folk, and they had begun their progress without dragons, which left them vulnerable. This is all true. There's Jiharis and Alysanne. Oh, they're fabulous as they're being bedded or something. None of these conditions applied to Jiharis and Alysanne. There would be no denunciation from the Starry Sept, whilst some amongst the most devout still bristled. The present High Septon Moon's High Lickspittle was complacent and cautious, not inclined to wake sleeping dragons. The swords and stars have been broken and outlawed. So, let's see. He came up with this. He sent out people to sort of proclaim Alysanne's kindness, her sweet and gentle nature, and this is the beginning of her reputation as good Queen Alysanne. And he sent them out. And let's see. He also came up with the Targaryen exceptionalism doctrine. That's basically like, no, incest is bad except for us because we're lizard people. Yeah, that's what this is. It's Targaryen exceptionalism. Oh, here's Rhaena again. Though the king was happy in his queen, and the realm happy with their marriage, Jiharis had not been wrong when he foresaw that he would face a time of testing. Having remade the council, reconciled Lord Rhaegar and Queen Elissa, and imposed new taxes to restore the crown's coffers, he was faced with what would prove to be his thorniest problem yet, his sister Rhaena. So Jiharis and Alysanne were 16 and 14. Okay, yeah, pretty young. Since taking her leave of Lyman Lannister and Casterly Rock, Rhaena Targaryen and her traveling court had made their own royal progress of sorts, visiting the Marbrands of Ashmark, the Rains of Castamere, the Leffords at Golden Tooth, the Vances at Wayfarer's Rest, and finally the Pipers at Pink Maiden, where everyone put flowers on Melanie's grave, I'm sure. No matter where she turned, the same problems arose. They all are warm at first, she told her brother, but it does not last. Either I am unwelcome or too welcome. They murmur of the cost of keeping me and mine, but it is Dreamfyre who excites them. Some fear her, more want her, and it is those who trouble me most. They lust for dragons of their own. That I will not give them, but where am I to go? Here, the king suggested, return to court and live forever in your shadow. I need a place of my own, a place where no lord may threaten me, banish me, or trouble those I have taken under my protection. I need lands, men, a castle. We can find you lands, the king said, but you build you a castle. All the lands are taken, all the castles occupied, Rhaena replied, but there is one I have a claim to, a better claim than your own, brother. I am the blood of the dragon. I want my father's seat, the place where I was born. I want Dragonstone. To that, King Jiharis had no answer, promising only to take the matter under consideration. His council, when the question was put to them, were united in their opposition to ceding the ancestral seat of House Targaryen to the widowed queen, but none had any better solution to offer. After reflecting on the matter, his grace met with his sister again. I will grant you Dragonstone as your seat, he told her, for there is no place more fitting for the blood of the dragon. But you shall hold the island and the castle not by my gift, not by right. Our grandsire made 7 kingdoms into one, with fire and blood. I cannot and will not make them 2, by carving you off as a separate kingdom of your own. You are a queen by courtesy, but I am king, and my writ runs from Old Town to the Wall, and on Dragonstone as well. Are we of one mind on this, sister? And she says, Are you so uncertain of that iron seat that you must needs have your own blood bend the knee to you, brother? Rhaena threw back at him. So be it. Give me Dragonstone and one thing more, and I shall trouble you no further. One thing more? Jiharis asked. Aerea, I want my daughter restored to me. Done, the king said, perhaps too hastily, for it must be remembered that Aerea Targaryen, a girl of 8, was his own acknowledged successor, heir apparent to the Iron Throne. The consequence of this decision would not be known for years to come, however. For the nonce it was done, and the queen in the west, at a stroke, became the queen in the east. So then we've got, let's see here, Alysanne, Rhaegar, Jiharis. Now we're looking for Aerea Targaryen and the Elissa Farman bit. In fact, the Aerea Targaryen thing I'm going to skip also because I'm going to read all of it in the Dracomorph story or video coming. So we're not going to do that. We are going to do Elissa Farman. Where are we? This is Maidenpool. Elissa, birth of Jocelyn Baratheon. Discontent lay heavy upon Dragonstone as well, where Rhaena Targaryen had established her own small court. As they had with Jiharis before her, neighboring lords began to seek her out, but the queen in the east was not her brother. Many of her visitors were received coldly. Others turned away without an audience. What's up, Martin Crow? Thanks, buddy. Queen Rhaena's reunion with her daughter Aerea had not gone well either. The princess had no memory of her mother. Wow. And the queen no knowledge of her child, nor any fondness for the children of others. Wow. I guess they were separated at a very young age. Aerea had loved the excitement of the Red Keep, with lords and ladies and envoys from queer foreign lands coming and going, knights training in the yards every morning, singers and mummers and fools capering by night, and all the clangor and color and tumult of King's Landing just beyond the walls. She had loved the attention lavished on her as heir to the Iron Throne as well. Great lords, gallant knights, bedmaids, washerwomen, stableboys alike had praised her, loved her, and vied for her favor. And she had been the leader of a pack of young girls, both high and low birth, who had terrorized the castle. All that had been taken from her when her mother carried her off to Dragonstone against her wishes. Compared to King's Landing, the island was a dull place, sleepy and quiet. There were no girls of her own age in the castle. Oh, that sucks. And Aerea was not allowed to mingle with the daughters of the fisherfolk in the village beneath the walls. Her mother was a stranger to her, sometimes stern and sometimes shy, much given to brooding, and the women who surrounded her seemed to take little interest in Aerea. Of all of them, the only one the princess warmed to was Elissa Farman of Fair Isle, who told her tales of her adventures and promised to teach her how to sail. Lady Elissa was no happier on Dragonstone than Aerea herself, however. She missed her wide western seas and spoke often of returning to them. "Take me with you," Princess Aerea would say when she did, and Elissa Farman would laugh. Dragonstone did have one thing King's Landing lacked, and that is dragons. In the great citadel under the shadow of Dragonmont, more dragons were being born every time the moon turned. Ha ha! Dragons come from the moon. Or so it seemed. The eggs that Dreamfyre had laid on Fair Isle had all hatched once on Dragonstone, and Rhaena Targaryen had made certain that her daughter made their acquaintance. "Choose one and make him yours," the queen urged the princess, "and one day you will fly." There were older dragons in the yards as well, and beyond the walls wild dragons had escaped the castle and made their lairs in hidden caves on the far side of the mountain. Shout out Sheep Stealer, and maybe Cannibal and Grey Ghost. Princess Aerea had known Vermithor and Silverwing during her time at court, but she had never been allowed too close to them. Here she could visit with the dragons as often as she liked. The hatchlings, the young drakes, her mother's Dreamfyre, and greatest of them all, Balerion and Vhagar, huge and ancient and sleepy, but still terrifying when they woke and stirred and spread their wings, right? Because their riders are both dead. Visenya and Maegor. In the Red Keep, Aerea had loved her horse, her friends, her hounds. On Dragonstone, the dragons became her friends, her only friends, aside from Elissa Farman, and she began to count the days until she could mount one and fly far, far away. So, of course, she does eventually do that. Let's see here. Aerea Targaryen, the daughter of Aegon the Uncrowned and his sister Rhaena, was 11 and had been heir to the Iron Throne for as long as she could remember. A strong-willed, bold-tongued, fiery young girl, Aerea delighted in the attention that came with being a queen in waiting and was not pleased to find herself displaced by the newborn princess. Oh, Jiharis and Alysanne have a kid. Her mother, Queen Rhaena, likely shared these feelings, but she held her tongue and spoke no word of it, even to her closest confidants. She had trouble enough in her own hall at the time, for a rift had opened between her and her beloved Elissa Farman. Denied any part of the incomes of Fair Isle by her brother Lord Franklin, Elissa asked the Dowager Queen for gold sufficient to build a new ship in the shipyards of Driftmark, a large, swift vessel meant to sail the Sunset Sea. Rhaena denied her request. "I could not bear you to leave me," she said, but Lady Elissa heard only no. With the hindsight of history to guide us, we can look back and see that all the portents were there, ominous signs of difficult days ahead, but even the archmaesters of the conclave saw none of that as they reflected on the year about to end. None of them realized that the year ahead would be among the darkest in the long reign of Jiharis. So, let's see here. On Dragonstone, problems of another sort were coming to a head. Lady Elissa Farman could suffer life upon the island no more. She had heard the sea calling, she told Rhaena. It was time for her to take her leave. Never one to make a show of emotions, the Queen in the East received the news stone-faced. "I have asked you to stay," she said. "I will not beg. If you would go, go." The Princess Aerea had none of her mother's restraint. When Lady Elissa came to say her farewells, the princess wept and clung to her leg, pleading with her to stay, or failing that, to take her along. "I want to be with you," Aerea said. "I want to sail the seas and have adventures." Lady Elissa shed a tear as well, but she pushed the princess away and said, "No, you can't do that." So Elissa departs for Driftmark the next morning. From there, she took a ship across the narrow sea to Pentos. And there she made her way overland to Braavos, whose shipwrights were far famed, but Rhaena and Princess Aerea had no notion of her final destination. The Queen believed she had gone no further than Driftmark. Lady Elissa had good reason for wanting more distance because, fortnight after her departure, Sir Mara Bullock, still commander of the castle garrison, brought 3 terrified grooms and the keeper of the dragon yard into Rhaena's presence. 3 dragon eggs were missing, and days of searching had not turned them up. After questioning every man who had access to the dragons closely, Sir Mara was convinced that Lady Elissa had made off with them. If this betrayal by one she had loved wounded Rhaena, she hid it well, but there was no hiding her fury. She commanded Sir Mara to question the grooms and stable boys more sharply. When the questioning proved fruitless, she relieved him of his command and expelled him from Dragonstone, together with his son Sir Alan, and a dozen other men she found suspicious. She even went so far as to summon her husband, Andro, demanding to know if he had been complicit in his sister's crime. His denials only goaded her to more rage, until their shouts could be heard echoing through the halls of Dragonstone. She sent men to Driftmark, only to learn that Lady Elissa had sailed to Pentos. She sent men to Pentos, but the trail went cold. Only then did Rhaena Targaryen mount Dreamfyre to fly to the Red Keep and inform her brother of what had transpired. Elissa had no love for dragons, she told the king. It was gold she wanted, gold to build a ship. She will sell the eggs. They are worth a fleet of ships. Jiharis had received his sister in the Solar, with only Grand Maester Bennifer present, to bear witness to what was said. If those eggs should hatch, there will be another dragon lord in the world, and not one of our own house. They may not hatch, Bennifer said, not away from Dragonstone. The heat, it is known, some eggs turn to stone. Then some spicemonger in Pentos will find himself possessed of 3 very costly stones, Jiharis said. Elsewise, the birth of 3 young dragons is not a thing that can easily be kept secret. So that's the big hint, that these become Dany's eggs. Spicemonger in Pentos. Like Illyrio is a Pentosi cheesemonger. Same thing. So whoever has them will want to crow. We must have eyes and ears in the free cities, and offer rewards for any word of dragons. What do you mean to do? His sister Rhaena asked him. What I must. What you must. Do not think to wash your hands of this, sweet sister. You wanted Dragonstone, and I gave it to you, and you brought this woman there, this thief. Okay, guys, I need a quick break so I can finish this. I literally just need to stop for a second, and I will come back and we'll just read a little bit more and be done. But almost 5 hours by myself. So, got some patron names again for you. And yeah, I'm going to take a 60-second nap. I'll be right back. Now, since we are talking about Elissa Farman sailing across the sea, and we're not going to do, by the way, we're just doing the Rhaena part. I'm not doing the entire Sun Chaser thing. If you check out my stream on Who is Quave, we did the entire Elissa Farman story there. So, just a heads up. This stream is almost 5 hours long. In 5 hours, you can fly from California to Hawaii. It's about 13 or 14 hours to get to Australia from California. So this stream is almost getting us halfway across the sunset scene, if you will. All right. Anyways, moving right along. So Jiharis says, should the dragons turn up anywhere from here to YT, we will demand their return. They were stolen from us. They are ours by right. If that demand should be denied, we must needs go and get them. Take them back if we can. Kill them if we have to. No hatchlings can hope to stand against Vermithor and Dreamfyre. And Silverwing asked Rhaena, our sister had no part in this. I will not put her at risk. The Queen in the East smiled then. She is Rhaenys, and I am Visenya. I have never thought otherwise. So she's making the comparison there, obviously, to Jiharis as Aegon and her as Visenya. And we've seen that. Rhaena is a little bit cold at times or detached. Some of that is shock, such as when she's brought the news of all those deaths at once and doesn't cry. Yeah, she's been through a lot, and at this point, she is a little more Visenya-like. I suppose that makes sense. Grand Maester Benefer said, you are speaking of waging war across the narrow sea, your grace. The costs must need be borne. I will not allow Valyria to rise again. Imagine what the Triarchs of Valentis would do with dragons. Let us pray it never comes to that. With that, his grace ended the audience. No one must know of this but we three. We know now that a Lady Elissa made her way to Braavos after Pentos, though not before taking a new name. Having been driven from Fair Isle and disowned by her brother Lord Franklin, she took on a bastard name of her own devising, calling herself Alice Westhill. Under that name, she secured an audience with the Sea Lord of Braavos. The Sea Lord's menagerie was far famed, and he was glad to buy the dragon's eggs. The gold she received in return was entrusted to the Iron Bank, and she used it to finance the building of Sun Chaser, the ship she had dreamed of for many a year. None of this was known on Westeros at the time, however, and soon enough Jiharis had a fresh concern. A new High Septon. Okay, so we're skipping ahead. Lots of dragons in Old Town here. Alysanne, there's a bunch of Alysanne stuff here. Oh, sorry for the gap. Let's see. I can need the rest though. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Okay, so this is Rogar's. Basically, Rhaegar has gotten Elissa pregnant twice, which no one appreciates because Alyssa's in her 40s. And so she dies in childbirth. And let's see, it is Jocelyn Baratheon, who is the mother of Rhaenys. And dawn was breaking, and Queen Alyssa's body was not yet cold when Vermithor raised his head from where he had been coiled sleeping in the yard and gave out with a roar that woke half of Storm's End. He had scented the approach of another dragon. Moments later, Dreamfyre descended, silver crests flashing along her back as her pale blue wings beat against the red dawn sky. Rhaena Targaryen had come to make amends to her mother. She came too late. Queen Elissa was gone. Though the king told her she did not need to look upon their mother's mortal remains, Rhaena insisted, ripping away the bedclothes that covered her to gaze upon the maester's work. Oh, because they cut the baby out of her. Let's see. I guess we got to go back now. Let's see. So this is the scene that they pulled from, without going into detail. This is the scene they pulled. They took this scene and moved it to the first episode of House of the Dragon, which we all remember. It is not quite the same here. There are multiple stories told. Basically, it's the same thing where they can only save one. What's it say? No, the Maester says that he can't save the mother, but there's a chance we can save the child. And some people say that he told the Maester to do it and then fled the room like a coward. Other people say Elissa woke from her sleep and gave permission, said save the baby, understanding that she wasn't going to be able to be saved. Others say that she died without waking, and Alysanne was there the whole time. So that's all messed up. I can't go into the detail of it again. The point is, Rhaena gets here and she has a look and she realizes what has happened. And so then the rest of this plays out. Let's see here. After a long time, she turned away to kiss her brother on the cheek and embrace her younger sister. The two queens held each other for a long while, it is said. But when the midwife offered Rhaena the newborn babe to hold, she refused. Where is Rhaegar? She asked. She found him below in the great hall with his young son Bormund in his lap, surrounded by his brothers and his knights. Rhaena Targaryen pushed through all of them to stand over him and began to curse him to his face. Her blood is on your hands, she raged at him. Her blood is on your cock. May you die screaming. Rhaegar Baratheon was outraged by her accusations. What are you saying, woman? This is the will of the gods. The stranger comes for all of us. How could it be my doing? What did I do? You put your cock into her. You gave her one son. That should have been enough. Or she gave you one son. That should have been enough. Save my wife, you should have said. But what are wives to men like you? Rhaena reached out and grabbed his beard and pulled his face to hers. Hear this, my lord. Do not think to wed again. Take care of the whelps my mother gave you, my half-brother and half-sister. See that they want for nothing. Do that, and I will let you be. If I should ever hear of even a whisper of you taking some other poor maid to wife, I will make another Harrenhal of Storm's End, with you and her inside it. So, there you go. When she had stormed from the hall, back to her dragon in the yard, Lord Rhaegar and his brothers shared a laugh. She is mad, he declared. Does she think to frighten me? Me? I did not fear the wrath of Maegor the Cruel. Should I fear hers? Thereafter he drank a cup of wine, summoned his steward to make arrangements for his wife's burial, and sent his brother Sir Garin to invite the king and queen to stay on for a feast in honor of his daughter. He didn't remarry, though. It was a sadder king who returned to King's Landing from Storm's End. The most devout had given him the high septon. He desired the doctrine of exceptionalism would be a tenet of the faith, and he had reached an accord with the powerful Hightowers, but those victories had turned to ashes in his mouth with the death of his mother. Jiharis was not one to brood, however, and so, as he would do often in his long reign, the king shrugged off his sorrows and plunged himself into the ruling of the realm. Okay, so let's see here. Alysanne's having kids, one of which dies, and then we get to Elissa Farman. On Dragonstone, Rhaena Targaryen had found new griefs awaiting her when she returned from Storm's End. Far from being a joy and a comfort to her, as Daenerys was to Alysanne, that's the young Daenerys. Her own daughter Aerea had become a terror, a willful child, who defied her septa, her mother, and her maesters alike, abused her servants, absented herself from prayers, lessons, and meals without leave, and addressed the men and women of Rhaena's court with such charming names as Sir Stupid, Lord Pigface, and Lady Farts-a-Lot. So this is very Aerea-esque, I would say. The distinguished Sir Stupid. Her Grace's husband, Elissa Farman, though less vocal and openly defiant, was no less angry. When word first reached Dragonstone that Queen Elissa was failing, Andro had announced that he would accompany his wife to Storm's End. As her husband, he said his place was at Rhaena's side, to give her comfort. The queen had refused him, however, and not gently. A loud argument had preceded her departure, and her Grace was heard to say, "The wrong Farman ran away." Ah, brutal. Her marriage, never passionate, had become a mummer's farce by 54 AC, and not an entertaining one, Lady Elaine Royce observed. Elissa Farman was no longer the lad that Rhaena had married 5 years earlier on Fair Isle. Wow, only 5 years, when he was 10 and 7. The comely stripling had become puffy-faced, round-shouldered, and fleshy. Never well regarded by other men, he had found himself forgotten and ignored by their lordly hosts during Rhaena's wanderings in the west. Dragonstone proved to be no better. His wife was still a queen, but no one mistook Andro for a king, or even a lord consort. Though he sat at Queen Rhaena's side during meals, he did not share her bed. That honor went to her friends and favorites. His own bedchamber was in an altogether different tower from hers. The gossips at court said the queen told him that it was better that they slept apart, so he need not be disturbed if she should find some pretty maid to warm his bed. So he not need be disturbed if he should find some pretty maid to warm his bed. There is no indication that he ever did. Right, exactly. So his days were as empty as his nights. Though he had been born upon an island and now lived upon another, Andro did not sail or swim or fish. Kind of lame. A failed squire, he had no skill with sword, nor axe, nor spear, so when the men of the castle garrison trained each morning in the yard, he kept to his bed. He could have at least tried. Thinking that he might be of a bookish disposition, Maester Cullipur tried to interest him in the treasures of Dragonstone's libraries. the ponderous tomes and old Valyrian scrolls that had fascinated King Jiharis, only to discover that the queen's husband could not read. Andro rode passably well, and from time to time would have a horse saddled so he might trot about the yard, but he never passed beyond the gates to explore Dragonmont's rocky paths or the far side of the island, nor even the fishing village and docks beneath the castle. He drinks a great deal, Maester Coliper wrote to the Citadel, and has been known to spend entire days in the chamber of the painted table, moving painted wooden soldiers about the map. That's pretty sad. That's even sadder than Viserys building his Lego city. Queen Rhaena's companions are wont to say he is planning his conquest of Westeros. They do not mock him to his face for her sake, but they titter at him behind his back. The knights Beard. The knights and men-at-arms pay him no mind whatsoever, and the servants obey him or not as they please, with no fear of his displeasure. The children are the cruelest, as children often are, and none half so cruel as Princess Aerea. She once emptied a chamber pot upon his head, not for anything he did, but because she was wroth with her mother. Andro Farman's discontent on Dragonstone only grew worse after his sister's departure. Lady Elissa had been his closest friend, mayhaps his only friend, Coliper observed, and despite his tearful denials, Rhaena found it hard to accept that he had played no role in the matter of her dragon eggs. When the queen dismissed Sir Merrill Bullock, Andro asked her to appoint him commander of the castle garrison in Bullock's place. Her grace had been breaking her fast with 4 of her ladies in waiting at the time. The women burst into laughter at his request, and after a moment the queen had laughed as well. When Rhaena flew to King's Landing to inform King Jiharis of the theft, Andro had offered to accompany her, and his wife had refused him scornfully. What would that serve? What could you possibly do but fall off the dragon? Queen Rhaena's denial of his wish to go with her to Storm's End was but the latest and last in a long string of humiliations for Andro Farman. By the time Rhaena returned from his mother's deathbed, he was well past any desire to comfort her. Sullen and cold, he sat silent at meals and avoided the queen's company elsewise. If Rhaena Targaryen was troubled by his sulks, she gave little sign of it. She found consolation in her ladies instead, in old friends like Samantha Stokeworth and Elaine Royce, and newer companions like her cousin Lyanna Velaryon, Lord Staunton's pretty daughter Cassella, and young Septa Miriam. Oh, corrupting the Septus. Whatever peace they helped her find proved short-lived. Autumn had come to Dragonstone and to the rest of Westeros, and with it came cold winds from the north and storms from the south, raging up the narrow sea. A darkness settled over the ancient fortress, a gloomy place even in summer. Even the dragons seemed to feel the damp. And as the year waned, the sickness came to Dragonstone. Who was the father of Queen Rhaena's children? Oh, Aegon the Uncrowned. It was not the sweating sickness, nor the shaking sickness, nor grayscale, Maester Coliper pronounced. The first sign was a bloody stool, followed by terrible cramping in the gut. There was a number of diseases that could be the cause, he told the queen. Which of those might be to blame he never determined, for Coliper himself was the first to die, less than 2 days after he began to feel ill. Interesting coincidence. Maester Amselm, who took his place, thought his age to blame. Coliper had been closer to 90 than 80. Wow, and not strong. Cassella Staunton was the next to succumb, however, and she was but 4 and 10. Wow. Rhaena. Jeez, Rhaena. Rhaena's like 30. Okay. Then Septa Miriam sickened, and Elaine Royce. And even... So basically all of Rhaena's best friends. And even big, boisterous Sam Stokeworth, who liked to boast that she had never been sick a day in her life. All 3 died in the same night, within hours of one another. Yeah. Rhaena Targaryen herself remained untouched, though her friends and dear companions were being felled one by one. It was her Valyrian blood that saved her, Maester Anselm suggested. Ailments that carried off ordinary men in a matter of hours could not prevail against the blood of the dragon. Males also seem largely immune to this queer plague. Oh, it's a queer plague, is it? Aside from Maester Culliper, only women were struck down. The men of Dragonstone, be they knights, scullions, stableboys, or singers, remained healthy. Queen Rhaena ordered the gates of Dragonstone closed and barred, and as yet there was no sickness beyond her walls, and she meant to keep it that way, to protect the small folk. When she said word to King's Landing, Jiharis acted at once, commanding Lord Velaryon to send his galleys to make certain no one escaped to spread the pestilence beyond the island. The king's hand did as commanded, though not without grief, for his own young niece was amongst the women on Dragonstone. Lyanna Velaryon died even as her uncle's galleys were pushing off from Driftmark. Maester Anselm had purged her, bled her, and covered her with ice, all to no avail. She died in Rhaena Targaryen's arms, convulsing as the queen wept bitter tears. "You weep for her," Andrew Farman said, when he saw the tears on his wife's face. "But would you weep for me?" His words woke a fury in the queen. Lashing him across the face, Rhaena commanded him to leave her, declaring she wanted to be alone. "You shall be," Andrew said. She was the last of them. Even then, so lost was the queen in her grief that she did not realize what had happened. It was Rhaego Draz, the king's Pentoshi Maester of Coin, who first gave voice to suspicion when Jiharis assembled a small council to discuss the deaths on Dragonstone. So he's not even on Dragonstone, he's in King's Landing, and he figured it out. Reading over Maester Anselm's account, Lord Rhaego furrowed his brow and said, "Sickness? This is no sickness. A weasel of the guts, dead in a day. This is the tears of Lys." "Poison," King Jiharis said in shock. "We know more of such things in the free cities," Draz assured him. "It is the tears, never doubt it. The old maester would have seen it soon enough, so he had to die first. That is how I would do it. Not that I would. Poison is dishonorable." "Only women were struck down," objected Lord Velaryon. "Only women got the poison then," said Rhaego Draz. When Septon Marth and Grand Maester Bennifer concurred with Lord Rhaego's words, the king dispatched a raven to Dragonstone. Once Rhaena Targaryen read his words, she had no doubt. Summoning the captain of her guards, she commanded her husband be brought to her, found and brought to her. Andrew Farman was not to be found in his bedchamber, nor the queen's, nor the great hall, nor the stables, nor the sept, nor Aegon's garden. In Sea Dragon Tower, in the maester's chambers, under the rookery, they discovered Maester Anselm dead, with a dagger between his shoulder blades. With the gates closed and barred, there was no way to leave the castle save by dragon. "My worm of a husband does not have the courage for that," Rhaena declared. And there's Andrew Farman and Rhaena. Andrew Farman was located at last in the chamber of the painted table, a long sword clutched in his grasp. He made no attempt to deny the poisonings. Instead, he boasted, "I brought them cups of wine, and they drank. They thanked me, and they drank. Why not? A cupbearer, a serving man, that's how they saw me. Andrew the sweet, Andrew the jape. What could I do but fall off the dragon? Well, I could have done a lot of things. I could have been a lord. I could have made laws and been wise and given you counsel. I could have killed your enemies as easily as I killed your friends. I could have given you children." Rhaena Targaryen did not deign to reply to him. Instead, she spoke to her guards, saying, "Take him and geld him, but staunch the wound. I want his cock and balls fried up and fed to him. Do not let him die until he has eaten every bite." "No," Andrew Farman said, as they moved around the painted table to grasp him. "My wife can fly, and so can I." And so saying, he slashed ineffectually at the nearest man, backed to the window behind him, and leapt out. His flight was a short one, downward to his death. Afterward, Rhaena Targaryen had his body hacked to pieces and fed to her dragons. His was the last notable death of 54. Okay, so let's process. Let's process. You could say this is incel energy, but this is much worse than that. This is, This is a serial killer. At the heart of it is this grudge of everyone overlooking him and him being insignificant. The insult of, it's like, oh, you married me and used me as a cover, but you could have given me kids. Maybe they argued about this. He wanted kids and didn't get them. But obviously he felt disrespected. And the only thing to do when you're disrespected is to kill a bunch of people, obviously, and then jump out the window. Oh, wait, no, it's a bad way to handle that. You should get counseling and just do anything else but that. So this is another tragedy for Rhaena. Really incredible stuff here. It's interesting, though, because we don't really have that many serial killers. Like Maegor is a serial murderer, but this is a true serial killer here. So, yeah. That's him. And there is some symbolism, of course, with flying and falling, with Bran falling and flying in the Moon Door, making people fly, but they fall. There's a white tower at the Fair Isle, and the wind, our steed, is the house words. So think of Yggdrasil as a tree and a horse and flying through green seeing and stuff. I can't help but laugh at the I Can Fly Too watch. Yeah, it's twisted, but pathetic. Andrew Tateman. Well done, Grey Waste Tim. I miss you. Get well soon, buddy. Okay, so I think now we have just the last bit. It's going to be Rhaena Targaryen was not a woman easily comforted. Alysanne flew there to comfort her. The loss of so many of her dear friends and companions had plunged her into a black melancholy, and even the mention of Andrew Farman's name provoked her to fits of rage. Yeah, I mean, that's got to be just someone that you know and were that close to killed all of your friends to make you suffer. Like, it's really messed up. There's a boy come to our window. He's come to teach us how to fly. Wendy Darling from Peter Pan. Yeah, unfortunately not. So, far from welcoming her sister and whatever solace she might bring, Rhaena thrice tried to send her away, even going far as to scream at her grace in view of half the castle. When the queen refused to go, Rhaena retreated to her own chambers and barred the doors, emerging only to eat, and that less and little often. So little melodramatic here, but also she's in heavy shock and trauma. So, yeah, it's just how she processes. Left to her own devices, Alysanne set about restoring a modicum of order to Dragonstone, which was nice. That's the most supportive thing she could do. And shunned by her sister, Alysanne turned to her niece, Aerea. But there too she encountered rage and rejection. Why should I care if they're all dead? She'll find new ones. She always does. Oh, that's messed up. Princess Aerea told the queen. So she feels ignored by mom. Mom has so many girlfriends. When Alysanne tried to share stories of her own girlhood and told of how Rhaena had put a dragon's egg into her cradle and cuddled and cared for her as if she were my mother, Aerea said, she never gave me an egg. She just gave me away and flew off to Fair Isle. Alysanne's love for her own daughter provoked the princess to anger as well. Why should she be queen? I should be queen, not her. It was then that Aerea broke down into tears at last, pleading with Alysanne to take her back with her to King's Landing. Lady Elissa said she would take me, but she went away and forgot me. I want to come back to court with the singers and the fools and the lords and the knights. Please take me with you. Moved by the girl's tears, Queen Alysanne could do no more than promise to take the matter up with her mother. When Rhaena next emerged from her chambers to take a meal, however, she rejected the notion out of hand. You have everything and I have nothing. Now you would take my daughter too. Well, you shall not have her. You have my throne. Content yourself with that. The same night, Rhaena summoned Princess Aerea to her chambers to berate her, and the sounds of mother and daughter shouting at one another rang through the stone drum. The princess refused to speak with Queen Alysanne after that. Stymied at every turn, her grace finally returned to King's Landing, to the arms of Jiharis and the merry laughter of her own daughter, Princess Daenerys. So Rhaena's getting pretty bitter here. She definitely is, but at the same time, you can see why. You also have to feel very sorry for Aerea. None of this is Aerea's fault, and she basically doesn't have a parent, so that's pretty rough. Yeah, pretty tough times. Like, this is what trauma does. Trauma leaves people disconnected from their feelings. We see that with Rhaena over time. She becomes less emotional and more cold. And she's basically R-worded by Maegor, forced to marry him, had to send her children off to try to save them. Aerea doesn't understand that necessarily. Then all of her friends are killed by her husband. So it's just like, it's getting to be a lot at this point. And let's see here. Let's go to next. Jiharis is talking about a tourney to help everyone cheer up. All such preparations were thrown into disarray by the sudden and unexpected arrival of Rhaena Targaryen from Dragonstone. It may well be that dragons somehow sense and echo the moods of their riders, Septon Barth wrote. For Dreamfyre came down out of the clouds like a raging storm that day, and Vermithor and Silverwing rose up and roared at her coming. Suchwise was all of us who saw and heard were fearful that the dragons were about to fly at one another with flame and claw, and tear each other apart, as Balerion once did to Quicksilver by the god's eye. The dragons did not in the end fight, though there was much hissing and snapping, like cats, as Rhaena flung herself off Dreamfyre and stormed into Maegor's holdfast, shouting for her brother and her sister. The source of her fury was soon known. Princess Aerea was gone. She had fled Dragonstone as dawn broke, stealing into the yards and claiming a dragon for her own, and not just any dragon. Balerion! Rhaena exclaimed. She took Balerion, the mad child. No hatchling for her, no, not her. She had to have the Black Dread, Maegor's dragon, the beast that slew her father. Why him, if not to pain me? What did I give birth to? What kind of beast, I ask you, what did I give birth to? Which is funny when you consider Aerea giving birth to the worms with human hands and faces. A little girl, Queen Alysanne said. She's just an angry little girl. But Septon Barth and Grand Maester Bennifer tell us that Rhaena did not seem to hear her. She was desperate to know where her mad child might have fled. Her first thought had been King's Landing. Aerea had been so eager to return to court, but if she was not here, where? We will learn soon enough, I suspect, Jiharis said. Balerion is too big to hide or pass unnoticed, and he has a fearsome appetite. And so they put the word out. The ravens flew, but no one can see her. Rhaena remained at the Red Keep all the while, sometimes raging, sometimes shaking, drinking sweet wine to sleep. She's really bad now. She's lost her daughter. I mean, Princess Daenerys was so frightened by her aunt that she cried whenever she came into her presence. Oh, man. After 7 days, Rhaena declared that she could no longer sit here idle. I need to find her. If I cannot find her, I at least can look. So saying, she mounted Dreamfyre and was gone. Neither mother nor daughter was seen or heard from again during what little remained of that cruel year. So, pretty rough. Let's finish this off Let's see. Having taken leave of her brother's court, Rhaena Targaryen flew to Old Town first in the hopes her wayward daughter might have sought out her twin sister. Lord Donald and the High Septon each received her courteously, but neither had any help to offer. The queen was able to visit for a time with her daughter Rhaella, so like and yet so unlike her twin, and it can be hoped that she found some balm for her pain there. When Rhaena expressed regret that she had not been a better mother, the novice Rhaella embraced her and said, "I have had the best mother any child could wish for, the mother above, and you are to thank for her." Let's see. Departing Old Town, Dreamfyre took the queen northward. I've still got a little more to go. Departing Old Town, northward, first to Highgarden, Craighall, Casterly Rock, whose lords had welcomed her in days gone by. Nowhere had a dragon been seen, save for her own. Not even a whisper of Princess Aerea had been heard. Thence she returned to Fair Isle to face Lord Franklin Farman once again. The years had not made his lordship any fonder of the queen nor any wiser in how he chose to speak to her. "I had hoped my lady sister might come home to do her duty once she fled from you," Lord Franklin said. "But we have had no word of her, nor of your daughter. I cannot claim to know the princess, but I would say she is well rid of you, as was Fair Isle. If she turns up here, we shall see her off, just as we did her mother." She did, Kelly. "You do not know Aerea, that much is true," her grace responded. "If she does indeed find her way to these shores, my lord, you may find she is not as forbearing as her mother. Oh, and I wish you luck if you should try to see off the Black Dread. Balerion quite enjoyed your brother, and by now he may desire another course." Ooh. After Fair Isle, history loses track of Rhaena. She would not return to King's Landing nor Dragonstone for the rest of the year, nor present herself at the seat of any lord in the Seven Kingdoms. We have fragmentary reports of Dreamfyre being seen as far north as the Barrowlands and the banks of the Fever River, which is near the Dreadfort, and as far south as the Red Mountains of Dorne and the canyons of the Torrentine, shining castles and cities. Rhaena and her dragon were glimpsed flying over the Fingers and the Mountains of the Moon, the misty green forests of Cape Wrath, Shield Islands, the Arbor, but nowhere did she seek out human company. Instead, she sought the wild, lonely places, wind-swept moors and grassy plains and dismal swamps, cliffs and crags and mountain glens. Was she still hunting for some sign of her daughter, or was it simply solitude she desired? We shall never know. She's looking for Balerion. That's who you'd look for. Her long absence from King's Landing was for the good, however, for the king and his council were growing ever more vexed with her. The accounts of Rhaena's confrontation with Lord Farman on Fair Isle had appalled the king and his lords alike. "Is she mad to speak so to a lord in his own hall?" Lord Smallwood said. "Had it been me, I would have had her tongue out." To which the king replied, "I hope you would not truly be so foolish, my lord. Whatever else may be, Rhaena remains the blood of the dragon and my sister, whom I love." His grace did not take issue with Lord Smallwood's point, it should be noted, only with his words. Septon Barth said it best. The power of the Targaryens derives from their dragons, those fearsome beasts who once laid waste to Harrenhal and destroyed 2 kings upon the field of fire. Jiharis knows this just as his grandsire Aegon did. The power is always there, and with it is the threat. His grace also grasps a truth that Queen Rhaena does not, however. The threat is most effective when left unspoken. The lords of the realm are proud men all, and little is gained by shaming them. A wise king will always let them keep their dignity. Show them a dragon eye. They will remember. Speak openly of burning down their halls. Boast of how you will feed their own kin to your dragons, and you will only inflame them and set their hearts against you. It's wise words from Jiharis. Queen Alysanne prayed daily for her niece Aerea, and blamed herself for the child's flight. but she blamed her sister more. Jiharis, who had taken little note of Aerea even during the years she had been his heir, chided himself now for that neglect, but it was Balerion who most concerned him. For well he understood the dangers of a beast so powerful in the hands of an angry 13-year-old girl. Neither Rhaena Targaryen's fruitless wanderings, nor the storm of ravens Benifer sent out, had turned up any word of the princess or the dragon, beyond the usual lies, mistakes, and delusions. As the days went by and the moon turned again, the king began to fear that his niece was dead. Balerion is a willful beast, and not one to be trifled with, he told the council. To leap upon his back, never having flown before, and take him up, not to fly about the castle, no, but out across the water. Like as not, he threw her off, poor girl, and she lies now at the bottom of the narrow sea. Septon Barth did not concur. Dragons were not vagabond by nature, he pointed out. More often than not, they find a sheltered spot, a cave or ruined castle or mountaintop, and nest there, going forth to hunt and thence returning. Once free of his rider, Balerion would surely have returned to his lair. It was his own surmise that, given the lack of any sightings of Balerion in Westeros, Princess Aerea had likely flown him east across the narrow sea to the vast fields of Essos. The queen concurred. If the girl were dead, I would know it. She is alive. I can feel it. Everyone is psychic. All right. All the agents and informers that Rhaego Draz had engaged to hunt down Elissa Farman and the stolen dragon's eggs were now given a new mission, to find Princess Aerea and Balerion. Reports soon began to come in from all up and down the narrow sea. Most proved useless, as with the dragon's eggs, rumors, lies, and false sightings concocted for the sake of a reward. Some were third or fourth hand. Others, with such paucity of detail that they may have amounted to little more than, I may have seen a dragon, or something big with wings. The most intriguing report came from the hills of Andalos, north of Pentos, where shepherds spoke in fearful tones of a monster on the prowl, devouring entire flocks and leaving only bloody bones. Nor were the shepherds themselves spared, should they chance to stumble on this beast, for this creature's appetite was by no means limited to mutton. Those who actually encountered the monster did not live to describe him, however, and none of the stories mentioned fire, which Jiharis took to mean that Balerion could not be to blame. Nonetheless, to be certain, he sent 12 men across the narrow sea to try to hunt down this beast. Let's see, across the same narrow sea, Elissa is completing work on Sun Chaser. Let's see, small council. Sam, marriages, they're having kids. The kids cause trouble. No dragons in the dragon pit yet. There's another tourney. Prince Aegon is dead. Okay, let's see here. As the Seven Kingdoms celebrated, word reached the king that his sister Rhaena had been seen again, this time at Greenstone, the ancient seat of House Estermont, on the isle of the same name, off the shores of Cape Wrath. Here she decided to linger for a time. The very first of Rhaena's favorites, her cousin Larissa Velaryon, had been married to the second son of the Even Star of Tarth, it may be recalled, married against her will. Remember, sort of married off. Let's see. Though her husband was dead, Lady Larissa had borne him a daughter who had only recently been wed to the elderly Lord Estamont. Rather than remain on Tarth or return to Driftmark, the widow had chosen to stay with her daughter on Greenstone after the wedding. That Lady Larissa's presence drew Rhaena Targaryen to Estermont cannot be doubted, for the island was elsewise singularly lacking in charm, being damp, windswept, and poor. With her daughter lost to her and her dearest friends and favorites in the grave, it should not be surprising that Rhaena sought solace with the companion of her childhood. They were also, remember, they didn't break up. They were separated. So, it would have surprised and enraged the queen to know that Elissa Farman was passing by close by at that moment. As Alice Westhill, the great beast prowling the north hills of Pentos, was dead. It was bandits. Only men stealing sheep. Which is the truth behind the Dragon Slayer. George is funny. Did you catch that one, Sean? Let's see. They were talking. There's word of a dragon being displayed in the fighting pits of Astapor with shorn wings. But that's a wyvern. It's not going to be Balerion. There were fires sweeping across the disputed lands that they were interested in. Let's see here. Oh, this is all Sun Chaser Elissa stuff. Which, again, you could find that in the Who is Quaithe stream. We need to get back to Rhaena. So Balerion comes back, and he's got Aerea on his back to Dragonstone here. And Rhaena is not there. It's a good thing Rhaena isn't. Because if she had been there, she would have had to see the worm death. And she did not. So that's cool. And this is all the worm stuff. And again, Dracomorph video coming out in 2 weeks to explain all this. Relive the horror. Let's see. Septon Barth, okay. Balerion became the first dragon housed in the dragon pit. That's retirement here at the point. Little and less be said of the return of Rhaena Targaryen from Estermont after her daughter's death. By the time the Raven reached her grace on Greenstone, the princess had already died and been burned. Only ashes and bones remained for her mother, again, thankfully, when Dreamfyre delivered her to the Red Keep. It would seem I am doomed to always come too late, she said. When the king offered to have the ashes interred on Dragonstone, beside those of King Aegon and the other dead of House Targaryen, Rhaena refused. She hated Dragonstone. She remembered his grace. Or she reminded his grace. She wanted to fly. And so saying, she took her children's ashes child's ashes high into the sky on Dreamfyre and scattered them to the wind. It was a melancholy time. Dragonstone was still hers if she wanted it, Jiharis told his sister, but Rhaena refused that as well. There was nothing there for me but grief and ghosts. When Alysanne asked her if she would return to Greenstone, Rhaena shook her head. There's a ghost there as well. A kinder ghost, but no less sad. The king suggested that she remain with him at court, even offering her a seat on his small council. That made his sister laugh. Oh, brother, you sweet man, I fear you would not like any counsel I might have to offer. That's fair. Then Queen Alysanne took her sister's hand in hers and said, "You are still a young woman. If you like, we could find some kind and gentle lord who would cherish you as we do. You could have other children. That only served to bring a snarl to Rhaena's lips. She snatched her hand away from the queen's and said, "I fed my last husband to my dragon. If you make me take another, I may eat him myself." She's not really into husbands. Come on, Allie. The place where Jiharis settled his sister Rhaena, in the end, was mayhaps the most unlikely seat of all, Harrenhal. Jordan Towers, one of the last lords to remain faithful to Maegor the Cruel, had died of a congestion of the chest, and Blackharen's vast ruin had passed to his last surviving son, named after the late king, Maegor Towers. All of his older brothers had perished in the King Maegor's wars, so Maegor Towers was the last of his line, and sickly and impoverished as well. In a castle built to house thousands, Towers dwelt alone. It dwelt alone but for a cook and 3 elderly men-at-arms. The castle has 5 colossal towers, the king pointed out, and the tower's boy occupies part of one. You can have the other 4. Rhaena was amused by that. One will suffice, I am sure. I have a smaller household than he does. When Alysanne reminded her that Harrenhal was said to have ghosts, Rhaena shrugged. "They are not my ghosts. They will not trouble me." And thus it came to pass that Rhaena Targaryen, daughter of one king, wife to 2, sister to a 3rd, spent the final years of her life in the aptly named Widow's Tower of Harrenhal, whilst across the castle yard, a sickly youth named after the king who had slain the father of her children maintained his own household in the Tower of Dread. Curiously, we are told, in time Rhaena and Maegor Towers came to forge a friendship of sorts. After his death in 61 AC, Rhaena took his servants into her own household and continued to maintain them until her own death. Rhaena Targaryen died in 73 AC at 50 years of age. After the death of her daughter Aerea, she never again visited King's Landing or Dragonstone, nor played any part in the ruling of the realm, though she did fly to Old Town once a year to visit with her remaining daughter Rhaella. That's nice. A septa at the Starry Sept. Her hair of gold and silver turned white before the end, and the small folk of the Riverlands feared her as a witch. Travelers who turned up at the gates of Harrenhal in hope of hospitality were given bread and salt and the privilege of a night's shelter during those years, but not the honor of the queen's company. Those who were fortunate spoke of glimpsing her on the castle battlements, or seeing her come and going on her dragon, for Rhaena continued to ride Dreamfyre until the end, just as she had in the beginning. When she died, King Jiharis ordained that she be burned at Harrenhal and her ashes interred there. My brother Aegon died at the hands of our uncle in the battle beneath the God's Eye, his grace said at her funeral pyre. His wife, my sister Rhaena, was not with him at the battle, but she died that day as well. With Rhaena's death, Jiharis granted Harrenhal and all its lands and incomes to Sir Bywin Strong, the brother of Sir Lucamore Strong of his Kingsguard, and a renowned knight of his own right. So, one thing I will say here, we do not know if Rhaena, again, was physically, or you might say sexually attracted to Aegon, her brother. But we do know that they loved each other, and they were very close. So this, Jiharis is saying that, part of her died when Aegon died. That seems right. They were very tight. So it's hard to say. Again, it's not our business, really. But yeah, there's no question that they were close in a way that obviously her and Andro never were. So that's Rhaena Targaryen. She is sort of a very independent, strong figure, as you can see. She has a lot of arguments with other family members. She's also beloved of her family. She shaped Targaryen dynasty and the Targaryen culture with that custom of putting the eggs in the cradles. And she helped save the dynasty from Maegor's tyranny. She stole Blackfyre. And suffered through a lot of tragedy. The Andro Farman thing, I forgot how cruel that was. So that guy is a real bastard. But yeah, there you go. Sort of an embittered witch queen, but fascinating character. Whoa. And that'll be the end, folks. I got to go take care of the birds and get some dinner. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Please do me the favor, show me the appreciation when this stream is over. Click refresh and leave a comment. That will really help YouTube push this out to some people to see. So with that, I will pass out. And yeah, Bloodraven's Cave coming this Tuesday or Wednesday. Cheers.